Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see what I don't wait for game.
Okay.
Papa, you look at you. And then you get out. Mama, say, I want me to go. I got no Lumba. Oh, where would he get? I got it. Put it on the I don't know what they are doing. Why I don't want.
Tinubu Ahmed of the APC, 8,794,726. Miadi Peter Nana Chukwudi of Abga, 61,166.
Thank you.
You have to be fast. Of the APC. Is hereby declared the winner and is returned.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Tí ó bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. àṣà Yorùbá náà èmi ló kàn.
I should be there, and that's how it should work. So there it is right there. Amonishi. So wagwan, brethren. Wagwan, good things are gwan. So what are gwan? What's going on? So what are gwan? Good day to you. Good to be in your company. All that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So, how are you? Hope you've had a glorious day cascading into yet another session. That friendly neighborhood or your laughing man, one man went to mow. So we go again, I would say like we always go because we don't always go anymore these days, do we? But we are certainly going in this instance, and we're going in the direction of Nigerian politics, of course, which is the bread and butter of the platform. So we go again. But the protocol still remains the same. Click on the like button just at my invitation to do so. Click on like. If you are not already subscribed, then please correct that by doing that. Like and subscribe. If the subscription button is showing as red on your screen, then you have not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by depressing that red subscription button. So it grays out from red to gray, and then the word subscribe changes to the word subscribed, which would be in the past tense, and then you would have fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by subscribing to the platform. So like and subscribe. Share the links just as wisely as you can as well. Share the links, especially on Facebook. Share on Facebook. Certainly share it on our YouTube as well. Very easy to do so. I think there's actually a function. If you look at the bottom of your screen, it gives you a curved arrow that says share. If you click on that, then it will just open to all of the portals you have on your screen, and then you can just share it. You don't even have to make that much of an effort to do it. So like, share, subscribe, and then haven't now shared, tell me in the comment section that you have. So like, share, and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, if you want to engage in the conversation, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your ticket to ride. So if you want to ride on the Juggernaut train, that is the one man went to mow experience, your ticket to the first class coach is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Let me send it again actually so it's immediate to hand. We're keen for the conversation, but I'm streaming so late these days. I'm more in hope than expectation that a conversation will take place. So more in hope than expectation. You know what they say, hope is always the last thing to die, but always the optimist. Still, I anchor after the conversation. That is what keeps me. If you want to know what inspires me to do this, it is really the conversation. I enjoy the back and forth. Rubbing, I hate that term, rubbing minds. It's just a ludicrous thing to say, but I enjoy the back and forth of a conversation. So that's really because then of course you evolve the topic for. So I bring my ideas, you bring yours, and then between the convergence of that, we would have evolved from where the conversation was to where we have evolved it to. So that's really what pushes the need for that conversation. So that's what I really anchor after. But as I said, even for the Americans, it's probably late already. Exactly for the Europeans, it's the dead of night, and the Nigerians are already asleep. So I do know that the timing somewhat out of skill. But yeah, what did Buhari say? You eat what you grow. So this is what we're growing at the moment. So this is what we have to eat. So this is what we have to eat. So all that, and of course, yes, super chats towards the stream as well. And by the way, if you're watching and watch back, you can still super chat towards the stream. There's a function there. It's a requirement. I know a lot of people don't push it that much. I try not to push it too excessively as well, but it is apart from the super chat being whatever currency, is really an acknowledgement of the effort that the person is making to present you this presentation. So super chat was the stream, of course. That's always encouraged. So like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says stream. You have to come join me on the screen. Super chat towards the stream. So all those nice and cozy things. So all those funky things. Play that funky music, white boy, and all that. And of course, yes, say hello in the comment section as well as you're coming in, so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back to you. So say hello to document your presence here in the comment section. So do that. Pardon me. So pardon me. So say hello and all that. And by the way, tell me about the quality of the audio as well. I've recently changed my mic, so hopefully that this one comes across a bit more with a bit more crispiness than the one I previously used to use. So all those nice things. Shall we just? There's not an abundance in the news cycle, by the way. So it's not going to be a long and winding monologue from my part. So if you want the conversation, then you do have to hop on. So that's Battle right there. So good to see you, Battle. And that's Agbado Tinubu right there. It's saying the mic is not good. I hope. I think it's good enough actually because I can see the quality on my screen right there. So it's a new mic, so there's no reason why it shouldn't be good. So all that, shall we just get started? We get started. If I see sufficient enough people telling me that the mic is not good, then I'll just change to the old one if I can find it. I've had to pack it away somewhere, but yeah. Let's just carry on. Let's just carry on. So we carry on. We start it off. We kick it off with this. Actually, let's kick it off with this one. Do you remember? There's this character right there that tries to parade himself as a journalist of some sort of quality. He even gives himself the moniker professor. They call him Farouk Parogi. He calls himself Professor Farouk Parogi. Claiming to be a professor in journalism, but the purveyor of fake news is more. So that's links telling the mic is good. Mr. D says the mic is very good. So maybe you should just turn up the volume, Agbado. So this is a character now. He claims to be a professor of sorts. I'm not quite sure where he got his professorship. All these northerners, you have to question their credentials. Do you remember Issa Pantami that went to buy a PhD or a professorship in some state university in the southeast? So this is the sort of if they didn't go to UI or Unilag, if they can't present credentials from those sort of places, then you can you can just dismiss it out of hand. Farouk Parogi apologizes to Aisha Buhari over divorce claims. So this is the, and I was even going to run this story, by the way, one of those sessions that I abandoned. Thank God that I did not. So he entirely made it all up because Aisha Buhari has actually come out in the news cycle now to tell us that her marriage was very much intact all the way through to the death of her husband. And this character here was telling us that they have been divorced for a while. So forcing then a woman in mourning to come out to defend her marriage is a step even too far, even for that obedience space. And this guy falls within the broader obedience space. Farouk Parogi apologizes to Aisha Buhari over divorce claims. So unbelievable stuff. And it's a professor of journalism. So you wonder then what sort of quality this guy is impacting on people studying under him. Farouk Parogi, professor of journalism and emerging media at Kennesaw State University, has apologized to former First Lady Aisha Buhari over his recent statement that she was no longer married to the late former President Muhammadu Buhari, stating that it was one of the worst and cruelest lapses of judgment he has ever committed in his life, adding that it has been a source of unfathomable personal anguish for him over the past few days. Unfathomable personal anguish. Who cares about his personal anguish? What about so? Where did the story source from? And what sort of in journalism? I'm not a journalist, though, but the bedrock of journalism is check, double check, and then check again. And this guy now, he should resign from wherever he's teaching, or he should be sacked, even more to it. This guy now that is training people on journalism, he is the one of the most, and this is not the first time he has done it, by the way, he is one of the most preeminent purveyors of fake news within the Nigerian the Nigerian journalism space. Farouk Parogi, professor of journalism and emerging media at the Kennesaw State University, has apologized to former First Lady Aisha Buhari over his recent statement that she was no longer married to late former President Muhammadu Buhari, saying that it was one of the worst and cruelest lapses of judgment he has ever committed in his life, adding that it has been a source of unfathomable personal anguish for him these past few days. Parogi tendered his apology on Sunday, July the 20th, on a Facebook page to Mrs. Aisha Buhari. I offer my heartfelt and unreserved apology for the needless and deeply regrettable hurt that I have caused. And by the way, this is not the first one. No. There was one other clip. I'll go back to this in a moment. There was another clip that I was watching earlier on. You know, when you're just scrolling through the feeds on whatever social media space. And there was this Yoruba actress, Dayo or something, that she has come out. She felt she was forced to come out to debunk a narrative that somebody put out that she has HIV. And that clip that she has HIV, I even saw it. You know, when you're just scrolling to social media just to while away time, you know, I saw that clip and then I saw her come out subsequently. The guy went through a list of 5 Nigerian actors that he claimed. Nigerian actors, actresses that he claimed have HIV, and this woman was documented there. For the woman, and that clip, by the way, it's gone viral. For this woman now to come out then to force out to come and defend her name. You know, it's just unbelievable the things that these people get away with. But this is it. But that one was just a content creator. But this element here, Farouk Parogi, he purports and pretends to be not just a journalism, but a journalism teacher. Not just a teacher, but a lecturer in a university. Not just a lecturer in a university, but a PhD holder, not just a PhD holder, but a professor. A professor of journalism is the purveyor of fake news. Can you imagine that? Pause for a moment and just reflect on that. I'm going to go through it at speed this time, so because I think we have overlabored. Farouk Parogi, professor of journalism and emerging media at the Kennesaw State University, has apologized to former First Lady Aisha Buhari over his recent statement that she was no longer married to late former President Muhammadu Buhari, stating that it was one of the worst and cruelest lapses of judgment he has ever committed in his life, adding that it has been a source of unfathomable personal anguish for him these past few days. Parogi tendered this apology on Sunday, July the 20th, on his Facebook page, and these are the words. To Mrs. Aisha Buhari, I offer my heartfelt and unreserved apology for the needless and deeply regrettable hurt I have caused. I am truly sorry, Parogi said. Parogi also said that though the source of is his information, whose integrity was uh, uh, yeah, you sir, you see, this guy is a clown. Let me read what he said. It says, Parogi said that uh, uh, Parogi said that though the source of his information, whose integrity is unimpeccable, so how can he be? Well, I think that might well be a Freudian slip. How can he be unimpeccable? So his credibility should be impeccable for you then to have to at verbatim take his words and then put them to print without verifying. So if it's unimpeccable, then that means that it's not trustworthy by my reckoning, unless I'm reading that wrong. But then, of course, that's the quality that they produce in the North. Parogi also said that though the source of his information, whose integrity was unimpeccable, insists that the information was accurate, he never intended for it to become public. So how can the information be accurate to say that Aisha Buhari divorced her husband and Aisha Buhari said that she did not? So those are two contrasting positions. So you are telling me that I am a blonde white woman, and I am telling you that I am a bald-headed or you are a laughing man. So how can those two statements stand in sequence, stand in lockstep? It's just it's unforgivable. I'm lost for words. It's just what they do now. These people, that obedient cause, they just random nonsense. They just throw it out there, and they'll fan it up and populate it all over the place. That by the time that the thing that debunks it, by the time the facts try to catch up with their propaganda, their fake news, it's already lost in the fog. It's just unbelievable stuff. How can you even? The lady just now, the husband passed away a week ago, and already this is already lamb to slaughter. But there it is. Parogi tendered this apology on Sunday, July the 20th, on his Facebook page to Mrs. Aisha Buhari. I offer my heartfelt and unreserved apology for the needless and deeply regrettable hurt I have caused. I am truly sorry, Parogi said. Parogi also said that though the source of his information, whose integrity was unimpeccable, insists that the information was accurate, he never intended. So he's still doubling down on it. That's what he's saying. He's saying the source insists the information is accurate, but the actual subject matter of the information is telling you that it's not. He never intended for it to become public. He never intended for it to become public, but he published it anyway. Going public with the information was an error on my part, as not every well-sourced information is for public consumption, Parogi maintained. According to him, it was Alhaji Sani Zoro, former senior special assistant to the First Lady on Public Affairs, whom he holds in the highest esteem, who reached out to question the accuracy of his claims. I will not contest the particulars and veracity of the information with Alhaji Sani, who conveyed the First Lady's position that her marriage was intact. After all, as the late MKO Abiola memorably said, no one can give you a haircut in your absence. Clearly, Mrs. Buhari herself has the ultimate authority and right to define the status of her marriage with her late husband. Her truth should be respected as supreme, whatever other facts may exist. So, if you have facts to the contrary, then publish them. You know, so this is not even a qualified. This is not even an apology. It is not even a qualified apology. It's a sort of a Machiavellian maneuvering, sort of defending an untenable position. Moreover, the truth of this information is now far less significant. So that is to tell you then that I still holding on to it that she is divorced. Moreover, the truth of this information is now far less significant than the hurt that my disclosure. So you have to, it's all embedded in the what you know. The truth of the information is not important, it's less significant. That is to tell you then that it's questionable that the lady is saying that her marriage is intact and he is still holding on to his position. And then he says that is more questionable than my disclosure. So this what disclosure here is to still hold on then that the revelation that he made still holds true. Moreover, the truth of this information is now far less significant than the hurt my disclosure of it has caused. I should not have shared it publicly. Period. Doing so violated every moral and ethical principle I cherish and uphold, but it shows I am only human, an imperfect human. I realize it might be impossible for many to believe, except those who truly know me, that I acted without malice, ulterior motives, or external influence. But I sincerely did not intend to hurt Mrs. Buhari or execute any personal vendetta. Parogi averred. So why did what's it why averred? Why not just said? It's just this unnecessary use of language tautology. Parogi said is what Parogi said. What is Parogi averred? Uh, It will be recalled that Parogi has made his earlier had that should say it should be recalled that Parogi had made his earlier claim that Aisha had divorced the former president, dropped Buhari as her surname, and reverted to her maiden name. So when did all of this happen? Because this was not publicly, she's publicly still referenced by her. So I mean, it's just ridiculous. You know, when did this happen that wasn't known publicly? That the former first lady drops her marital name for her maiden name, and this was kept secret. It's just unbelievable. Uh, it will be recalled that Parogi had made his earlier claim that Aisha had divorced the former president, dropped Buhari as her surname, and reverted to her maiden name, Halilu, via a Facebook post on Wednesday, July the 16th. The post was entitled Aisha Buhari Divorce and Forgiveness Claim. He further alleged that Aisha was reluctant to travel to the United Kingdom to care for Buhari when he became ill. He wrote, they had divorced and Aisha reverted to her maiden name, Aisha Ahalilu. If you paid close attention, you will notice that Aisha did not go to Daura when he retired to the town after leaving office. Yes, Aisha may or may not have gone to Daura, and the marriage of people, somebody like Aisha Buhari and Malam Buhari, this is a marriage of just for the record. I'm sure there's somewhat whatever form of affection that might still be there, but it's not a marriage of it's just a marriage by name more than anything else. She even throughout Buhari's administration, she never really lived with him. She was always forever in Dubai, sleeping with all those Arab boys. So it wasn't anything, and nothing has changed. You know, her lifestyle is not impeded by carrying the Buhari name, and her life is enhanced by carrying it. So why would she, after all the kids, after the guy has taken all the kids out of her, and if she lives a free life, she lives in the Middle East, sleeping with all those Arab boys, whatever. You know, so what changed for her to have to change her name and revert to it? Just doesn't make sense. He wrote they had divorced and Aisha reverted to her maiden name, Aisha Halilu. If you paid close attention, you would notice that Aisha did not go to Daura when he retired to the town after leaving office. What would Aisha be doing? Aisha is a glamour girl of international presence. What would she be doing in a God-forsaken? And even Buhari doesn't live in Daura, and he spent about 10 minutes in Daura and moved to Kaduna. Who even the donkeys in Daura don't want to be there. What nonsense it is! Buhari was also alone when when he later relocated to Kaduna. In fact, when he fell ill and it was suggested that Aisha travel to London to care for him, she reportedly hesitated because she was no longer his wife, Parogi claimed. So there it is right there. A professor of journalism, the purveyor of fake news. A professor of journalism, the purveyor of fake news. But pardon me. So, a professor of journalism, the purveyor of fake news, but certainly nothing ever fake with this now next. Are you hearing my breathing in there? Something? Tell me if you're hearing this microphone. Maybe it's too overly sensitive. I hope I'm not breathing heavy. A professor of journalism, purveyor of fake news. So we go on from there to the next one. Certainly not anything fake news. An authority anytime he speaks. This is Fashola who has come out into the media space. So you know that the politics is starting to is starting to get to the fever pitch end of it. When you see characters like, by the way, I'm not saying anything that looks like a super chart or on the screen. Can somebody document a super chart on the screen, please? You know that we're getting to the politics is getting to fever pitch when you see characters like Fashola coming into the fray because it carries a particular kind of gravitas, authority that commands attention. So he comes out. It is a big lie. Fashola speaks on emergence of coalition. So a coalition of Ali Baba and the 40 thieves, or Atiku Abubakar and the 40 thieves. Former Lagos State Governor Babatunde Fashola has dismissed reports that the present administration is trying to turn Nigeria into a one-party state. Speaking on Channels Television Sunrise on Saturday, Fashola said the emergence of a coalition led by opposition leaders in Nigeria dispels such claims. According to the former Minister of Power, of Power, Works and Housing, with the emergence of a coalition, Nigeria may benefit from what he called the reawakening of opposition from what has been a long slumber. And it has been a long slumber because, to all intents and purposes, we've not really had anything. The color, well done, Ayo. Why is it always Ayo? Can somebody else, apart from Ayo, super chat once in a while to the stream? But well done, Ayo, though. Well, I've lost my train of thought there. Let me just carry on now. According to the former Minister of Works and Minister of Power, Works and Housing, with the emergence of of a coalition, Nigeria may benefit from what he called the reawakening of opposition from what has been a long slumber. So yes, that was where I stopped. So the opposition has been in a long slumber because apart from the campaign of calumny that we get from the Peter Obi space, you cannot continue like this. It is your president. They spent 100 billion on aeroplane. So that's not really opposition. There's not a fervent sort of opposition that will shake the consciousness and fiber of the sitting party. So there is nothing, there had been nothing that presented or portended. You know that they don't even, maybe once in a while, Bayo Ononuga will respond to Peter Obi, but they don't even give any cognizance to that space. They just see it as a social media, something or the other, content creating, because Obi now be like Nnamdi Kano, maybe he will come out and tell us that he was never really a politician, he was a content creator. But now, with this coalition now that Atiku has put together, there's now a real threat to power And this is what Fashola is saying. According to the former Minister of Power, Works and Housing, with the emergence of a coalition, Nigeria may benefit from what he called the reawakening of opposition from what has been a long slumber. He said, well, there are many things to take away from those developments. I think perhaps the first is that it puts a lie, a big lie, to the story making the rounds about 8 weeks ago that Nigeria was going to become a one-party state because there is an opposition of some quality, whatever that quality may be. I respect the right to associate, and Nigeria perhaps benefits from the reawakening of opposition. And when you see people like Fashola come out, Fashola never came out under the Obi noise, but it's coming out now. So that is to tell you now that there's something to be taken seriously. I respect the right to associate, and Nigeria perhaps benefits from the reawakening of opposition from what has been a long slumber. If you ask me, the opposition essentially abdicated its responsibility for the last 2 years. So that was an acerbic aside towards the obedience space. If you ever wanted to know what an acerbic remark is, that is an acerbic remark right there. Fashola stated that the coalition had a responsibility to provide a compelling alternative message, a manifesto to convince Nigerians. That's yet another acerbic remark. So they're just going on television and saying you will do it in an organized manner, which seems to be the Obi plan for the Nigerian state. I will do everything Tinubu is doing, but I will do it in an organized manner. No, where maybe a bit more than that, a bit more. Fashola said the second point to make is that it is a manifestation of a right to choose, a freedom of choice, a freedom to associate, and one must respect. One must respect that as I do. In terms of the political consequences, there are many things that I am waiting to see. Gathering ourselves together and saying we want to change Nigeria, we want to remake Nigeria is all very well and good. What is the compelling alternative message? So this is the question. This has been the question that has hung over the oppositions. You know somewhat the broad strokes of Atiku's plan. Atiku's plans very much is to harvest all of the country's assets, privatize it, a lot of them to be sold to his friends. He already told us that he was going to sell Nigerian oils to the Arabs if he ever becomes president. So he's never made any bones of that. But what is the plan? And you know somewhat the broad strokes of Showore's plans as well. But what is the plan of the Labour Party space, Peter? Yeah, I will do it in an organized manner. It seems to be the totality of the idea. What is the compelling alternative message? Without a manifesto, without a program of action, I can't speak to how persuasive the coalition will be, but there is still a distance to run. Our correspondents report that the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has been adopted by some leading opposition leaders as the political party to contest the presidential election against President Bola Tinubu 2027. They include the 2023 presidential candidate of the PTP, Atiku Abubakar, Labour Party counterpart Peter Obi, and a former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai. So that's the politics now. Big gunning. So the big guns are coming out. So that is to tell you then that the politics is in full flow. So now this headline. I'll only give you the headline here. How Tinubu avoided government house Emir's palace during Kano visit. So it doesn't really matter so much the avoiding of government house because we could see Governor Yusuf with him anyway. But he avoided the Emir's palace. So I'm not quite sure if that was an aside towards Lamido Sanusi, but he doesn't want to get in between the tussle the Game of Thrones going on in Kano State. So I think he just chose the wise thing, just not to have any of the royalties there. Governor Abba Yusuf of Kano State went home disappointed after President Bola Tinubu visited the state without visiting the government house and taking a lunch prepared for him. The president also did not pay a courtesy call on either of the two men tussling for the stool of the Emir of Kano, Lamido Sanusi and Aminu Ado Bayero. Tinubu, so I think that should explain that. So just a best stay out of it is essentially what it is. We go on from that today. Justin, Senate wants Natasha to stay away from National Assembly. So it'd be interesting to see if she will try to force her way in, actually, and then they escort her off the premises in handcuffs. That would be a photo opportunity to see Natasha Akpoti being escorted from the Senate in handcuffs, because really she should already be in handcuffs. Senate wants Natasha to stay away from National Assembly. The Senate has once suspended Kogi lawmaker Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan to desist from forcefully resuming her legislative duties on Tuesday until the expiration of her suspension. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Media and Public Affairs, Senator Yemi Adaramodu, gave the warning in a statement issued on Sunday, whilst insisting that no valid court order mandates her immediate recall. Adaramodu emphasized that the Senate remains committed to due process and the rule of law. He said, the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria wishes to reaffirm for the third time that there is no subsisting court order mandating the Senate to recall Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan before the expiration of her suspension. The clarification followed media reports quoting the embattled lawmaker as saying she would return to the Senate on Tuesday, allegedly based on a judgment by Justice Binta Nyako of the Federal High Court in Abuja. However, Adaramodu said the Senate had previously issued two public statements after the court ruling and the release of the certified true copy of the enrolled order, making it clear that no positive or mandatory directive was issued against the Senate regarding her recall. Rather, the Honorable Court gave a non-binding advisory urging the Senate to consider amending its standing order and review the suspension, which it opined might be excessive. The court, however, explicitly held that the Senate did not breach any law or constitutional provision in imposing the disciplinary measure based on the senator's misconduct during plenary, he said. The Senate further noted that the same court found Akpoti-Uduaghan guilty of contempt and imposed penalties, including a 5 million fine payable to the federal government and a mandatory apology in two national newspapers and on her Facebook page. So the court is now mandating social media activities now. I never thought that that day will come, but there is that day now on her Facebook page, a directive that has reportedly not been complied with. It is therefore surprising and legally untenable that Senator Akpoti-Uduaghan, while on appeal and having filed a motion to stay against the valid and binding order made against her, is attempting to act upon an imaginary order of recall that does not exist. And this Natasha purports to be a lawyer, by the way. He wants that any move by the suspended lawmaker to storm the Senate on Tuesday under false pretext will be premature, disruptive, and a breach of legislative order. The Senate will, at the appropriate time, consider the advisory opinion of the court on both amending the Senate standing order of the Senate, her recall, and communicate the same thereof to Senator Uduaghan. Until then, she is respectfully advised to stay away from the Senate chambers and allow due process to run its full course. The statement concludes. So there it is. But Natasha, of course, she will storm that building, of course, because anything for attention, she's always there. Anything that rolls the cameras and the she's a narcissist, as you all know. Anything that rolls the cameras and the attention on her, she's first in. So let's just get a little feel of our response to all that has been going on.
Okay, so yes, the Senate President did appeal the entire judgment. One of the grounds he appealed was that the Federal High Court has no jurisdiction to entertain the matter in the first place because it's issues that surround the National Assembly. And I have already spent pretty much over 4 months already. But the fact that I've been suspended, I keep saying this, I never stopped working. It took a whole lot of effort to follow up and get all of these things done. And we were just here last week where we flagged up the construction of 2 brand new smart markets, which I'm actually even going to go there later on today to see because they're already digging the foundation. And over there you can see we're putting up the maternity center over there. So I also gave 700 digital learning devices last week to school. So pretty much it's a whole lot of work. And believe me, we have other interesting projects are waiting for the contracts, are waiting for their awards, and I'll come down here to flag up because these projects must be completed by the end of the year. So I'm really busy. I did mention that every senator has 3 major functions: the legislative, which is the creation of laws and review of treaties. Then we have the oversight, which you oversight ministers and agencies. And then the third is representation, which I'm doing, whereby I identify the problems and the challenges of my community, and I make sure I present them and have them captured in the federal budget. And I have done pretty well with that. Of course, I do miss.
So that's Uduaghan right there telling us Bulabalu, blue, Bulaba. With the Bulabalus, the blues, and the Bulabas. So Bulabalu, blue, and Bulaba. So they will Bulaba this one. No, Tinubu's newly acquired presidential jet takes to the skies. So the jet, of course, the famous 150 billion naira jet, which was a steal, by the way, because it will cost a lot more, has been refitted, rebranded, and they've Gucci'd it up. Apparently, it was who are those ones that make the Hermes bag? Those are the ones that are tailored the interiors of the presidential jet. So the obedience space can go smoke on that as well. President Bola Tinubu's newly acquired 150 billion naira presidential jet, an Airbus A330, etc., has returned to Abuja after undergoing refurbishment in South Africa. You know, it's always a concern, all of these things, because these people could put a bug in that plane and be listening to our secrets. The wide-bodied aircraft, now bearing the tail number 5N-FGA, features a sleek green and white livery and includes a master bedroom, shower conference room, and secure communication suites. I know you guys may call it suites or suites. I call it suites. The jet purchase has sparked controversy, with some lawmakers and members of the public questioning its cost. However, the presidency has defended the acquisition, citing its potential for long-term cost savings. According to Bayo Ononuga, President Tinubu spokesperson, the aircraft's modern systems will reduce annual maintenance and fuel expenses by millions of dollars. With a 13-hour range, the jet enables non-stop flights to major destinations such as New York, Beijing, eliminating the need for expensive refueling. This capability is expected to enhance the president's ability to engage in diplomatic activities and attend international events without costly layovers. While the purchase has raised eyebrows, it is worth noting that the aircraft is expected to serve the president and other high-ranking government officials for many years to come. The previous presidential jet, a Boeing 737 business jet, had been in service for several years and was due for replacement. As the debate over the jet acquisition continues, one thing is certain: its luxurious amenities and advanced technology make it a symbol of Nigeria's growing presence on the global stage. Whether it proves to be a wise investment remains to be seen, but one thing is clear: the new presidential jet is set to take Nigeria aviation to new heights. So I'm not quite sure how it's taking Nigeria aviation. And by the way, can you see that super chat right there? I have to acknowledge that that's from a son right there, which really impresses me. So there it is right there. Super chat's coming out of my Duguri. Can you? Well done, Hassan. So well done, Hassan. So that's Hassan right there doing his bit. This now I'll read you two more. Some that just came in from I think it was BT highlighting Kemi Badenoch storyline. But before we get to the Kemi Badenoch before we get to the Kemi Badenoch storyline, let's go through this one. We are not perturbed. Ekiti APC speaks on Fayemi's defection plans to ADC. So you notice that all of the people defecting are people that are out of favor with the administration in situation. El Rufai, of course, who did a Senate clearing for them to publicly humiliate him and cast him adrift. So there's he. There's Aregbesola, who rolls the dice at the presidential primaries phase. The dice rolled against him, and he has been sent to political purgatory. So there's that, and there's this guy now, Fayemi, who doesn't have a portfolio and has been abandoned by. So is the disgruntled element of the APC that we're seeing coming out for a bit more. The last throws at relevance. The last throws at relevance. The All Progressive Congress APC in Ekiti State has denied claims that former Governor Fayemi is plotting to defect from the party. The report had claimed that Ekiti Governor Biodun Oyebanji and the APC leaders were opposed to a purported meeting allegedly being called by Fayemi to send a signal to his ADC cohort that he is joining them. Correspondents report that the party's publicity secretary, Segun Dipe, in a statement on Sunday, described the report in circulation that Fayemi is planning to destabilize the party or lure members away through a secret stakeholder meeting is baseless. Dipe said the party is not perturbed by the report of the rumor peddlers bent on creating internal strife. He said, "We are not perturbed. We are now in a season of propaganda characterized by spewing of lies and telling half-truths to confuse the people. Any busybody who yearns to know what is happening in our party is free to contact me as the spokesperson of the party, and they will be reliably informed rather than looking for gutter gist. I wonder how such would happen in a party that is strong on ground and focused on winning the coming gubernatorial election, thus breaking the record of producing a governor that will run 2 terms back to back in the state. Anything to the contrary. So does Ekiti State have that record then? That they don't have because of course Fayemi came. It was broken by Fayoshe. Fayoshe was broken by somebody else, and he came back, and now they have whatever the latest chance are in situation. So I wonder if they don't really have anybody that's been able to do successive 2 terms in Ekiti State. That's not something that's ever registered in my consciousness. I wonder how such would happen in our party that is strong on ground and focusing on winning the coming gubernatorial election, thus breaking the record of producing a governor that will run 2 terms back to back in the state. Anything to the contrary is not emanating from within our party, but being manufactured by some external forces. we know that we are the only formidable. That's facts and counterfacts going on there. So that's somewhat of a back and forth. Whatever. Have we gone through? We've gone through that. So we've gone through Natasha. Like I said, we didn't have an abundance in the news cycle, but I think we've been able to piece together a little bit of this and a little bit of that, a little bit of this and a little. You know, if you know the Caribbeans, they will know that language. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. So a little bit of this and a little bit of that. So let's have a little bit of this one and then we go to the clips. My children can't get Nigerian citizenship because I am a woman. So this is the Afoja British style Kemi Badenoch who wants to ride over the carcass of our own country people to become the Prime Minister of Britain. Kemi Badenoch, leader of the United Kingdom's Conservative Party, has said she is unable to transfer her Nigerian citizenship to her children based on her gender. Badenoch made the comment in an interview with CNN's Farouk Zakaria on Sunday as she discussed immigration policies and other differences between Britain and countries like Nigeria. It is virtually impossible, for example, to get Nigerian citizenship. I think I have the clip. I'll play you the clip in a moment. It is virtually impossible, for example, to get Nigerian citizenship. I have that citizenship by virtue of my parents. I can't give it to my children because I am a woman. She used the example. She used the example to highlight what she described as the imbalance in immigration systems, noting that many Nigerians take advantage of the United Kingdom's more lenient processes. Yet, lots of Nigerians come to the UK and stay for a relatively free period of time, acquire British citizenship. We need to stop being naive. That is why, under my leadership, we now have policies to make it harder to get British citizenship. It has been too easy. When asked if she would support the idea of a Nigerian a Nigerian immigrant uh, uh, recreating a mini Nigeria in the UK for cultural integration, Badenoch firmly rejected the notion. That is not right. Nigerians would not tolerate that. That that is not something that many countries would accept. There are many people who come to our country, to the UK, who do things that would not be acceptable in their countries. Badenoch was born in the United Kingdom to Nigerian parents and spent most, that it says part of her childhood in Lagos, but she spent most of her childhood in Lagos. She grew up in, she didn't come back to the UK till she was round about 16, 17, thereabouts. So I'm not quite sure most of our childhood was spent in Hassan, if you're there, come in to come and gist and chat and whatnot. So we go to the clips now. So here is your favorite friend of mine, the emeritus. Is it emeritus? The emeritus mathematician from Oka, otherwise known as Peter Obi, giving a mathematics lecture here. Watch this.
Divide 650 with 18.9, you give 29 point something billion dollars. Go and verify it.
And there it is right there. That's the semi-illiterate that wants to be the Nigerian president. But if the emir of Daura had it his way, there is no vacancy in Aso Rock. So here is the emir of Daura telling us just what his sentiments are. There it is right there. It is fait accompli. When he ends it up with Assalamu alaikum, then that's the seal right there. So that, by the way, because the spiritual heartbeat of the Fulanis is Katsina State. And the Emir of Katsina, which essentially is the Emir of Daura, is the spiritual head of the Fulanis. So that is a Fulani, and he really is as tantamount as there ever could be the voice of Buhari echoing from the back of beyond. So that's that right there. So that's right there. So now, if you ever want to know what sense sounds like, listen to a weed smoker. You get the most sense from an Amogbo. Watch this.
Why do you say Tinubu?
Yes, because I see his reform is actually going to help Nigeria. It's going to help Nigeria a great deal, but people don't know. His reform is going to help us a great deal, but people don't understand that yet. But when they see, it is when after he has left, that's when people get to see what he has done. See, Tinubu has actually done a lot for Nigeria, even before he became president. Do you understand? Well, I'm not a Tinubu fan though, and I'm not a politician. I don't even do politics at all, but I believe Tinubu, what Tinubu started, I believe is going to
Make it better.
Make it better, and is going to make everything that has spoiled way back. It's going to rearrange everything and make everything much more better.
Have you ever gone to jail before?
Yes.
How long?
3 months.
What was your experience like in jail?
Bad. Terrible.
What was the most terrible experiences?
Terrible.
And do you think there's anything that can be done to make it
I
better?
wouldn't wish it for my enemy. That's the last place on earth you want to be. Act right, be crime free, live right, stay crime free, my brother. Still stay crime free, I beg.
So now the second question that guy asked him was out of congruence with the conversation that they were having. So there's no congruity between asking him about his assessment of the Tinubu administration, which I thought was an excellent submission by the guy, and then asking him if he had been to prison before. So I think he wanted to color that guy's response by sort of impinging on his character or impugning on his character. So I thought it was bad presentation. But I thought that guy, just the articulation even, is a man of learning, even though if he's a street guy. If you go to the streets of Nigeria, a lot of them, very, very eloquent in language, are certainly more eloquent than Peter Obi, that's for sure. And still on the topic then of Peter Obi, of course, now the controversy yet, everything controversial about him, but the latest controversial space, this now warning by the Edo State governor that if Obi comes to Edo State and doesn't notify him, then he will not be responsible for his security, and whatever happens to him, then he has to bear the burden of that. So that was what the Edo State governor said, and of course they've gone wild on social media. So here is a little soup song of just how wild they've gone.
Your candid opinion over the statement credited to the governor of Edo State, Obewolo, concerning Obi.
Absolutely. That's the only reason why I would even be talking about him in the first place. It's a total and complete desecration of Nigeria's democracy. And if Monday Okpebholo, as he is the rightful governor of Edo State, then he should have known better than to come out brazenly. I wish you had even shown that video again, so that you can actually see how brazenly he said Peter Obi's safety can never be guaranteed. And I'm serious about it. So you are serious about insecurity. You are serious.
No. You see, this is the thing. It's so maddening when you listen to some of these things that disobedience do. We all heard the governor, by the way. Can somebody send me, please, the link to that governor's something? Maybe you can just have a little reminder of what he said. What the governor said was that if Obi comes to Edo State without notifying him, then he would not be able to take responsibility for his security. So I cannot see Obi is as it stands at the moment, or this will change after February 2027. But as it stands at the moment, Obi is a high-profile personality that generates a lot of activities around him, both positive and negative. So if somebody like that is coming into a state, and is a former state governor too, so he knows the ropes. So if that sort of character is going into a state, then the state governor should be notified so that he can then make adequate preparation. Because the guy was even saying the last time that Obi came into Edo State, 3 people got killed. You know, so that was the backdrop to it. That please don't come unless you notify me, so I can make adequate provisions. And if you do come, then the burden of whatever happens falls on you. But then, of course, the obedience, this is the interpretation of it. But then, of course, how did Obi fare when he was governor and other dignitaries were visiting Anambra State? Well, we have memories of that. Watch this.
Your Excellencies, the organizers, our elders. In 2013, I went to Anambra State as an official of the APC to witness the by-election for governorship. Your next guest, Peter Obi, was governor. He got me arrested and detained for 48 hours in my hotel room. Now I am the governor of Kaduna State. And he is coming to Kaduna. In addition to the police and the SSS, I have one mechanized division Nigerian army here. If I need to arrest and detain anyone. But we are northerners. We are civilized. We don't do things like that.
When I was coming in here,
Your Excellencies, the organizers, our elders. In 2013, I went to Anambra State as an official of the APC to witness the by-election for governorship. Your next guest, Peter Obi, was governor. He got me arrested and detained for 48 hours in my hotel room. Now I am the governor of Kaduna State. And he is coming to Kaduna. In addition to the police and the SSS, I have one mechanized division Nigerian army here. If I need to arrest and detain anyone. But we are northerners. We are civilized. We don't do things like that.
when I was coming in here, when I came here now, somebody told me, he said, Peter, your brother, my brother, the governor of Kaduna State, said that he came to my state and I detained him. Let me tell you, it's good when you answer, when these things happen, you clarify them. Number one, in my 8 years of being governor, only in the first 3 months did I have a commissioner that is not from the north. I want you to, only in my first 3 months did I have a commissioner that is not from the north. Commissioner of police. Only 3 months. And not because I met the person. At the time the governor said this, it was during the election. The police commissioner that was there then was from Adamawa. It says, what is his name again? Bari, CP Bari from Adamawa. The AIG that supervised the election was Nasarawa. CP Nasarawa from the north. The DIG that came for that election was from Kano. Tell me, my powers, I was in Abuja. Government was PDP and NPC. Tell me how Abuja person will issue order for somebody to be detained. Even me was detained in my local government. And I was working.
So that's Obi telling lies as always. So now let's just have a little reminder of what the Edo State governor actually said.
The man will say no gashishi. I am sending a direct message to him. There is a new sheriff in town. He cannot come to Edo without telling me, because his security will never be guaranteed. Whatever happens to him when he's in Edo State, he will take it. I am serious about it. He came the other day and donated 15 million. Somebody will say no gashishi.
So that was what he said. If it comes to Edo State without telling me, whatever happens to him, he will just have to take it. That's what he said. So extend me the courtesy of making provisions for your security whilst you're in my state. Otherwise, the burden of whatever happens falls on you. So I don't think it can be any clearer than that. Here is the Kemi Badenoch clip that I was referencing earlier on.
Other countries that are Muslim, they don't tolerate this sort of stuff. They don't tolerate this sort of stuff. And I talk about how we are allowing our tolerance to be exploited. We have people pretending, for instance, to be homosexual so that they can claim asylum, and then they go on to get married and have children. They're abusing the laws that we have. We have people who go through false conversions. They come to the parish priest, they're very excited. Oh, these Muslims want to convert to Christianity. They convert so that they can claim asylum and say, if I went back to my country, I'd be persecuted. This is exploitation of a system that was not designed for this sort of thing. So you have to be honest about that.
So you say to somebody who's coming from Nigeria and wants to create a little mini Nigeria in Britain.
No, that is not right. And Nigerians would not tolerate that. That's not something that many countries would accept. There are many people who come to our country, to the UK, who do things that would not be acceptable in their countries. It's virtually impossible, for example, to get Nigerian citizenship. I had that citizenship by virtue of my parents. I can't give it to my children because I'm a woman. Yet loads of Nigerians come to the UK, stay for a relatively brief period of time, acquire British citizenship. We need to stop being naive, and that's why under my leadership we now have policies to make it a lot harder to just get British citizenship. It's been too easy. It's basically a conveyor belt. We want people who have who want to come to our country to be net contributors, not people who will immigrate and then need welfare, need social housing. That's not right, because they haven't paid into the system. So there is a lot that I'm changing on policy that is suitable for the times we live in. We could get away with these things before the era of mass travel, before mobile phones, before small boat crossings. There's just the global mass migration which we're seeing that's very destabilizing. They didn't have that in the 80s and the 70s and the 90s. We need rules that work for today.
Kemi Badenoch, pleasure to have you on.
So that's Kemi Badenoch right there, ready to sacrifice any and everybody. He will probably behead our own father to be Prime Minister of the UK, but Adeshi is right there as ever, throwing the black people under the bus. So throwing the black people under the bus, two more clips, and then we'll see if anybody turns up for the conversation. First, we go to Ejele Speaks, who speaks louder than before.
It paints all of us in a very, very bad light.
And by the way, in this clip, it's slamming Chimamanda Adichie, or whatever her name is. You know, the writer. Is this Rise of the Yellow Sun, or what book did she write? That Chimamanda that brought her into prominence. Anyway, he's responding to her.
It paints all of us in a very, very bad light, and for all kinds of reasons. And so it worries me very much. It worries me very much. You know, Igbo land has changed. People now have their wine carryings in Lagos and in Abuja. Not because that's their preference, but because they're terrified of coming back. And for me, it's a thing of not just sadness, but shame. You know, Igbo land, and this is obviously a region, not just a region I love, but a region I have studied.
All right.
But I've been interested, so I've read a lot about our history. And this is not who we are. Right? This is not who we are. This kind of senseless disregard for human life. So I do worry that it will get worse, yes.
What do you think are the triggers for all the atrocious things we're seeing around us?
Do you know, honestly, I've thought about this very often, and people will say life is hard, but life has been hard for many years, and Igbo people did not do this kind of thing. I think that there is a lot that maybe one can blame political activity for. You know, I think that if you incite certain things politically, in some ways you can open a box and something sort of leaps out that you can't put back in the box. Right? So but I don't think that I know for sure. It's something that has really puzzled me. In addition to
nwaanyị nke bụ eziokwu bụ na chi ga-ada tinye jara chi gị asa na ana chi gị wụrụ afọ na ana ị na-aza chi gị amanda chi gị daddy chachata daddy. You see this shameless woman. You see this shameless woman. Can you show us one single article you wrote condemning these people from when these atrocities started? From 2017, no? From when this thing started, their former members started shouting, this is what these people are planning, this is how they are going to do it, and this is what's about to come. Chigi Amanda, Chigi Daddy, did you for once try to investigate the organization Nnamdi Kanu floated, or have you for once called out Nnamdi Kanu for his atrocities and his crimes? Oh, people are not doing what they are not in their traditional marriages in Abuja. Really? Nana, you know? Nana, they break, you know, get shame. Useless woman. Like, why would you mention the problem and you don't talk about its origin and who is behind it? You are not trying to, something said it, and something got out of the back singing. And who are you telling? A fake intellectual. Fake intellectual. So you can't write a book on what is going on the southeast. You just follow the bandwagon. Now I want to pretend as if you don't know what's going on. Then who is responsible for it? Fulani herdsmen or Igbo herdsmen? Na Kohiri. Chigamanda daddy chacharishi. Anumpama. Like, where were you all these years? Where have you been? Foolish woman.
So that's Ejele Speaks right there, both barrels as always. So that's Ejele Speaks, speaking truth to his own kit and kin. So that's Ejele Speaks, speaking truth to his own kit and kin. Still staying within the Southeast region and speaking truth still to kit and kin. Now next, maybe last video. Watch this. Oh, this is not the last one. No, I'll play you one more after this. But this one's, but the totality of both of them is no more than 2 minutes. But
January 15, 1970 marked the end of the Nigerian Civil War, where General Yakubu Gowon declared no victor, no vanquished. With the acceptance of the Biafran conditional ceasefire, this declaration was supposed to usher in a period of reconciliation, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. For decades, the Southeast has continued to yearn for development and recognition, and have continued to complain of marginalization. Presidents have come and gone, but none of them have listened to the cry of the Southeast. For with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the vision is clear. A Nigeria where no region is left behind. He is a true unifier. No wonder he is the DK1 of Anambra, a title that not only reflects courage, but commitment to unity and progress. Yeah. President Tinubu has now created the Southeast Development Commission, a commission which is fully in operation and is set to unlock industrial development, empower entrepreneurs, and rebuild critical infrastructures from roads to schools to hospitals to erosion control. This transformation is designed to drive inclusive prosperity across all states of the Southeast. President Tinubu, the DK1 of Anambra, is not just a leader but a unifier. He is a man who understands that true greatness lies in building bridges, not walls. May President Tinubu succeed, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So there it is right there. There's not much more to add to that. So now this next clip, this one speaks to now the when Babangida created the 36 states. I think he was the last one to create states. It said that it was a mission accomplished, that that the country was now satiated with states. But Nigeria is never satiated with states. The complement of states that we should have in that country should be round about 50 to 54, just because of the size of the land mass. And if you look at let me actually bring up the Nigerian map. Let me bring up because you need to see where that argument is. Nigerian map. You need to see where that argument is in order then to get a full texture of where the conversation is. Let me just see which one looks that'll give me what I want. Let's try this one. Is it big enough? All right. All right. Oh no, I don't want you there. All right. So this is the Nigerian map right there. So if you look at the Nigerian map, you can see that the states are not yet completed. If you look at Abia State, for instance, if you look at just the geographical makeup of Abia State, or even Imo State, or even this one is also an Anambra State. Even look at the if I look at the totality of the Southeast right there, and then look at Niger State. If you look at Niger State, so if this little sliver that is the Southeast can have the complement of 5 states, and that little sliver that is the Southeast will fit in. So this is the that's the totality of the Southeast right there. Enugu, Anambra, Imo, Abia, and I think Ebonyi is there somewhere. It's so small, it's been swallowed up by. So that's the totality of the Southeast right there. You can move that and dump it into Niger State 3 times over. You can move that and dump it into your state, you get extra. Move that, dump that into Bauchi, you get 4 times over, etc., etc. So that is to tell, and really the argument is that this vast swathe. Look at Niger State, for instance. This gray area right there, that's all of Niger State right there. This vast expanse cannot be suitably governed from just one central space. Development, impact, etc., etc., cannot extend to the every nook and cranny or of this mass, unless it's broken up even further. So that is if you look at Plateau State, the same argument. Taraba, Borno, etc., Bauchi, even Sokoto. So all of these spaces is to tell you then that if you want real governance, Kaduna has to be broken into 2. So also there's a lot of states still to be created within the Nigerian firmament, and the argument then for the creation of those states is reaching crescendo and is being debated at the parliament. One of the stronger arguments is the creation of an Ibadan state, and here is that argument being put forward. Watch this.
Ebonyi 3.2, Ekiti 3.5, Gombe 3.9, Kwara 3.5, Nasarawa 2.8, Taraba 3.6, Yobe 3.6. If the new Ibadan state is created today, we have 4.2 million people. It's only Ibadan that have the largest number of research institutes in this country. We have that. The large area of land we have, just already just informing me now, is 28,000 square kilometers. So we are talking about having everything.
So there it is right there. And I think the argument is also pushing forward for the creation of an annual mass state. I thought I had that lined up. Annual or something or the other. Yes, here it is. Constitution review. Barau Fayemi Oshiomhole Daniel orders back the creation of Anoma state. So Anoma state, I think is that in the south. It says no fewer than 90 senators across party lines have declared their support for the creation of Anomia state. as the sixth state in the southeast region. So I'm not quite sure that the argument presents for an additional state. No, there's always an argument for additional states, but I'm not quite sure that that argument has further or has it's not substantial enough, at least not of equi substance of than the creation of an Ibadan state. Ibadan has 4 in excess million people. I'm not sure that the entirety of the southeastern region have 4 million people. So I'm not quite sure. Are they going to now? Does every street in the southeast now become a state the way it's been broken up? But no. The stronger argument is the creation of an Ibadan state, the breaking up of Niger State into about 3 more states, etc., etc. Because that's just a political whatnot. Wanted to create an Neoma state. What does that even mean? An Neoma state? There's no coherent, no congent argument for that. There's nothing that compels it in the manner that there's a compulsion for an Ibadan state. So that's that. So that's that. Is there anything else that I need to bring to your attention before we I'll send the link again. If you want the conversation, you hop on. If you want the conversation, you hop on. We play the Kegite music, see what happens after that. First, the Kegite.
You don't come Hapa oh night Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́nàmẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. So there it is right there. To the conversation, the erudite BT. So that's BT making it was once in a while appearance. It was a regular feature once upon a time. So that's BT right there, making a pit stop. So that's the erudite BT, the raconteur, that is Baba, and the expansiveness of the elegance of Zita right there. So those are the assembled. Still more spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. Anyone that wants to hop on. We'll go in the order that people came in. We go BT first. BT, kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ báwo ni bàbá tí look at that. I've always saying we'll be charging people hotel bills in this platform. If people just come here to sleep. Baba, are you there, Baba?
Yeah, one man. How are you?
Yeah, good to have you, Baba. It must be late where you are. Yeah, I can hear the tiredness in your voice.
It's just 10 o'clock, actually.
Oh, all right.
I hope you had a nice weekend.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Salutation to my co-panelists, BT, if you are hearing me, and also AI. And to the commentary people, I salute you. I wish you a very fruitful week. I see you, AB, Oga, Ayo, and a lot of the favorites in there. And I salute you. I just want to say, keep on shooting. And for our esteemed viewers, how are you? Welcome formally. I hope you've clicked the like button, and you've also subscribed if you haven't done so, and don't forget to share. Yes, one man. Let me start with Badenoch. Actually, I just want to touch on that an advisory, if I may put it that way, because there are several ways to approach a matter when it concerns Nigeria. So I want to just share my own experiences. I'm sure she encountered such difficulty because she might have been going the wrong way, maybe applying right into the Interior Ministry and stuff like that, maybe because of her status anyway. But what I've done, or I did in my own couple of cases I had, is if it's my son, once they bring the children down, for instance, what I just do is that, okay, you and your madam, you sit back. I take the grandchild or grandchildren with their minders. We go online first, try to fix up the passports, and we get an appointment. I try to fast track it and go to Ikoyi passport office with the children and their minders. And the thing is, if their mother is a foreigner, they demand a letter of consent from her. If the father is a foreigner, they will demand a consent letter. Which of the parents in Nigeria, you take the original passport along, and that's it. You get a passport for them. How do you identify a person more than the passport as a citizen? That's what I do. Even in the US, if you are back not in the US and your wife gave birth in US and they want a passport for that child so that they can come back, they still demand, in the US, they demand the consent of the father. You have to send your consent. So if you choose the wrong route, well, you will encounter encumbrances. So you just kind of cut to the chase, get them the passports. That's as simple as that. And the next topic, I think the main one, is the Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan case. I think she's just all bluster. She's not going to appear. And if she's being pushed by people like Dr. Obi or Aisha Yusufu to go there on that day, please let them take the lead or stay by your side when the tear gas starts spreading, so they will know what rioters encounter when they go on the streets. Because you don't do things, there are procedure. When you think you have your interpretation, your own spin to a judgment, and the other party is saying no, what you do is go back to the court that issued the judgment or the order or whatever, to file a motion and say, look, the other party is not obeying your order. It's as simple as that. It's the court that gave it. So it's to the court you return to complain. She's not doing that. She just wants to short circuit everything and think is brazen. She should go look into history and ask those that have confronted government before. She should go and ask. I just don't want to go into the extreme. She should go. I expect her to be foolish enough to appear there on Tuesday. And she will get her just desserts. I've not read the judgment, but those that have read the judgment consistently, all of them, the court said the Senate should consider. That's the word they use. Yanko used in that judgment. I've not read it, but everyone said the Senate should consider recalling her on other relief she sought.
Doesn't she parade herself around as being a lawyer? Does she not? Is she not a lawyer?
I beg. Lawyers are to a penny now. You see, all other relief she sought in that suit she filed, she lost everything. Is it the one that says, "Oh, I have the right to speak in the floor of the Senate"? And the judge said, Yanko said, "Yeah, you have the right, but you have to speak from your appointed seat." From your appointed seat, not from anywhere. They pointed that out to her. Then she said the ethics committee, the who suspended her did not give her a fair hearing. And she said, well, did you submit yourself to the ethics committee? You did not. So she lost all those relief, including the recall. And now she spin everything around. To use her own words, Nigerians are gullible and hungry. Because of the gullibility, that's why she went and she spin everything around. And those people are not thinking. They just followed because they cannot read or they are blinded by their biases. And you decide that did not favor you, you appeal because you don't want to apologize. It said, apologize to the court because the court gave the order that she will not say anything. The Facebook post, bring it down and then pay a 5 million fine. So you appealed because you know that if you apologize, those people you are riding on their gullibility will come after you, or it will diminish your political influence. You don't want to do that. This case will go up to the Supreme Court. Because if you read carefully the judgment, the woman assumed, that is Yanko assumed that the 6 months is legislative 6 months. Because legislative 6 months actually is 180 days sitting of the plenary out of the 365 days that makes a year.
Sorry, Baba. So the period that the parliament will be on recess would not count. So it will reset.
No, but you know, in our own case, they use the ordinary calendar. The Adara Modu has clarified that. In our own case, and there is a right that they put. They say even after that 6 months, if she refused to apologize to the Senate, she will not be recalled. That was their right from the word go. So even if the 6 months were to be complete tomorrow, without her apology, she will not be reinstated. She get this clear in her head. You cannot intimidate the machinery of governance. It's not possible. Who are you? those that are 1,000 times bigger are more influential than you have tried it in the past to their utmost regret. Because all these people that are egging you on will not be with you in Kuje prison. They can only maybe come to visit in the first few weeks and they will disappear. It has happened over and over and over and over. One person cannot hold the multitude to ransom. It's not possible. So I wish her luck. I can't wait till Tuesday. First thing I wake up, I will check the Nigerian news and see the treatment they give to her. She thinks she can confront the government. Oh, I don't know. That's how much I can say about that. I don't know if there are other topics.
I think she's probably wanting to go there just to cause ruckus. But do you want to speak to the Emir of Daura? More or less endorsing Tinubu. What did you make of that? The Emir of Daura.
As if he turned himself into a rapper. That's good. Well, I mean, who will not be elated or be very happy? Daura is the home of the former president. And here is a sitting president who went the whole hog to give him a befitting burial, a courtesy that son did not accord people like Shagari when Shagari passed. When Shagari passed, Buhari was not there. He didn't give him any special treatment. But here Tinubu was there, brought him back. And he did well. The president did well. So I can understand the queen of the emir. And they will not forget. Some people may say it's 2027 politics, but you don't play politics. You don't take something, if you don't have it in you, compassion, empathy, if you don't have it in you, you can't dispense it like that. You can only contrive. And it will show. It's like these photographs they take these days and they open their teeth as if that's not a smile. Everybody's just showing their teeth. They are not smiling. You look at the old black and white picture and you see people that are smiling, you will know, okay, this is a true smile, or this man or woman is laughing in the photograph. So it wasn't contrived, it was genuine compassion, felt the loss. And I'm glad Yusuf Buhari came to the chamber during the Defect meeting to thank the government and call the president my daddy. So one daddy is dead, another daddy is alive. How secure he is. Thank God for that. So Tinubu did well. So you can it's that same warmth. The Emir of Dara is expended for him. And for what's his name now? The Ekiti man, Dr. Fayemi. I think, well, he's an intellectual. I hold him in high esteem. And I want to think that he has more gumption than the Oshun guy, Aregbeshola. Because the politics of the Southwest is a very, very vicious one. Very, very vicious, violent when it comes to politics, when it comes to election. And whether we want to believe or not, the Wetier era of 64, 63, 64, 65 was one of the reasons of the 1966 coup. We know what went down in the Western region. In the Western region. So I fear for Aregbesola. And the wife is pulling his ears and telling him to desist from this path of destruction. So if they're looking at that, if Fayemi should look in that direction, and I think
sorry, Baba. Tinubu is not going to forgive him. Do you know he went against Tinubu in the primaries? Do you remember? He likes to do all this only on tech.
Even this insult and
yeah. I don't think he'll forgive him this second time around. Is what I was. It's going to have to deal with
it's
him.
not. He's crossed the line. Several lines he has crossed. Because if you remember, I don't hide my feelings. Being so maku, being so maku. So I have to say it like it is. When I went against Fubara, I hate people. Yes, I use the word hate that betrayed trust. Here you are, air conditioner repairer, contractor. Your mother took you to Alaja Mogaji. That's Aregbesola. Begging her to introduce him to her son. Alaja Abibat Mogaji did. And you were made a commissioner in a state where you do not belong. Lagos is not a state of origin. Like many others, he was made a commissioner. After that 8 years, they took you to your state of origin, Oshun, and made you a governor. Made you a governor. It's on record how you rolled in the ground, thanking Tinubu, singing his praises to the high heavens. And when you are finishing your second term, they said your chief of staff of 8 years should take over from you. And you refuse. You want your own candidate. You wanted to create your own godfather enclave in Oshun, just like your mentor, Ashiwaju. And they said, no, you can't do that. 2 rams cannot drink from the same bowl. That's the genesis of the quarrel. And he went ballistic. He went ballistics. And one of the bad politics of Buhari was Ashwaju did not recommend him for a ministerial position. Aregbesola, Ambode, not Fashola. Ashwaju did not go against the nomination of Fashola, but he pointedly went against the nomination of Aregbesola and Ambode. But Buhari made Aregbesola a minister. That's another 8 years layer of ministers. There are many like that. So for 24 years running of the Fourth Republic, 8 years commissionership, 8 years as governor, another 8 years as federal minister, you're sucking from the chest of the state. What else do you want? Chauffeur Dolongni. But like all Judas, we know how they end. And Aregbesola's end will not be different. Because I don't think even Tuba, there is no going back. He's crossed so many lines. Not with internet these days. So Fayemi should please tone down. I believe he has enough gumption If he doesn't want to play politics again, you are two-time a governor, 8 years ministerial, except he wants to go to the Senate. He can walk through that. But to go against your benefactor, that's a no for any reasonable person, for anybody of conscience, anybody with conscience. You don't do that. And I think I want to respect Fayemi's gumption that he has sufficiency of it not to do that. In the absence of any other topic, I think I will yield to the other panelists.
All right. There are other topics, but anybody that wants to come in. Is anybody else ready to go? I wanted you to speak to the additional state creations that is ongoing at the moment. So we saw in clip the argument for an Ibadan state, and we also saw in print the argument for an Anioma state. So, firstly, do you think the country is already satiated in terms of state creation, or do you think we need more states? If you think we need more states, how many more and where do you think they should be? So the arguments for state creation, they are pushing very much for an Anioma state, and I cannot see that there is a compelling argument for that. There's a political push for it, but there's no argument that coheres in terms of a fervent need. But you can see but there's an argument that there are in excess of 4 million people in Ibadan. And in places like Abia State, you can barely string together 2 million people, etc., etc. So where are you placed in this state creation narrative? And anybody else that wants to chime in can chime in as well. There's just a few of us at the moment.
Well, I think it's all nonsense, actually. Women, all this state creation, all these things, all nonsense. It doesn't make sense. What I believe Ashwaju will do, what people of my ilk will want him to do, is to restructure the country. It's just to restructure the country. All these states, that is all nonsense.
What form does that take? Devolution of power is essentially, is that what?
Resource
what
control, devolute power to the regions. It's devolute. Let's go back to where we are coming from. Because this trajectory, this journey, this lane on which we are, it's a journey to nowhere. It's a journey to nowhere. We've been at it since 66. It's not working. For the life of me, how can I have something? You take it to the middle and divide it for everybody. Why? Without me gaining anything or getting peanuts out of it. It doesn't make sense. Where we are coming from before, you are in control of your resources. Like in other climes who operate similar constitution. They control everything in there and pay something to the center so that everybody can progress at their own pace, in their own time, on their own steam. It's as simple as that. Because when you drag people along that are reluctant, this thing started right from independence time. It's a patchwork. 2 of the 3 regions wanted independence. The third one was not ready. The 2 are ready. And they said they had to reach a compromise. Okay, what do you want? Let's give this, let's give that. Let's have the independence now. Don't be afraid. You'll be taken care of. Even with the British tutoring them on how to take power. They ceded power to them. And look at what happened thereafter. So we have 70 states. If we like, let's have 80 states. It will not work. It's not like if the regions stand alone, there wouldn't be problem. You would think if there is a southwest region consisting of the 6 states right now, you would think I will not grudge the Ijebu man. The Ijebu man will not talk about the Ekiti man. But somehow, with the uniqueness of homogeneity of the people, things will work out because there will be understanding. For those who have progenitor, for those regions with common language, it will work out. And even those without a progenitor, a common language, they will still find a way. So it's a smaller space. And they know what to do with their resources. So to infrastructure is the thing. Jonathan missed this thing. Without confab, he did. It's still there. Buhari buried it, but somehow I know it will be in one of the drawers in Aso Rock. Let him dust it and look into it. We don't need a new constitution or anything. All we just have to do is just restructure the country as it stands. Because look at where we are now. Power coming to the south. 2 years into that, a certain part of the country is already kicking, woofing and puffing, threatening. They want power again. They want it by force and doing all manner of arithmetic to justify their position. That power must come back. I even had one of the elders saying they can't even wait for the 2 remaining years, that if it's constitutionally allowed, they can have election tomorrow.
Sir,
BT, you want to come in?
No, a quick question. Hold on, please. Forget them for a second. What about the people from the south that align themselves with them and that kind of believe, like Dele Momodu and others? What do you think about those people?
Well, was it Omokri or who said, or Olayinka, Larry Olayinka, Wiki's man? I think one of them allegedly said the ex-Waziri of Adamawa paid him for his services 500 million. So if they were to be believed for their allegation they made, is in there for the cash again. So it's not because they believe in what they are doing.
Because people like Kenneth Okonkwo, I was stunned when he made that doing that when he said only somebody from the north can beat Tinubu, and that if they give the ticket to Obi, it will waste the ticket. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought we were supposed to. I don't know when he just changed his mind, because I think it was a big Labour Obi supporter last year, a few months ago, and he's now yelling for.
BT, I'm happy. What he's doing to the obedience, I think, is getting a good measure of what he has supported before. You understand? A dose of the kind of medicine he was involved in dishing out to other people, they are now dishing it out to him. That is the beauty of the obedient movement. If I may, just for one fraction of a second, acknowledge that. So he's under heat at the moment, and himself doing a lot of funny arithmetic, and that is only a northerner that can defeat a southerner. Okay, bring it on, I say. And even right now, you can see pointedly that the obedient are breathing down the neck of the ex-Adamawa Waziri of Adamawa, that he should be a statesman. They are using all manners of this. If you follow the whole thing, it's so interesting. And I can see Atiku shifting in his chair, because he will run. And I said here prophetically that El Rufai may betray Atiku.
Can you explain how and why you will do that? Why
Okay,
will
this is my take. At the end of the day, Atiku will run on the platform of ADC. Obi will go elsewhere. They are still trying and struggling to keep the LP boat running with the new current NEC meeting they had and made the woman, Nenadi, their chairman. They are holding, but if that structure is not holding, PDP is there for him to run to, because PDP have sitting governors. And in every Nigerian election cycle, the governors are very important because they are the people with the money. Obi needs that money. And El Rufai is about 2031 politics. And if he reads the room properly and felt that staying with Atiku will hurt his 2031 ambition with the South, he may roll with Obi just for the optics. Campaign with him.
You don't see Baba, you don't see a scenario where he reverts back to the APC. I still see I still feel that El Rufai is somewhat of a Tinubu agent. It's not beyond the realms of imagination to see him revert back to the Tinubu fold.
And if he
that
does,
that would be hard though. That would be hard. Can somebody be that dirty?
He's a politician. Baba is a politician, right?
He is, but I mean, there's limits to human level of indecency.
Well,
don't you think so?
I mean,
to go back to APC in this present political cycle.
Yeah. By the way, those clamoring for P2B to go back to the PDP, I'm like, wait a minute. They pushed Atiku out. What chance do you really think Obi has in the PDP if it goes back to the PDP in the primaries? So I don't know where that came from or who is people that keep beating that drum of him going to the PDP. And I don't know who keeps saying that. It's everyone.
Baba T.
Yeah.
He got the advice from that madman now.
Okay.
No, I think it's Bode George that is arrowheading that particular narrative.
But Atiku left the party for Wiki and not this guy from or your state. He couldn't cope. So what chance does Obi have in the PDP is what I don't understand. What chance does he have in the PDP?
It depends. Look, in this thing, Wiki, as we speak, owns PDP, whether they like to admit or not. You understand? And Wiki is a servant. Let me use that word advisedly. It's a servant of Aso Rock. So if Aso Rock determines that Obi being in PDP will serve their purpose, Obi will be welcomed. Obi will be welcome and teleguided. Unknown to him, he will be teleguided because Obi is desperate. He felt he has a chance. But the only chance he has is being Atiku's vice president in this election coming 2027. Outside of being VP to Atiku, no, there is nothing.
But then
nothing.
One man play a clip when he said that he's only going to run for president. Right? One man, you played a video clip of him doing he was campaigning for somebody running for governor, right? Where he said he was only going to run for president, and that was it. So it's not even any room for being a VP to Atiku Baba. So,
yes, he said that.
Yeah, so I don't know if but that's what I've seen so far. That is only going for the presidency, not considering VP at all.
Well, like politicians, because I could see that people, human mind is very complex. I listened to Odekalu today. The things he said, I think he has forgotten that he's on record and says that if Obi team up with El Rufai, he will never vote for Obi. But listening to him today, it seems he has discarded.
Is he changing his tone?
He's changing his tone. And I could see also the person pushing actually Obi is Tanko. Tanko is pushing for Obi to be VP. But Aisha Yusufu, I don't think she's convinced yet. Dati Baba Ahmed is vehemently against it.
We both know why he is, because that means he's out. So he's fighting for his own political life.
But I believe genuinely in the things he postulated. He said, look, you already have 6 million votes, which I don't think is there as we speak. That 6 million have evaporated.
Can you give us a number? You said 6 million, he had 6 million the last time. So
yeah, I think it's just the 2.2 of the Southeast that is intact of all that 2.6 million, 6.1 or thereabout votes he got.
But
and if it's 2.2, yeah.
It's only Obi and Atiku ticket that can threaten Tinubu now.
Exactly.
So if they give, there are two ways. If they give the ticket to Atiku, and Obi agrees to be the vice president, and Obi finds a way of convincing maybe people like Aisha Yusufu and the rest, and that's all now. That would be a very strong threat to Tinubu.
Well, we all know that's the big ticket that can threaten Anshiwaju's second time.
Northerners that are rallying around Tinubu, I don't really trust them.
Yeah, of course.
So if Tinubu loses that base in the north, and Obi and Atiku claim the ticket, the only options that is available for him is the south. If he needs to go and spend 1/3 of all the resources in south to convince them, and then in southwest, just to improve the turnout. Because if you look at registered voter in the southwest and look at the percentage of people that are voting, you feel disappointed. In a place like your state, you have less than maybe 500,000 turnout. When you have over almost 1 million more, how can you be having 300,000, 400,000 votes from your state? So the only option we have is let him try and clean south by almost 70%, clean southwest by 80%. Then you should concentrate on north central, Kogi, Kwara, and Benue. All those things that are doing security in Benue, that he better goes there and stand there with them.
Baba,
then Taraba,
that CPC block of the APC, I think you should pay attention, because they're trying to break away to.
They've already broken away, though. I mean, who is left amongst the CPC?
There's nothing you can do to please those ones. They are like IPOB in the southeast. So
they are called Fulani. But let's bring Hassan into the conversation. Just paying cognizance to the fact that it's deep in the north. So Hassan, good to see you. What's this new look? I'm liking this new look. Are you trying to present like some sort of are you after a babe? What's this new look that you're wearing? What's that name? Is that some Aisha somewhere?
One man.
He has even changed. He said this thing has Valiant. Am I correct in the pronunciation?
Yes. No, it's always you've always gone with that now. Has Valiant, and then
okay. I've not noticed until now.
Yeah, I use them
interchangeably. To be carrying your platform name, Wazobia Dark Room, but.
Yes, I did not sign in with that account. I signed in with a different account. That's why the whole settings are different. So Baba T, everybody on the platform, Madam Zita, I all say good morning from here.
Morning.
Good morning.
I want to start from the Emir of Daura. He actually frightened Remi Tinubu. She was so confused. She didn't know what he was saying, and she thought maybe he was angry or something. Until somebody had to come to her ear and explain to her that she was just doing a little bit of politicking. Well, I would say that Tinubu did very well for President Buhari in his burial. The kind of attention that he paid to the family, to the people of Daura, it is only natural that the emir will be elated, and he would want to pay back the president with all, in Hausa there is a saying that says, kamar da karama alheri da alheri, that you should pay back goodness with even better goodness. So it's only natural for that to happen, and something has happened since Buhari died, and all after all these burial things and things like that. There has been a split between people in the north. There are some people in the north who take the stance that they will never forgive Buhari, and that whatever he did, they will never forgive him. And then there are the other side that says whatever he did, he's a human, that we should all forgive, since now he is dead and there's nothing we can do about it, and all that. Now, there is something particularly interesting about this that I think it's dividing the people in the north and how they are perceiving and thinking about whether to vote or not to vote Tinubu. And I think people who are sympathetic to the death of Buhari and his the whole legacy of his presidency and his life as a public servant have this sentimental attachment to the idea of a Buhari even in death, that they now look at Tinubu and see reasons why he has done very well, and that because of the honor he has given to Buhari, that they are going to vote for him in 2027. And it's all over, the Arewa social media. It's all over, some local channels who a lot of discussions have been had about that. And then Tinubu even went to Kano, refused to engage himself, embroil himself in all those confusion of the tussle of power. He averted all that and went to greet Dantata and to commiserate with his family or to condole them. And that too gave him some form of goodwill. Tinubu he's playing his cards right now very well. I mean, this is the kind of attention that people of the north, especially those who have, who are politically aware, are looking at. There has been a spate of appointments recently of northerners into this government. I think for the political class,
including IBB's son.
Yes, for the political class, this is their interest now being served. Of course. Up till now, up till the recent appointments, the North has felt left behind by Tinubu, and right now he's trying to, check those, I would say, mistakes in carrying the North along in his government. This 2027 is very interesting because even though I hear what Baba is saying and how Babati is chipping in and giving his own opinions, I think it's too early for us to accurately predict what will happen. And you see, this notion of saying that the North will not give the South the chance to do another 8 years. I think in this context, it's not applicable. What is applicable is within the party themselves. You cannot hold, you cannot hold an agreement within your party and then expect other parties, to follow that agreement. What happened with the APC happened with the APC. And in principle, that is how Nigeria has been run. But then, of course, if you are opposition, you are looking at the cold, hard political mathematics and how you can get into power. So you are not part top. That is not your problem. It's always a problem of the ruling party. I believe even if Tinubu were to be, defeated in the election, whoever comes into that seat, of course, any person that comes into power, they come with their own arrangement, and it will be the same. Erifai was saying something recently about how in principle during the last election, all the state governors in the north had to support Tinubu. They had to support him because that as governor, RFI was specifically saying that him as governor, that he was not representing his own interest as governor of Kaduna State. He has to embody the principles of Sir Ahmadu Bello, Tafawa Balewa, Mala Aminu Kano, that okay, since a northerner has finished ruling, the power should naturally go back to the south. Now, he did that. He gave everything to Tinubu, and then he was rewarded with humiliation and all that. So, in his mind, there is nothing that is holding him back to, pursue his own political interest. You see, this thing with politics and expecting that people will give you space to just do what you want and gain power, that is not how it is done. Really, you have to play your cards well, and if you know that you can go out there, have enough influence and gather a coalition that will give you what you want, you just go ahead and do it. It's something that I don't know how to explain it more than this, but there is an understanding in the north about political power that is so cold and calculating brutally to the point of influence and gaining that power. So as far as it is what concerns power, northerners will always approach it like that. So it will seem like there is some bad intention. Oh, no. It's just about the power and gaining influence. And that is the game that Atiku is playing for him, who has left the APC since before 2019. Of course, his realities are different from what is happening within the APC. Nobody within the APC from the north is saying that, okay, let the power come back to the north. No, it's not like that. So that's the way politics is played. This is democracy that we say we are practicing. So let's just practice it without losing the fundamentals and just expecting that if you have ambition, that others should just give it to you, give you the space to just do what you like, so that you can take it easily. No, it's never going to be like that. It's always going to be that you have to do your homework, do the hard work, unite the country, deliver, and then you have, what to come back to the people and say, okay, this is what I have done, this is what I have done, this is what I've done, and then ensure that and then people will listen to you and then vote you. That's how it is done. And Tinubu understands this. If he does understand this, then good for him. We'll see how far he would go in 2027. Because as it stands right now, I think he has a good chance of getting sentimental votes from the north, especially from Buhari.
Do you think that sentiment will hold all the way through to 2020? 2027 is still at least nearly 2 years away.
It depends. It depends on how Tinubu manages, and manages to keep the narrative about him positive. Since it is positive now, he can and he can, manage to keep that narrative positive by, essentially engaging more with the north and doing the things that will make northerners feel carried along. I think that is his challenge. Now, I know in his camp he would have people who will give him the advices that he needs to hear and how to interact with the north better. Will he agree? That's left to be seen, whether if they give those policies, and of course they are politicians, so they will like to, push him to act in certain areas or things that he will do that are in their own interests too. So let's wait and see how he manages this goodwill from now till 2027. It is doable, and if he's as political savvy as he is, I think it is doable. It just depends on how he chooses to move forward right now.
All right.
If I may comment, there is a big elephant that is a denominator in the coming election of 2027. That's man Kwankwan. So where do you think he will perch at the end of the day? In whose camp do you think he will perch?
You see, the thing with Kwankwaso is that he is playing a different game from most of the politicians. Now there are three types of politicians that we have, essentially: those who are active right now in the game, and those who were active before but now have lost political power and influence. And then there are a very few people who have already captured a significant amount of influence and power, to the point that they can appoint surrogates and continue to rule and put influence and dominate their political space. A little bit of that was what Tinubu did in Lagos, and of course, Konkoso has demonstrated that he has a stranglehold politically on Kano that good. So the way he is looking at it is not from the desperation of say an El Rufai who has gone out of political power and is trying to get in. Is different, of course, from the governors or the ministers who are in government now. Konkoso has seen all and done all, so he is strategic. Konkoso is one politician that would only serve his own interest. I can assure you of that. He is not committed to one side, because he wants to see what the climate will be like when push comes to shove, so that he will choose the winning party. That is just it.
All right. Talking about choosing the winning party, how is the new now coalition? How is that playing out in the north? How are they responding to it? Does he have any legs?
Well, there are silos of people who think this doesn't change anything, but there are a lot of people who are also anti-Tinubu. I cannot overemphasize this. A lot of Northerners are anti-Tinubu because they feel the economy, and the inflation and all this is very bad. So this thinking that anything but Tinubu, of course, also prevails. But right now, because we don't know who is going to be the flag bearer of that party, and who is going to stand and face Tinubu, I think people are just reserved and relaxed to see who gets that ticket, and then I would see how that turns out, actually. But I think what is important is
what are you permutating to that space? Because a lot of the permutation still lands on an Atiku Obi ticket, and Obi, of course, he's been going around telling everybody that he's going to be on the ballot to be president. So, what's your permutation? What ticket comes out to threaten the central space out of the ADC?
I think the ADC is, but that's just my assumptions based on what I have seen so far. I think the ADC is happy that people in the APC keep thinking that it is going to be Atiku and Obi, and that it is going to be Atiku for president and Obi for vice president. I believe that may not necessarily be the case, and they are waiting until the last minute to put that candidate out. But yes, it could be Atiku and it could be Obi. But if it is not Atiku who will be president, I'm very sure they would have zoned that seat to a southern president, and that could be.
If it's not Atiku Hassan, then it's just the whole thing falls apart. There's nobody else that will worry the central space apart from Atiku in that coalition.
Well, not necessarily. Just the way you see, Tinubu was able to sit behind and encourage Buhari and others to take power. Atiku could play that role too if he wishes to do so, and it is possible that before they do and present their candidates, others will make the case against him that he may agree to step down. If he does agree to step down, then there is a higher chance of the government. Because me, the way I see it, if ADC gets a southern, candidate, and that it will serve them a lot more better than actually getting Atiku. Atiku is not he is influential, but he is not as effective as people take him to be in the south. I think he is dispensable.
Why not factor in Amechi in your discussion?
Yes,
in
that's
case they
another
zone it
option.
to the south.
Yes, and if they zone it to the south, there is a higher probability that Amechi gets that ticket before Obi. A very high chance of Amechi getting that ticket before Obi. So
if he goes to the delegates, Amechi will beat Obi now. Obi doesn't know how to. It doesn't know how to primary now.
Yeah, so we'll see that. We'll see how it plays out. But if it gets to that, I think Amechi would beat Obi, because Amechi would be more acceptable. Obi can only get the votes of other regions if he is attached to, say, an Atiku as vice president or whoever. But on his own, I think he would just do well in the southeast and maybe Edo State, because something about Edo State and Peter Obi, they just love that man. So we'll see how that goes. But I think the whole thing is just too early, to start worrying about this and that. But it's going to be an interesting battle to see how everybody does, really.
Take us to the headline on the screen, Hassan. Is this getting any traction where you are? Farouk Paroge apologizes to Aisha Buhari. It was all over the space just as early as 2 days ago that Aisha Buhari had divorced Buhari before he passed on. But the person that actually put that storyline out has now come to somewhat giving a qualified reversal of that narrative. Is that playing out? Are people angry about this, or is it just a bit of nonsense?
Yes, and the people in the north who read, like everybody on social media, they've been condemning that, because this professor of journalism in America, he doesn't have common sense. Like, even if it were true, how insensitive can you be to, at the most vulnerable state that the family and the woman is, for you to just begin to break this kind of news? And he just wants to be in the news by any means necessary. He's that kind of Nigerian professors that believe their own what would I say, fantasies, and because this is not the first time that Berogi has been writing jargons, and the things he imagines is the reality. You come and write it and then expect applause and all that. He is one of the people that did malign Buhari from the start of his administration till he died. He never relented. So, and in this space of Nigeria, the kind of things we allow is quite different, because the repercussions are not as heavy. If he were to do something like this in the US, that he is the kind of suing that they will sue him, he will never do something like that. And to think that he's a journalism professor is just unfortunate, how we Africans choose to play politics. It's very unfortunate.
Unkind court. Very, very unkind court. Honestly, I'm upset. How could you be so insane? And he is married to a Fulani woman too.
Of course he is. Of course he's a Nupe guy. This Berogi is a Nupe guy. He had worked in Daily Trust before. He knows Buhari, and Buhari even knows him, because when Buhari was not was not in power, before he got to power, when he was just sitting idly in Kaduna, the only thing that he does is read newspapers. That is where he became. That's why he knows all these Adesina, all these Keyamo, because they write consistently on Nigerian dailies. So Buhari actually knows Berogi, and somehow I think Berogi thought that Buhari would take him along somehow, because he's a good writer. But I think his writing is just too imaginative, and he, sacrifices facts and realities for cheap attention. and obviously Buhari did not do anything with him, and maybe that got him peace, because all of us in Nigeria, it is most of us in Nigeria, it is our personal egoistical interest that drives us. So unfortunately, even though he's a professor, he has fallen into that pitfall, and I hope he does better. I hope he sees consequences to his action and learns, because this is unfortunate. Nobody should have to, face this kind of nonsense that Birogi did.
All right, take us to the Badenoch space. I could see you commenting in the comment section earlier. So Kemi Badenoch, yes again, sacrificing Nigeria for her own political journey.
Well, there is this thing, even if you are interacting with people at an individual level, if you were to meet somebody today and that person begins to, disparage his family, his father, maybe his mother, the people who are supposed to be sacred to him, who are supposed to be close to him, naturally you would become irritated by that kind of behavior, and you are not likely to trust or to be at ease in that person's presence. There is something foul, something socially and morally unacceptable to to interact with such kind of a person and take them as honorable people, because they don't respect their roots, they don't respect where they come from. So whatever she is looking for, and going to Oyinbo channels and disparaging Nigeria and saying this and saying that, thinking that it's a shortcut. Whatever fame or office that she's going to get is going to be short-lived, and she's going to regret what she is doing now. She looks as like the way she's doing it, and this is her strategy. And it has, garnered her some support from, it is only extremists and racists who would, like to go with her, because, this is the archetype of the farm, slave farm, what do they call those intermediaries in slave farms that want to, that associate and become hypocrites to their own people, and go to the slave master and tell him.
Uncle
and this is
Tom.
what
They call them Uncle Toms in
yes.
But in our own case, it's Auntie
Sally.
Jemima.
And
Yeah.
Sally.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate. Well, God gives us time. In Hausa they say Allah yana arawa mutum lokaci. So God gives you time, and he gives you a platform, and then he borrows you time. So what you do with that time is all entirely upon you. If you use that time and platform for garnering positive energy and using it well for the benefit of you and your people or humanity, that is what you see in your future. But if you associate with the platform that God gives you with negative energy, and disparage, hurt, discriminate, prejudice others, so when God collects back his time, you are going to see the consequences of your action. She's going to suffer those consequences. Whether she becomes prime minister or not is immaterial, but her legacy will never be the legacy that will be inspiring for any African. So it will be an unfortunate waste of public service to not be proud of the people where you come from, and accept them the way they are, and defend them like any other decent human being would do. You only see this amongst people in sub-Saharan Africa mostly. You never see this among most Middle Easterners. I mean, everybody should be proud of where they come from. It's just unfortunate, and especially that she's a Yoruba woman. This is not like uncommon, even though she's Yoruba only in name, but you know that of course that culture has not been inscribed into her life. So it is what it is, man. It's just hurtful to see somebody in Nigeria and go on CNN or BBC and disparage Nigeria. I know she must have gotten a lot of things that Nigeria has done to her positively, whether directly or indirectly, even though her political strategy will never allow her to say anything good about Nigeria. Well, it is what it is. We'll see how that turn out to be.
All right, take us to the state creation space, Hassan. Firstly, are you of the thought that Nigeria still needs additional states? And if Nigeria do need additional states, where do you like to see them? And do you buy into the argument that the Southeast needs an additional state, which, in terms of the geographical mass of the space of the place, you cannot see where that state comes in? So, do you have any thoughts on the state creation debate ongoing?
Really, I don't, because a lot of our states are not even viable as they are now. And it is the center that almost does everything. And it's just unnecessary, creating unnecessary problems and solving them by creating a state. If you create a state in the southeast, it changes nothing. So I don't even care whether it's the southeast or in the north, where there is land. There is no need for any state. Not now. Not now where we are, in all the indices of development. What should be every governor's priority, wherever that government is within the confines of Nigeria, should be, how to quickly develop, and especially our education, and a generation of people that will come and push, the subnational, area systems, get it going and serving the common man. If we can do that, such that development begins to, get to every nook and crannies, and the welfare and the standard of living of our people, increases to such a point that we can begin to see why organically we need to create more states. But as we are now, no, there is no reason to want to create more states. I think it's just a political distraction. You are not solving anything if you create an Anioma state. Are the Aniomas Igbos, or they are a different
No, it is a mixture. The Anioma actually is like an acronym. A stands for Aniocha, N for Ndokwa, I for Ika, and I think O is Oshimile, Ma is for the earth. That's Anioma. So those are the people that have come together to form that state. The people of Aniocha, Ndokwa, Ika, and Oshimile.
Are they Igbos?
The Ika, some of them are Igbos. Aniocha, Asaba, partly Igbo, and Oshimili are pure Edo something, the Yoruba dynasty and stuff like that. But the other ones are Aniocha, Ndokwa, Ika, so they are semi-Igbo.
All right. So if they were to get the state right, it would have to be one ethnic group that would be in power at a particular time. So you see, we keep pushing and pushing and pushing, and I just feel the way you just explained them to be like they live at the intersection of where the Igbo speaking people actually end, and where other that like a meeting point of sorts of cultures. I believe that they are sufficiently, integrated into the culture of such of the Southeast region that they may pass as Igbos themselves, or maybe to the Edo side they may pass as Edo people themselves. So I don't think it is necessary, because if you are like the Oshomoles, then you are more likely to have an Edo identity, and if you are like the Aniocha, or what did you call them, then you're more likely, and the Ika, you're more likely to fall back and participate in the Igbo identity. So there is no reason why that should happen. If that is the case, if you argue that if you go to places like Taraba, Adamawa, Borno, where you have hundreds of languages within a very like in Adamawa, they have a lot of languages, more than 100 and different, but if you group them and fundamentally their culture, are one, even though the tongues may differ, but the way they look at life, their philosophy, their traditions, their behaviors, and how they interact with others, the identity is there. So everybody should feel a sense of belonging and just adjust, and there's no need to just be spending money unnecessarily, because now if you create a state with this federal system of government, we are just wasting money. We should aim to be more prudent and more effective. I would personally love to see Nigeria abandons this presidential system and adopt a more effective and efficient system like the parliamentarian system of Great Britain. You see all these unnecessary senators we have and a House of Assembly. Everybody should just we should have a house that we get maybe at most 100 representatives representing the regions of Nigeria at most, and a prime minister is enough. At the subnational level, get somebody to act in that state, and that's all. We should not be having this expensive, unnecessary, burdensome kind of system. I hope if there is going to be a constitutional review, that one of the very important things that we should do is to abandon this American presidential system, because it does not serve us at all. We keep complaining about money not being enough for anything, and that's one of the high unnecessary things that look at our current expenditure. So almost more than 70% year after year after year, and that money is being spent on ineffective ministries, departments, and agencies that it's just draining the resources of the country dry without delivering anything good for the people. So we should change that, really.
All right. Hassan, I'm going to show you two images now, and I want you to spot the difference. So I want you to make sure your eyes are fully focused. So here is the first image. Can you see that? So that's the first image right there. So that's the first image, and this is the second image right here. Can you spot any difference?
Well, it's Femi Fani-Kayode.
Yes, he has married another one, which is exactly the same as the last one. So that's the image on your screen now is the new wife now. Absolutely no different from the last one. Just married maybe 2 days ago.
Oh, that's nice. I'm happy for him.
Yeah, but why did he get rid of the last one if he wanted exactly the same thing?
I don't know for that man.
Both are from Southeast.
I don't know for that man, but you see, he's somebody that I see like he has this eccentric thing with his life. And if you hear most of the time when he has discussions, the things that he tends to discuss about is bordering on conspiracy theories and things like that. I'm not sure if this man is completely sane. No,
he has a drug, at least he had a drug habit, didn't he?
I don't know about his personal life.
No, it's documented now. He went to Ghana for treatment. He says it all the time himself.
Oh, really? Oh, then that explains it then. That explains it a lot, because from a distance, the way I observe him,
he also had Bianca Ojukwu.
Really?
Yes, when they were at Cambridge together, he used to lift her legs up.
How come Ojukwu now came and gave him uppercut and took her away?
No, that was back in the day. Now students, something. But it was Bianca or not then,
Yeah, but like he has good taste. Like, and there's nothing bad in an African man, enjoying his life. So more power to you.
If you look at Bianca Ojukwu, his ex-wife and the new wife now, is still exactly the same person. There's no difference.
Yes, there's this thing with human beings. If you look at Kanye West,
those yellow pawpaws from the south, that's what they like.
So that's his taste. Like, everybody has their own taste. That's his own taste. There's nothing wrong with that. And they are tall, beautiful women, of a certain variety.
Is it unfair though that this guy who will be well in his 60s should be collecting all these young girls and just
How is it?
The age difference is too wide.
You
FFK
use
is
them for
getting
about 2
close to
years and get rid
70.
of them. Yeah.
No, 70 to 29-year-old young woman.
Baba, I don't really
But
look
you're
at it
saying
that
that,
way.
look at Mick Jagger now. He just married a 37, he's 81. He married a 37-year-old woman.
Yes, I don't really look at it that way. You know, we are Africans, and unlike well, the world has changed. Like even the culture of the world is changing, especially in supposedly developed countries. But the fundamentals of human social interaction, especially what women aim for and what men aim for, are different, but they complement each other in practice, in the sense that a woman always looks up and higher, to marry higher, such that she gets into a better, and better position in the society, where there is more wealth to take care of her and her needs and her children. A man always looks and down the ladder to get a woman, and men are always looking to get younger women, because as you grow, or as you are growing older, you are more attracted to that.
Side chick, fine. As girlfriend, fine. But 40-year gap as a wife, you just want to worry yourself for nothing.
Well, I don't know. I don't know his personal arrangements with them, but that's his life. If he chooses to live like that, it's left to him. I don't really care. But I can appreciate his test.
You know where my concern is, and I thought we'll only speak about it for a minute or so, because I still want to hear from you regarding Natasha Akpoti. But where my concern is, this big wide age chasm marriages. Like another one is Nedumoko and that girl, whatever her name is. By the time God grant them long life, but by the time they're either just completely vegetated or even passed on, those girls will still be in their prime. If you look at that girl that Nedumoko married, for instance, he would have been long gone, and she would still be in her late 30s.
What about the Nwanyanwu's widow? Look at the controversy.
Are they not fighting over
but one man? But one man, look at it.
Said she cannot marry. If she remarries, she will lose everything.
Look at
and
it
she's
this
just
way,
40 something.
But their lives are set. Those women, their lives are set, and the children will not have to look for anything else in their life. And if you are the man and you die and you are gone, if you die, it's over. So why do you care? As long as you have done your duties and roles efficiently, protected, provided for your family, and everybody is doing well, and you go leave a legacy, there's nothing wrong with that. Me, the way I see it, because like my grandfather, up until like I reached like 10, 11 years, my grandfather had kids. I had uncles and aunties.
You're younger than you.
I'm older than them. I have uncles and aunties, like my dad's junior and senior junior and brothers and sisters, who I'm actually older than right now. They are there. Like my grandfather had like 40 something children. So even when we're growing, so up until he died, he had 4 wives, and every year at least two children will be born in his house. So it's just our way of life. There's nothing wrong with it too. And I completely accept it. If God gives me long life and I am well to do, believe you me, I will live my life as close and traditionally as possible as I can.
Come on.
Yeah.
Every that passes in front of your house will be meet Adero Guni. Look at this guy.
Why are we here now? That's part of the reason why.
Sometimes I envy that life, but then some, the only place that I somewhat recall from it is not even the affordability, but it's the impact, it's the attention. So if you have 40, 50, even let's say 7 children, how are you able to impact them as a father in a way that you should impact them? Because there's a difference between a guardian can pay for food and accommodation, but then the father will impact that fatherly whatnot. How do you impact on so many children from a
You see,
fatherly?
well, the model that actually works, because I believe what you are trying to say is that giving that getting that emotional connection with all your children at a very personal level, such that you infuse the necessary discipline, and you give the right example, that they turn out to be good, productive members of society. And it is true, you may not necessarily have all the energy if you are very, very old, but if you are your brain is working and we are fine mentally and physically, what actually happens is that children will learn from the example you set, the things that you do, how you live your life, how honest you are, how honorable you are, how you interact with others. They are seeing how you behave, and they are modeling how their life will be after you. So it is the examples that you give actually that's what essentially matters in the African setting, and how you interact with the outside world. So children will learn from what you do, not necessarily all those. Yes, and the emotional connection at a personal level, that you can do too. I don't think 40 is high for somebody who is dedicated to his family to actually have a good relationship
How do
with
you
them.
remember all their names? That's the thing.
You remember now
Is that
one man
Omo Kombe? One child there, come here. One child there. Omo Kombe.
Okay, look at it this way. If you go back to history and look at how human beings have lived their lives, like in rural settings, usually there is an estimated social cycle of around 4,000 to 5,000 individuals that you know very, very well. Like that's how many people you usually are connected to socially if you live in a typical rural setting. Now 4,000 to 5,000 is a lot, and you can really accommodate maybe 50 children and maybe 10-15 wives in your 90-year life, to just have them very close to you and interact with them at a personal level. So it's not that big of a deal, though. It's not as big of a deal as you take it to be, because I have grown in this kind of environment, and I have seen that it is an effective manner to raise children, because you can have because after every two maybe 4 years, you'd see that your children will come in pairs. So there will be those who are, say, who were born this year and last year. So those ones will be pairs. Then after another 4 years, another pair will come. Then after, so you would have them in groups, and they are growing like that. So if you want to interact with them, you interact with them in groups. So it's not something difficult to. That's how it's been done for a long, long time in the north. If you go to the family family households and in palaces too, that's the same model, and it works. It's not, if you do what is right, your children will come out fine.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well, if you are a product of that model, then certainly it does work. So you're certainly a good example. I want to take you to Natasha Akpoti, but before I take you to Natasha Akpoti, I want to see if Zita is there. She's saying she's back, but she's not yet unmuted to chime in. And Zita, are you there to chime in? Do you want to?
I'm here.
Yeah, we were waiting to hear from you. I called you earlier, actually, but why is your voice so low this time? Are you tired?
No, I just woke up. I just had my bath. I'm dressing up.
All right, Pele. So we're talking about a whole myriad of stuff. We're talking about Kemi Badenoch yet again throwing Nigerians under the bus. We were talking about Farouk Parogi throwing Aisha Buhari under the bus. We were talking about actually the creation of new states. There's a push for an Ibadan state, as there is a push for an Neoma state as well. And we were speculating as to which has the stronger argument. And then we were also, now the last conversation you were hearing, we were talking about Femi Fanikayode, who has gone to shop at the same supermarket, replacing exactly the wife he got rid with her twin sister. So more or less. So we're talking about all those.
Okay. Let me start with the first one now. Kemi, what did he say? What did she say? What is she complaining about this time around?
No, she was just actually. You can hear her in her own words. It's just like about a minute or so. Hear her in her own
Other
words.
countries that are Muslim, they don't tolerate this sort of stuff. They don't tolerate this sort of stuff. And I talk about how we are allowing our tolerance to be exploited. We have people pretending, for instance, to be homosexual so that they can claim asylum, and then they go on to get married and have children. They're abusing the laws that we have. We have people who go through false conversions. They come to the parish priest, they're very excited. Oh, these Muslims want to convert to Christianity. They convert so that they can claim asylum and say, if I went back to my country, I'd be persecuted. This is exploitation of a system that was not designed for this sort of thing. We have to be honest about that.
So you say to somebody who's coming from Nigeria and wants to create a little mini Nigeria in Britain.
No, that is not right. And Nigerians would not tolerate that. That's not something that many countries would accept. There are many people who come to our country, to the UK, who do things that would not be acceptable in their countries. It's virtually impossible, for example, to get Nigerian citizenship. I had that citizenship by virtue of my parents. I can't give it to my children because I'm a woman. Yet loads of Nigerians come to the UK, stay for a relatively brief period of time, acquire British citizenship. We need to stop being naive, and that's why under my leadership we now have policies to make it a lot harder to just get British citizenship. It's been too easy. It's basically a conveyor belt. We want people who have who want to come to our country to be net contributors, not people who will immigrate and then need welfare, need social housing. That's not right because they haven't paid into the system. So there is a lot that I'm changing on policy that is suitable for the times we live in. We could get away with these things before the era of mass travel, before mobile phones, before small boat crossings. There's just the global mass migration which we're seeing that's very destabilizing. They didn't have that in the 80s and the 70s and the 90s. We need rules that work for today.
Kemi Badenoch, pleasure to have you on.
So those sort of stuff, as ever as slaughtering Nigeria.
I don't think there is anything wrong in what she said, but just one thing, that I don't think she was open enough to tell us why. All she said about immigration is accurate, is perfectly right, but the thing is that people will view it differently because they see her as somebody who is coming from another country, somehow is living in another country, the parents came too, and blah, blah, blah. But what she says is everything has time and season. So the time of globalization, I think, is not working. It's not working. It's kind of creating a lot of chaos because people come to your country, they lie to come into your country, and when they come, they get your citizenship. Taking the citizenship of a country, it simply means that you are them. You want to be them, you want to behave like them, you want to live like them, but that's not working. These people come to your house, they want you to do them. It doesn't work that way. But coming to the part of that she didn't get, they didn't give her children citizenship because she's a woman. I don't know where the heck she got that one from. And Nigeria is a country that allows dual citizenship, and they give citizenship by descent. And then, according to our section 25, her children has the right to apply. But the thing is that under section 25, there is clauses. She should tell us the clause that affected her children that made Nigeria not to give them citizenship. She cannot just come and say, they didn't give her citizenship because she's a woman, them citizenship because she's a woman. One of the clauses is that at the time of birth of that children, are you still a Nigerian citizen? If not, those children will not be given citizenship. There are a lot of clauses about pattern of them under that descent, citizenship by descent. So if she can do us a lot more good coming out clean to tell us which of the clauses that affected her children. I think she will be making a lot more sense to people, and people will learn from her case. Next topic, one man, please. Emir of Daura, what did you say about him?
No, he was endorsing Tinubu, but there's one particular topic that you may or may not want to speak to, which is Barack Obama telling us that everybody that every child must be brought up by a homosexual or something. Did you see that?
Oh, God of mercy. I don't know what he meant by that. Maybe he will explain to us. Maybe he's a homosexual now, so he brought his
You know
children.
that's being speculated anyway. You know, with all of the controversies, with all of the
And he's doubling down on it. So if he's a homosexual, that means he should. If he says every child must be raised by homosexuals, so that means he was a homosexual, and then he raised his 2 daughters. That's okay. That's just simply what he's telling us. If every child must, the word is must, be raised by homosexuals. So that
I'm trying to get to the clip, but this thing is not letting me. But carry on.
That means he mostly raised his children because he's a homosexual. So, I beg, next topic. We'll be talking about.
All right. We were also talking about the creation of new states. So we're talking about that.
And what did Emir of Daura do? You complained about.
Oh, the Emir of Daura was endorsing Tinubu, chanting his name, saying that Tinubu for 2027, which we can extrapolate and project. Then that Buhari left word that Tinubu must,
No, if I have anything to say on that, all those traditional rulers shouldn't be involving themselves in politics, but they do anyway. Because in their kingdom, they have a lot of other parties that are there. But if I want to respect his thought and his outburst, because I would call that an outburst, I will say that I think he may be probably excited, trying to show kind of a thank you to Tinubu, the way he respected the corpse of Buhari. Those people people from the north, they actually do not throw away such things. They don't. When you do that for them, they actually do remember. They're not like us. If it is us, then we say, and so what? They will remind all the bad things Buhari has done and how worse Tinubu is. But to them, Tinubu actually went to London to take the corpse of Buhari. That's a lot of respect. That's a lot of respect. Nothing stops him from sending or from telling them, okay, fine, bring him, let the families bring him home. But he sent his vice president, technically going there to lift his body and bring it to Nigeria and then buried him. That's a lot of respect for a man like Buhari and for somebody who is highly respected in the north. Maybe that's why the guy was very excited. If that is going to play out well for Tinubu in the election, I don't know. But one thing I know the north for, things like this, they don't forget. That's all I can say. Things like this, they don't forget. But him shouting on camera, Buhari 2020, he's a traditional ruler. He shouldn't be doing a thing like that. But let me use this to maybe ignore his outburst. Next topic.
All right. A topic that I think may be well close to your heart, the creation of new states. So the argument going on, I think it's actually even in process now because it's with the parliament now and it's been heavily discussed. So the parliament very much in favor of the creation of an annual state. But what the conversation is that out of all of the needs for new states is annual should it be at the top of the list because there are more spaces and better arguments for other states to be created before that? And this is one of the arguments. Watch this.
Ebonyi 3.2, Ekiti 3.5, Gombe 3.9, Kwara 3.5, Nasarawa 2.8, Taraba 3.6, Yobe 3.6. If the new Ibadan state is created today, we are 4.2 million people. It's only Ibadan that have the largest number of research institutes in this country. We have it. The large area of land we have just already just informing me now is 28,000 square kilometers. So we are talking about having everything. We have everything.
So a lot of people argue that there's a stronger argument for the creation of an Ibadan state and even the Southern Kaduna state than there is for an Anioma state, or because that region is already saturated with states anyway, and more than is necessary for that landmass.
Okay. Who said there is more argument for a better argument for Ibadan state than Anioma?
Logic says it.
Actually, you are the one saying it. But let me say this. You see, I really do have issues with us. I keep saying it. If you can sit down, somebody can sit down, we can sit down in our corner and we say that we do not actually believe that Nigeria is up to 230-something million people. Now you are relishing on the number of people that are calling out for Oyo State. You are happy that dozing out that number. So that actually makes you feel they are qualified to have a state. But let me say this. Aniocha State, actually, it was supposed to be Olash State. It started long ago during the time of Aton Seribe. That thing was a little of Bini, a little of Delta, a little of Imo, a little of Rivers to form that, and a little of Anambra actually to form that state. It wasn't going to be out from, I think they want to carve out all those areas that speak Igbo and Igbo-like languages and put them together, which include Uguta, and prove that their Igbos are not actually very central, and equate them and put them together to create that state. But there has been a problem on it in the name. Today they call it Anyosha. The next day they said it should be Rash because Rash crossed them. But to be fair, if we are talking about politics, and which is one of the reasons most times states are being created, if there is any region that needs a state, it should be Southeast. There should be 6 because they are the only one that is 5. Now, let me say this. I noticed that
Do they have the geographical space for
before I lose my thought, one more, please. I noticed that I've been following that thing right from when I was in high school. I noticed that any time that topic is being brought up, people around Nigeria, they run waka, 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 waka. Everybody wants a state. That Aniocha state has been there. It's been on the table even before states like Zamfara, Ekiti, blah, blah, blah. Bayelsa was created. I won't be surprised if Nigeria will create another state without creating that 6th state for East Southeast. Reasons I don't know. Why they're doing that, I don't know. Actually, personally do not care. Why did I say I don't care? We have people in that Congress that will push for that state. Push it with their hands. When they want to collect all those they are in Guje from president to do 1 or 2 things, that should be one of the things they have to put on the table as their own in Guje. But are they doing that? No, they're not doing that. Then come to the Southeast themselves. As I said before, States are not created because of the landmass or because of the population, because most Nigerians have come to your platform here to write out that they don't believe we are up to 200 million. Wherever they got that one, I don't know, but it is what it is. But for somebody to now come and be telling me that they should create state because of the number of land or number of individuals in a state, it sounds like contradicting yourself, but that's okay. States are actually created politically to suit some political intentions. Same with local government. So if Southeast want to walk into that political manipulation, probably they should play their card well. They should try and disintegrate themselves
Sorry, Zeta,
and get what they want.
Where are you going to carve that Neoma state ourselves? Because I've brought the map up, and there is nothing within.
You didn't hear what I said.
No, I heard what you said. That it's not so much the it's not so much it's not so much the landmass. It's the politics. But the politics doesn't lend. If you're talking about the politics, there's more of an argument for a southern Kaduna state than there is for any other state in Nigeria. And just because of the sharp divide in terms of religiosity in that space. But if you're talking about the real purpose of states, which is to bring development closer to the people, then there's no argument to say that there is an additional southeastern state satisfies that, because there's already an abundance, unless, of course, the argument is to widen one construct. You'd have to take from
one man.
The land mass does not. It doesn't facilitate for an additional state.
You are actually funny. You are actually funny. If you don't see that all the regions in Nigeria have 60 states each, and a particular region.
Is that the argument?
Hold on, let me finish, please. And a particular region have 5 states. And you don't see that to be a rally cry. I don't think there is anything again to discuss.
You don't find that's somewhat puerile.
Because how big is Lagos?
3,500 square miles.
Okay. How big is Ekiti State?
I don't know.
What you will do is next time before we discuss it, you have to roll out the landmarks, because I think you are talking about landmarks and population. You have to roll out the landmarks, and then probably we have to do our census very well.
No, hold on, Zeta. I brought the map up deliberately. So if you are looking to create an additional state in the southeast, the largest state in the southeast is Enugu State, which is still only a sliver of a state. It's not of any real mass of anything. So if you are going to create that additional state in the southeast, then you'd have to carve something out of somewhere else. So then you have to cross border into River State, cross border into
River State, that has always
cross border
been
into Akwa Ibom and all of that, and then that will open up another.
No. I have told you what Anyocha State is all about. It was proposed long ago. They want to create a state for those Igbo-like speaking towns and cities. And I told you how it's going to cut out some part of Delta, some part of Rivers, some part of Imo, and some part of, I don't know which other state. Because if you look at the axis, you will see where it passes. There is a river called Olache. It crosses across them. So they want to cut it. Aton Zeribe actually proposed it to be called Olache State. before they now started this their nurture and this their madness. I think RAS would have been the better name for it, but it doesn't matter because of the prominence of the river Rush and the way it spread its arms into all these areas. So, but
there's a problem there,
as I
Zita,
said,
because I listened to the Asaba of Asaba. He is saying that if they are to accept the creation of a Nyoma state, they don't want to be grouped into the southeast
you're right.
geopolitical
That has
zone.
always been the problem. That has always been the problem. Most of the towns and cities they want to add to make up that 6 states in the southeast. Some of them don't want to be southeast. That is part of the problem.
It is, right?
But hold on. Let me say this. Those things are not actually for them to decide. You don't sit down in your corner when curations are made, because these things are made by women. When those curations are made, you don't sit down in your corner and say, I will not be this.
So the people are affected they shouldn't get an input or
when the bundle listen, Kogi State is one of the states in Nigeria that is bordered by 9 other states. Other 8 states or 9 states. They cut from here, cut from here, cut from here, cut from here, cut from here. Do that, what, and created that state. And again, when Nigeria was created, it was north on their own, minding their business, south on their own, east on their own, minding their business, west on their own, minding their business. Somebody came, grabbed them and joined them together. If it wants to be done, it will be done. If you don't like it, you leave. It's as simple as ABC. Because most states that were created, most people didn't want to be where they are. I'll give you an example. In Abia State, there is a place called Okwa. Is it Okwa local government area? Then they have Akwete local government area. Then, is it Akwete or Okwa? In that town, it was slashed into 2. They put some part of it in Rivers State and put some part of it in Abia State. Those ones that were put in Rivers State, they never liked it. I remember
I think that's Akwete.
Huh?
I think that's Akwete.
Okay.
Where Senator, the FCT woman, their mother came from.
I remember when
we were
in the university, they used to pay stipend. Those people will say, I will collect your stipend for Rivers people. But I am not a Rivers person. They make that noise. It doesn't really change anything. Never change the land map. It didn't change anything. So for somebody to sit down one place and say, oh, because I don't want to be in this, they'd be slashing cities, slashing towns, slashing local government, slashing even ethnic group to create whatsoever they want to create. So that's actually not an excuse, I must say. You want me to call more that we are slashed and throw some village, a village that is one. Some villages
but that was under military fiat now. That was under military, and people condemned it then. So, I mean.
Who condemned it?
It was universally condemned now that they did not pay sensitivity to the cultural malaise of the people that they were. Yeah.
And then what? And then what?
And then nothing happens, but so we take the learnings, and then so you are saying we should just ignore what the people are saying.
If you want to create state, and you truly want to create a state or a local government, you do. There is something you are not putting into consideration. Humans are very difficult to control. that the thing that has breath on earth and beyond, that is extremely difficult to control. Even their curator at a point was sick and tired of being sick and tired of them. So if you are a government and you sit down one place and you see something that is good, or you see something that will benefit people, or you see something that will bring development in some place, in some areas of your country, or your nation, or your state, or your local government, and because some people are jumping up, you say because they are jumping up, you have to put that into consideration. If I may ask, is there anything you will do they won't jump up? Of course, there are some people who will always have a reason why they don't like something. It's only a fool who doesn't give a reason why he doesn't want something. Some people can even find fault, even in paradise. So why would somebody sit down and say, because one king somewhere with his minute understanding of development says, I don't want to belong to this state, a state that is just a name, or region that is just a name. Come on, man. Where has that happened? But it is what it is, because when it comes to Southeast, everybody jumps up to say whatever they want to say. I noticed that Anyocha has been there even before Ekiti State was created. Even Zamfara was created, even before Bayelsa was created. I wouldn't be surprised if they create states today and Southeast is state 5. And people like you will come to your platform and say all this, that is the reason why they couldn't. That's fine. But the only thing I'm telling my people, the Igbos, they should play their politics well. If they want to go into politics in Nigeria, they should go it in well. If they don't want to, that's fine.
Actually, the people championing this Anioma states, they are even they are mainly people from other regions. There's Barao, who is a northerner, Fayemi, Oshiomole, Benga Daniels, etc. They're all pushing for the creation of Anioma state.
Yeah, Nedumonko is doing a good job in that regard. But the problem is they are all people of the Delta North, I think. And it's going to be a very difficult place if it's created, because there is Ikwale, there is the Aneocha people who are Igbo leaning, the Ika Igbos, and then there is the Ochimili. Ochimili, I mean, the people from Mbodo, Onitsha Ogbu is part of Ika Igbo. But so, or you go down like that, then they merge into those states with Yoruba ancestries and things like that. So it's going. The other side of Delta State will remain the Ijo, Isoko, Urobo, Ichekiri.
You know that my town is one of the towns that is going if they create that state. So it's something
part of the river side of Imo. That is my place.
If there is anybody to speak on it, it's me.
Yeah.
Because we've done town halls a lot in my town concerning that state, severally growing up as a child.
But it's just the river that separates you and Abo now.
80%, let me not exaggerate, 60% of people who will be in that state actually speak the same dialect. I repeat, 60% of people who are going to be in that state actually speak the same dialect. So I don't know what you people are talking about, but it is what it is. There are a lot of excuses and reasons why somebody wouldn't want to do anything. Creating a bad state. Oh, really? Okay,
yeah, for in excess 4 million population.
7, and then Southeast will still remain 5. One man, please.
You are looking at it from a parochial point of view.
Can I move to another topic, please?
All right. Let's move you to another topic, but we're not moving.
Topic. This is a woman's perspective.
Let's move to another topic, but we're not deviating too far from the Southeast. We'll take you to Natasha, as Baba said in a moment. But let me take you to this space. I want you to look at this image on your screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
Oh, all right. And then I want you to look at this second image on your screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
Right. Can you tell the difference? So that is the first image was Femi Fanikayode's ex-wife. The second image is now his newly wedded wife. One and the same person, by my reckoning, is gone again to shop at the same supermarket. What are you making then of this guy?
The second, this one is Igbo too.
Of course, now is that not where he shops? Yeah, of course. Now, you know, what are you making of him replacing the same his ex-wife with his new wife, the same person, more or less?
I don't have anything to say, woman, because these men don't actually force women to marry them. She said yes, and the marriage was constituted. There is one funny thing about women. We like to belong. It's actually ridiculous. It takes very few women who understand who they are and what they want. I wonder what a woman will be doing with Fanny at this period. If not that she wants to be Fanny's wife and maybe spend a lot of cash the way she wants it. The man has the man's emotions and character is not something a normal woman should
It
tolerate.
doesn't strike as it's not mentally stable. You have to suggest sometimes.
So, so somebody who is like that.
But there is a woman for every man now.
That is what, and he keep dropping them. This is his fourth wife, and then what you are telling me in essence is there is 4 women for every man, not there is a woman for every man. You are saying there are several women for a man. So if there is a woman for a man, the first one would have stayed. But what you're actually saying is there are several women for a man, which actually is technically the truth. There are several women for a man. So if a man of his type say have to go and marry a young girl and the girl say yes, who am I to intervene? They should enjoy themselves. That's all I can tell them. If the woman see him as somebody she can live with, that's fine. That's what women want. They will look at her. Do you know her before? Obviously, you don't know her. But today, she's all over the newspapers. Why? Because she's now the new Fanny's wife. The other one, is it not how they run around eating on her soup, showing themselves in the television, how they were eating on her and everything, and how the woman was cooking so well and blah, blah, blah. Didn't the guy come out to announce that he's impotent? And then how did she got her quadruplet? Nobody knows. This one had jumped in again. Her faces are all over the newspaper now. That's what she's mesmerized by her new found celebrity life. So please leave them to enjoy it while it lasts.
All right, Zita, give us a little flavor on Natasha Akpoti, and then we go on from you to Prince Daddy, who is also with us, waiting to speak. So Natasha Akpoti now, the judgment recommends that the Senate should reinstate her. It doesn't compel, but she's telling us that compelled or not, she's going to force her way into that parliament on Tuesday. So what are you then making of this Ukrainian woman and a never-ending saga?
Such a woman, there are better ways of treating her. The children stop her when she comes in. It's as simple as ABC. But they can decide that whatever she does or say doesn't count. There are better ways of handling these things instead of creating trouble and chaos everywhere. Can we for once behave like humans and civil? Akpabio should let her in. And whenever she raises her hand, he should remind her that the law did not compel him, Akpabio, to let her speak or do anything or come into the Congress. But since she decided to come here, that's fine. How easy is that to handle? And if she tried to disturb the plenary, you just take her out. Police will just escort her out of the place. Tomorrow, if she dress and come in again, you pretend as if you didn't see her. If you are counting the number of people in the Senate that say yes, she shouldn't be counted. How better way to handle such a woman? Very easy. I can handle her. Very, very easy. She will stay there till kingdom come without getting anything. I mean, I don't know. We keep discussing her. The only thing I see is that, as I said before, nature is in a conspiratorial accordance with Nigeria, with women. So when you see that kind of a thing, women are always being seen as people most men will rather side with than their fellow men. For reasons, that's the way nature do it. And anything you do to them is as if you are suppressing them the more that they have been suppressed. So for people like Natasha, they will lash onto that and be running around saying whatever they want to say, doing whatever they want to do. If she wants to walk into the place tomorrow or Tuesday or wherever, let her walk in now. Or why can't they just ignore her? Let her sit down.
Zeta, may I come in, please? May I interject you?
Go ahead.
You talk as if the Senate chamber, the hallowed chamber, it's a social club. It is not. Ndume had been suspended and several other senators, and we've never had something like this before. So why must she be an exception, be allowed into the chamber to start the disruption all over? It will be a daily affair. The court has not restored her. So she has to obey the court.
Okay. So what you want is for her to cause the chaos outside of the plenary, right?
She can't even enter into the premises. They will not allow her. So she can't cause any commotion.
Okay. No wahala.
Tuesday is here anyway.
The court said they should reconsider.
Yeah, that's not an order.
The court is just on an advisory role, just advising, not compelling. So she has no right to be there. So she has to serve a 6-month sentence. So that is.
And after that, she should apologize too. That's the order.
The court also asked her to come.
She has served 4 months already.
How many months was she given?
6
months.
6 calendar month, not Senate plenary calendar.
And she also refused to apologize on 2 national dailies. And you want to go there and
she has gone on appeal, and the Senate has cross appeal.
So at the end of the day, she's not going to be back in that house for the next one, another 6 months again. She's just been straight. I don't know what's wrong with her.
Okay.
She doesn't want to apologize. It will damage her politically.
For what exactly?
She asked her to apologize to the Senate and in 2 national dailies.
What did she do to the Senate that she will have to apologize?
All those dragging Nigerian name in bad waters or something like that. You know, she went all around the world.
I think that's where I disagree with you, Remy. They didn't say apologize to the Senate. The thing is, the court gave an order that while the case subsists,
Thank you.
While the case subsists, none of the parties involved should talk about it in print, in interviews, wherever. She went ahead to make a satirical apologia on her Facebook page against the instruction of the court. Akpabio called the court's attention to it, and the court ruled that she was in contempt of court, asked her to apologize to the court, in 2 national dailies, also on her Facebook page. And that's a rhetorical apology. She should bring it down and then pay 5 million naira fine. She apologized. She appealed instead.
Court told her to do that. She went and appeal.
Yeah.
So what's the outcome of the appeal?
Appeal will take about 2 years.
No date has been set yet for the hearing for that one. So they have to wait.
Okay, no problem. So why are we discussing her?
So she said she will go to the Tuesday.
Into the
she wants to
parliament.
force her way on Tuesday and go.
Okay, now no problem. Let's watch how she forced her way.
Maybe they
to
should
go.
just shoot her if she turns up. You know what? How
What?
about that?
No. What?
Eh?
Woman, you are crazy.
You
For
know
what?
no. To storm the that's an act of
We are not in the jungle now.
No, but it's
Okay.
an act of treachery now. Do you remember
No,
when
what do you call it in the United States?
Do you remember when Mamandawra rolled army troops on the parliament when Saraki was the Senate president?
No, you are even going too far, one man.
And then Shibanjo had to sack him, you know?
You are going too far. Recently in the United States, there's a cases of senators that have even been handcuffed in the Senate chamber and walked out. There was in LA recently where a sitting senator tried to approach the Secretary of Department of Home Security, and they grabbed him, rolled him on the floor, twisted his arm behind, handcuffed him, and nothing happened. A United States senator.
I would love to see them handcuff her anyway to teach her that lesson. But yes,
Yeah,
now
but that's not the same though. The what Baba just cited is not the same.
No, I'm not saying they are the same. What I'm saying about a senator in defiance, that they are not untouchable. That's what I'm saying. What's the name now? I forgot.
Oriola.
If she forced herself into the Senate, that's insurrection.
Yes, insurrection. That's
insurrection. Really?
Yeah, and
Yes.
then she could be.
I won't use the word
Yes,
insurrection.
that's insurrection.
No, it is
because
insurrection now. When you're storming the seat of state.
Storming, yeah.
Yes, it's a legitimate. There's grounds. There's grounds to shoot her now. You know.
No. Can you not put me in this segment? Because I'm don't shooting everybody. I don't want to appear.
Let's see, one man. If she comes alone, she will have a better case. But if she comes with crowd, and then Akwobi, and then armed boys, anything that happens to her, she has herself to blame.
And that's what I had a feeling she's going to do.
If she's coming, she just walk in there alone. Attacking her, shooting her at that point will be, it wouldn't be actually right. But if she comes with a crowd and some boys,
They don't join you, Bonnie, now.
Because it's not making any sense to me anymore at this point. Like you have to put
you guys were supporting her at the beginning. So when I said they should overlook her at the beginning, you guys were supporting her.
You know what, BT? She's a lawyer. It's like you have a judgment against your tenant, and the tenant is not leaving. Rather than hire thugs, go back to that court and say, look, this tenant is not respecting your judgment. The judge will now ask the court bailiff and the sheriff to go and execute that judgment. She has to go back to court if she thinks she's in the right to enforce judgment.
Oh yeah, has she ever practiced law?
I doubt that very much.
So she's not a lawyer.
She's qualified. To
qualify is different from actually practicing. So it's two different things. So she's not a lawyer.
She passed the bar, right?
No, she passed the bar. Now she's a lawyer. Yeah,
she passed the bar. She's a lawyer now.
Yeah.
She's a solicitor and advocate.
I don't think we make that distinction in Nigeria. Do we make that?
We don't.
So We can say maybe she's not a practicing lawyer, but we can say she's not a lawyer. I mean, she's not practicing, but doesn't mean that she's still a lawyer and she passed the board, right? So.
All right, Zita. Let's move the conversation around a little bit. I'm a bit conscious that.
I'm sorry. Wait, before you go, I'm sorry. You mentioned about the thing about Obama, and you didn't give her the video or tell her exactly what.
I'm trying to play the video. If you look at the video now, it's stuck in a loop.
Well, I can tell her exactly what he said because I want her to.
Yes, the one I sent you that every child should have a gay.
That's
friend,
not what he said.
A gay mentor.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
Woman.
He said if you have or you're close.
It was your headline that made me join the conversation. Did you say that Fayemi is joining ADC?
Yeah, it's putting the flyers out there. You know,
but I saw one of the videos. No. I saw a video of he had a meeting with his constituency, and it was presenting the governor of the state to them in a way that they should because of the upcoming election, and it was just talking about APC. So that headline was kind of like, wait a minute, is that not the same? I mean, he was talking about APC, but this defection to ADC is what I'm not so sure because that video is still online. I somebody posted it on Instagram. So
I won't be surprised if he joins ADC. If you are surprised, then you don't know. You've not been watching.
No, but why campaigning for the governor?
Because
and then
he's a politician.
Because all the previous governors were actually in support of the current governor in Ekiti State. So that's what I'm confused about.
I mean, you can support a different political party. OBC supporting the Labour Party.
He was actually talking about APC in that video.
It doesn't matter that he can change his mind any minute.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know. That is local election now.
Supporting APC president.
I can support you locally for as a
APC is popular in Ekiti State, though.
It doesn't matter. It's your interest. You're playing to your interest.
But if he's gonna be defecting to ADC and the party is not popular in the state, he will be living in an island. So what would that be his gain because of the central? I'm just confused. That's why
you play to your interest, and I think he has some interest or something that is going to gain politically. That's probably the reason why he's doing that. We don't know, or maybe he's just working for Tinubu. Who knows?
All right. Let's do a 5-7 minutes whiz round just so that everybody's documented. We kick it off with Prince Daddy, and then we come to BT. BT, we called you first, actually, but I don't think you were quite ready for us then. Prince Daddy, are you there? P. Diddy. All right. We go with BT. BT, so 5 minutes or so monologue from you to the conversation, your thoughts.
Yeah, two things. Good evening, everyone. It's to speak about
BT,
Kemi.
welcome.
Yes, sir. And this clamor, this call for state creation. But I think I sent you a link, one man, that this, I think they've agreed to 12 states, proposed 12 state creation. But let me start with Kemi first. At this point, I am worried about this woman. Before it was a joke, one man. It was just like a funny thing on the side and we just laugh about it. At this point, I think something is just wrong with her upstairs, really. At this point, so honestly, I'm not joking. So I saw that clip on Zakaria and GPS because I watch the man weekly. I watch his show. When I miss it, I watch the playback. And the way he talked about, I mean, first of all, she lied. I mean, our parents are Nigerian. She's a Nigerian. So this idea that your children cannot get citizenship because you're a woman I don't know where he came up with. And for saying not to even question that or to even investigate that and just let it go tells me like it's just poor journalism of all people. Zakaria, that is a known, renowned journalist, for her not to push back on that. And I don't know what the end game is. I know you guys have said that she wants to become prime minister. But I don't think this is the right route to take, honestly, because it's now obvious that she's desperate to be prime minister. And like one man has told me on this show, and people from the UK, that it's not working. So she's losing ground. So I don't know what the end game is, honestly, and it's just sad to watch at this point. I feel bad for her. I don't know what's going on with her mentally, but
The thing is, Betty, the British politics is latching very much to the right. So people will the pronouncements will be a lot more. You have to be very right wing now for you to sustain any sort of momentum within the. So she's just trying to keep up with the right leaning politics being played in this country at the moment.
So now lying is now. I mean, you can't even speak on facts anymore. You can't even make anything. So when we can easily fact check you to know that you're lying. There's a lady from Scotland. I think I said that earlier. That the consider right now in Africa with the WAFCON, the Women African Cup of Nations being played. She's a white woman and she's playing for Nigeria. Why? Because her grandfather is a Nigerian.
Ashley Plumtree.
Yeah, her. She's Scotland, right? She's Scottish or British or something. Yeah. So where is she getting this from? That because she's a female or whatever. That's the reason why. I mean, by virtue of the grandparents, your own kids should be able to get Nigerian citizenship.
Sorry, Babati. There is also a white guy, a goalkeeper in future, totally white. I thought that maybe the grandparents are lineage to Nigeria.
That plays in Italy or French league or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. And probably is also hiring the Super Eagles or maybe the Flying Eagles or whatever. So probably they are coming in drop little by little.
Even Ekong isn't that British? Ekong is British, right? Ekong is British.
No, Germany mixed too. A lot of them are mixed.
I think
it's
Germany. The guy from
is it Germany or Holland?
Germany.
Okay. Yeah.
Our guy that plays from the right wing of the defense is British. Like 4 or 5 of them in the Super Eagles.
Babati, just 1 second. You remember that in the late 80s to early 90s, most of these foreign-born players were actually not allowed to play. Not that they were banned not to play in the Super Eagles, but there was a kind of like a racism, if I should put it that way. They were being blocked out, like the likes of what's his name? Yes, Fasha Anuako. Even when Ruben Agbola came, he was practically kicked out of the squad. But come to think of it now, a full white lady is playing for Super Falcon and was wholeheartedly welcomed to that squad without discrimination. The things are changing. Go ahead, Babati.
Yeah, so I don't know what she's doing. I get what one man is saying about that the politics is shifting to the right. I get that. But I don't know if this will work for her or if it's even working right now. I can't. I don't follow the polls in the UK, so I don't know how this is helping her politically. Maybe somebody's tracking how this helps her to achieve a goal. But I don't believe this is the right way to go. If you just mention if you're against immigrants, just say immigrants. Why do you always have to mention Nigeria specifically? Why must you always bring up Nigeria? That's what I do not understand. And I don't. So let me just leave Kemi alone now.
Question: do you think she's a house nigger, or do you think she's using a house negro technique?
I mean, house Negroes usually are just ignorant. They don't know better. But to one man's point, she knows exactly what she's doing. So I won't really call her house Negro because she knows what she's doing.
Are you sure? She knows what she's doing?
According to one man they believe she's doing that because she wants votes. So if you're very deliberate, then you cannot be an house Negro because you're not ignorant of the fact.
She does know very much what she's doing. In her come up in politics, she leaned very heavily onto the Nigerian community that, I am one of your own, I'll be your voice in parliament, all of those things. She was always going to all the aunties she was doing the jollof rice rounds in her come up in politics. So now that she's gained this eminence and preeminence, suddenly she cuts that space off. Not only does she cut it off, she starts to attack it. So she knows exactly what she's doing.
So
She was very
that's
Nigerian when she was
all.
coming up. Now she's not Nigerian. She's now English as they come.
Yeah, we as I mean, it just irritates me when she speaks sometimes about foreigners. I'm like, you are okay, you're British, but you spend most of your formative years in Nigeria, so you're not really considered. I mean, I sent you a clip of an interview with this right wing psychologist from Canada. I've forgotten his name. I think I don't know what I'm talking about. And this psychologist is a right winger racist. I know people like him, but I don't really rate him. But he kept asking her about her formative years in Nigeria, but she kept moving to the British at times she spent in England. But it's like, I don't care about that. I want to know how you grew up, who raised you and family values and all those kind of things. But she didn't get the memo. She was just dancing around.
That's the
No, she got the memo. She wants to downplay that
but
because the more people see her as Nigerian, the more unelectable she is,
But I'm saying that, are they buying what she's selling? Not the blacks, but the people that she's pandering to. Are they buying what she's selling so far?
We won't really know because there's an undercurrent of extremism in this country. But because the country the way it is, that they don't overtly manifest it. But if they elect her, then they can hide their prejudices under her. That look, we've elected a black African woman, so you cannot accuse us of being prejudiced. But then they will use her. They call it black faces in high places. So they elect her and then they'll use her as a bullhorn to manifest all their extremist wants, but you cannot then count. Yes.
That's exactly what House Negro
so
does.
I think that's the pathway that she's trying to straddle.
Yeah, it's sad to because I really like that when she talked about other issues, security and economics. I enjoy listening to her. It's just when it comes to immigration, she just goes off the rails. But to the other topic of the state creation, I think they've agreed to 12 new states. And I think from Ogun State, we'll pass. I mean, I don't want it to happen, but if it happens, it's okay. We're going to have Ijebu State. I'm half Ijebu, so it's fine. And Ibadan deserves, Ijebu and Ibadan, honestly, I think they've been robbed of, they deserve to have their own states, Ijebu and Ibadan. The Southeast one, I have friends that are not too happy with what they came up with. The Ane State and the one from Enugu State. They did not add the Anioma one that includes a part of Edo and is it Delta? That they're not going to include that. The one Ned is pushing for. So that one did not make the list. South also gets 2 states. Northeast gets 2.
So, Babati, what do you think about the South state that they carve out from 3 states? One of the states from Ondo, or they carve out a little bit from Ondo,
Edo and Delta. It's called the Toru Ibe. Toru Ibe.
Yeah, exactly.
So Ondo, Edo, Delta. I think they're having issues with those in Edo because they're like, wait a minute, everybody wants part of our state. Like what? So they've not really. They need to come up with something. Obolo from Akwa Ibom as well.
Yeah.
Southeast has Savannah from Borno, Amana from Adamawa. Northwest has Tiga State from Kano, and Guara from South. Okay, those ones deserve it. Yeah, those they need to break away from those people. It's the woman, the Okura State from Kogi. Are they Yorubas in Okura State?
Yeah, they are the Yoruba speaking side of that Kogi State. They are carving them out.
Is there where that guy is from? What's the name of that crazy senator? What's his name?
That Falike side.
Is it Dino?
Is Dino from that part of Kogi? I'm
not sure. I don't think he is. I remember where it's from, but I can't. It doesn't come to mind at the moment. I don't think it's there.
And you have a past it from Benue. I think.
What surprised me is that Niger was not.
Yeah, that one. I'm gonna get maybe 2 or 3 states from Niger. So that's a huge, vast land and population. I don't surprised.
But Zita is arguing that the geographical mass should not be the deciding factor.
I mean, it's part of the considered. I mean, it's part of what you consider as well. You cannot population is one thing, but land size is also part of what you consider. Might not be the main factor, but it's part of what
I think, Babati, the major problem of people are canvassing for Newmas is that part of Delta that they're craving for, those people, they don't want to join the other part of what they'll cover from the South. So that is the major problem, and they don't want it, and they are fighting.
Yeah, but the Delta part, they're Ishakiri and they're Yorubas, so they don't want to be part of.
Even those the ones in Edo, I think one man, maybe it's not on this show. They interviewed the chiefs up there, and they were explaining how they came about. That it's a mixture of Yoruba, Edo, Igbo. That the Anioma is actually an acronym, and they were kind of spelling it out that ANION means different tribes, and the last of it is just to bring them together. So the chiefs were explaining that they're not even actually Igbo per se. So they've not even done their own internal politics first before coming to the forefront to express their interest in having a state. So it will be interesting. But from my own side of the country, the Southwest, I believe that Ijebu, I mean, even though it will be a sad day for me as an Ogun man, you know, I will still visit my mom's side. But
what have they done in Ogun State? Because I don't even get it. I don't understand why we're creating.
They pull up the Jebus together to be Jebu State.
Yeah, because
that's what I'm saying. What have they contributed to Ogun State? They contributed nothing.
Where do you start? Where do we start? Do you even know? Hold on now. If you don't know, so you don't know.
You okay? Tell me.
Ijebu waterside, the resource. I mean, it's on tap. Some of it's on tap. I get that, but what you have coming up on that side is it's huge market investment for it will be a huge loss for us, you know, if we break up. So I don't want to say it, but they are the last major. So every state in Nigeria, if you notice, the Ogun Zone is the only state that has two major kingdoms. Like most part of Nigeria, one kingdom will be main kingdom would be in the state. Ogun is the only one that has two, and also they're the only province from the old Nigeria that didn't get a state.
All right, like let me ask you the question differently. What have they done, or what have they contributed to Ogun State as of today? Don't let us leave out whatever is coming.
Let me just give him one statement. You see all those money bags, big investor, big businessmen. Majority of them came from that side, from the Jebu.
This is the problem here.
Yeah,
you
so
see, your answer is the problem. It's simple. What have they contributed to us, to that state?
That's what I'm telling you.
Well, you said all the big men came from that state.
I said they are industrialists. Can't you hear me?
Man.
Oriola, if you are looking at the Jebu side of Ogun State, they are actually the where the mineral resources of Ogun State are concentrated.
Like what? Limestone, right?
Limestone is there. No.
Limestone is not.
Limestone is central.
No. Okay, what about the one in Shagamu?
Yeah, but that's not Ijebu,
like,
right?
But compared to what you have in
it's part of it. They will be Shagamu will be part of Ijebu.
You see, Simba, they're not even making that argument. They're making arguments about fairness and equity in terms of historical presence of how.
No, it's a question that is asking that I'm even trying to answer.
Go ahead with that. It's fine.
You understand? Yeah. They have, if you are talking about, there was a time they said there was oil in Ogun State. It probably they have is probably
they have bitumen in they have bitumen.
So what is he talking about?
Okay, so now let me explain to you exactly what I'm talking about. When I ask that, what have they contributed? I'm asking to you, what development, what has happened? It has nothing to do with they have mineral resources.
They have huge manufacturing.
Where?
Huge manufacturing. You don't know that all those like they have huge manufacturing plants.
I don't know.
You didn't know that?
Ogun State is the largest manufacturer in Nigeria. You know that, right?
So I don't know. My point is that they are advocating that they are. This is a point, Oyana. they can stand on their own as a state. So you don't have to worry about them not have enough resources or generate their own resources to fund whatever they want to fund as a state. So they will be fine if they break from the bad US side.
And BT, I'm very sure you will not even be happy for them to leave.
I'm not happy now, but you know, I'm not happy that, but they
are going to take they are going to take a lot of things away from Ogun State.
We lose the water, the ocean line if they break up. So that's just part of. But hey,
no. But Otta has the ocean part, right?
The what?
Otta has.
Otta is the one now. No, you're making an argument. Which one is it? Like,
wait, you're saying that they will take away the water part of the Ogun State, and I'm saying that Otta is not part of them, or is Otta part of them?
So how does Otta have the ocean line? Where does Otta go to ocean?
Don't they have water? They have water.
You don't.
I said ocean.
Otta. We are talking about having ocean. Otta doesn't have now.
So map I don't know.
Maybe map of Benin Republic.
No, so you lose that. So and Ibadan, come on, everybody. I mean, come on, Ibadan needs a state at this point. 4 million people. Come on,
Ibadan become a state.
Yeah, they want to give them. They're advocating for. They have them on the list for Southwest.
The city of Ibadan will become a state.
Yes, it's huge. They have 4 million people. Yeah. It won't just be Ibadan, obviously. They will have
Ibadan has a lot of adjoining towns.
Ibadan alone have 9 local government. The surrounding local government, apart from 9 local government, we are talking about 15 to 16 local government, half of the state, just around Ibadan alone.
So Ibadan, as of 4 years ago, has about 4.1 million people.
No, the whole of your state is about more than 10 million people now.
Yeah, but what does population have to do with creating state? I'm still confused about them because I don't think we should be talking about creation of states at this moment. But the fact that everybody, you already have to.
I'm not saying
I agree with that shouldn't be a priority, man.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like Nigeria. It's like we have misplaced priorities. Like, things we should be discussed, like agitating for, are not even anywhere on the list of what we had talk about or agitate for.
No. Mike,
when we Nigeria start.
Sorry, Mike. Can you check the private chat? Carry on, but check the private chat when you have a moment. Carry on.
Yeah. The conversation Nigeria should be having is when are they going to draw a mission plan for the country? Because identity, first of all, the Nigerian identity is not even defined. That's number one thing. 2, when we're going to talk about maybe investment in research and advancement, all those kind of things, we don't have those conversations. It's like the same old selfish.
Mike, it's not the Nigerian
it's like how we share the money, kind of politics, what we discuss.
Mike,
right?
It's not the Nigerians that are asking for more state. It's the politicians that are doing that.
I'm saying now, and the Nigerians will follow them. The politicians are useless. They stay politicians, and then the people we join them in helping them to debate it instead of what we tell them to stop. That's not what we need from them.
Ideally, I would say that we should even shrink and we should match it ideally. But I'm saying that if it's what I said earlier, I said coming from the Southwest, because everybody's putting in their bid. If everybody's, if everybody does, you must dance everybody now. So I'm saying that from the Southwest, if everybody is advocating for a state, you must also put yours out there.
Okay, what do you have to say, BC, about taking want to take out of the present Southwest and join with South? What is your take about that?
No, which one? The Toru Ibu, right? Toru Ibu
the one that they want to take a part of Ondo and then join with and become a South.
So what do you also think about the Okura State, Okun State, that they take some of the part of Kogi also join the Southwest?
Okura is Kogi, but that's more like a Yoruba thing. So see,
no, have they told us where the geographical zone that one is going to belong to?
They have not.
All they just said is Okura State. He didn't say what part.
BT, I'll be honest with you. Yeah. What we're really doing is kind of like natural, and which I've always said, before Nigeria was created, people were governing themselves. Like they had these independent governors within either kingdom or villages or towns or whatever. I think that thing is what's naturally trying to be playing in the minds of the people where they really want to go back to that self. Yeah, that's what it is. That's why people agitate for. Oh, I want my own. I want my. That's what we really want.
The kilo point actually.
It's really what people really want. So what can Nigeria just I said that reality? No. These people here. Let me say this. The thing is, if we have to be frank with ourselves, these independent towns or kingdoms or villages, they've been like that for hundreds or if not thousands of years. Some of them for thousands of years. So this new thing that we just created, where it took their autonomy from them, it's just 60 years ago, 70 years ago or so. So you think it's something like their natural ways is still kind of inside them, kind of working in their blood. That's why people tend to agitate for, okay, I want this, I want that. Why don't you just say you want your tradition, your kingdom back?
No. Mike, maybe you've not been following the Constitutional Reform Committee. They've been going around Nigeria. Part of that constitutional reform is that they want to integrate this our kings into governance now.
Exactly, that's what they should have done.
But it's part of the proposal. But they are leaning towards the judiciary as where you have local courts and where they will be the head of those civil those courtrooms, or they can change laws when it comes to local prisons. So they want to integrate them. But the original proposal for state,
but to be honest, what you just mentioned cannot work in terms of what we currently have now, because a lot of people think it's one Nigeria. And if you're saying that you want the local people to, especially the kings, to be involved, that means when I go to any area, I have to abide. But if you're saying it's one Nigeria where it shouldn't matter where I come from, I should be able to just fit in or settle to anywhere, that thing is not going to work.
So you should, hold on. So right now you don't abide when you go to.
They have it there already now. It's already there. Don't you have?
Mike, don't you know?
So right now you don't abide, right?
Well, according to what I've been saying, a lot of people don't think it works that way. I mean, that's why we know.
Go to and start doing. They will let you know. Come in our custom.
I know.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what it's already there. I don't know what. See, the thing is, people just present this. I don't even understand. Someone like same Oriola here will complain about people coming to Lagos telling his no man land, and then when it's time to have conversation about let's face reality. We all still know where we belong. They will still be the one talking about, hey, it won't work because we are one.
Yeah, but if we do know,
Nigeria speak from both sides of their mouth. We are one.
But why would people
then when it comes down to
they
will say we are one. But then when the other people come to this village now, start doing whatever they like, you forget that we are one.
No, you didn't hear me.
I deal with you. So you know where I'm coming from. What you are talking about was part of the original draft. If you remember, a few months ago, the deputy speaker of the House tried to pass a bill.
Sorry, BT. Mike, check the private chat. Sorry, carry on.
They wanted to change what it means to be an indigene of a local government. If you follow that bill closely, it was part of the first draft that says that if you spend 10 years in any part of Nigeria, you automatically become an indigene of that place. It was part of the original, but that was people said no. Because to your point, hold on. To your point, if that is what you are proposing, then everybody becomes indigene of where they go, and you can do anything, you can run for, become king, do whatever. But we know Nigeria, that will not never happen.
All right, let me explain myself.
You can't allow people to just come in and because you spend 10 years here, you become an indigene.
I hear you, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: we're in a country where, for example, when there was a problem in Lagos 2020, and the local people said, in order for us to curve and make sure this thing doesn't get out of hand, let's do how we usually do it. Bring oral out, create curfew, so people won't the violence won't go overboard. But you know what? Some people feel that it shouldn't be that way. That's what I'm speaking to the fact that okay, wait, let me land. What I'm speaking to is, if I'm in one part of the country, there's no need for me to contemplate or try to go against any other person, because I know where I am, and they have their own rules, they have their own way of life. That should not even be a topic or anything that I need to speak on or say otherwise. But that's not the way right now. That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean that's not the way? We don't get what you're saying, man. What do you mean
that's not the way? You don't? Okay. People that were saying Lagos is no mainland, why are you using Oro? Does that make sense? Because it's we belong. This is one Nigeria. I can go anywhere. Why are you practicing this thing? What would you say to that?
Why? Okay, no. Hold on. I'm trying to understand you. So you're saying like, okay, so you're saying when the new system, the new rule now, they won't be able to do Oro again. I don't get it because they're doing Oro right now. So what would be the difference?
What Oriola is trying to say is that he still want that one Nigeria whereby you go to you.
That's not what I said.
Okay, but from what I can deduce from you, you are trying to say that if you go to a particular domain, you know their custom and culture, and you have to respect it, right?
Exactly.
Right, but no. Here's what I'm saying. Wait. Let me explain myself. Hopefully, you will hear me now. What I'm saying is this: BT said they're working now with that they want to infuse, they want to bring the local leaders like the king on board, so they can be part of how Nigerians being operated. So if they want to go to court, they can have a court system where the kings can be, or they can go to the king, all of that. And you said, oh, just like we have the little kingdoms and stuff. And I said, well, that's good, but I don't think it will work the way Nigeria is right now. To the fact that if we want those things to apply, the problem people are having is they say it's one Nigeria.
Are you talking about the judicial part?
Huh?
Are you talking about judicial parts of the tradition? I don't know. That's not what they're talking about. They're not saying the court.
I'm saying those courts, Mike. Those courts already exist.
What court are you talking about? Are you talking about traditional courts?
Yeah, like they want to infuse that with what you already have. If you have
yeah. Now I think I get where Oriola is coming from. That may be a problem a little bit. What I think that court one, I think you might want to keep your customary laws or whatever. But what I can say is, you can each whatever kingdom or territory can have local laws, because which is in United States, for example, you can go from one county to another. They have different rules. They may have one rule that's added to the general.
But Mike,
but what I'm saying is, hold on, wait. What I want to agree with is that the prosecution should be in the hands of the kings. At that part, now I don't think that power is what I will go against. Like putting the prosecution in the hands of local people.
No, they're not asking the traditional to be that. They want to infuse what you already practice to be part of what your law would be. I believe that's what BT is saying.
We agree. Yeah. What they practice, whatever it is.
But the problem will be if I come from Kano, for example, that means I have to adjust.
You have to know my law.
About
that's okay.
Yeah, know the law where you are going. Oriola, when you travel to another country, don't you? Is it not your responsibility to know their laws?
I know. I agree with
you. So why is that a problem?
But the way Nigeria is set up right now, it's not like that.
Who cares how Nigeria is set up? It's not for you. Then who cares?
I can't say
in the United States,
we're just gonna create a problem because
we're not creating a problem. You're not.
Mike, can I quickly interject? Sorry, Oriola. That is the major reason why a lot of people are.
Sorry, Remy. Mike, check your email. Sorry, carry on, Remy.
Okay, so that is why most of the people are agitating for creation of state. Because when you look at Nigeria today, it's clearly divided. There's clearly division among the ethnic tribe and among the major tribes. So you can see that the reason why they are saying this kind of stuff is that they can be able to protect their community very well. So you can't blame them. And if you want to go to regionalism, that people are afraid that if you go to regionalism, at the end of the day, it might also be a kind of thing they can use for secession, going out of the country. So state creation, although you might say, okay, it's too much, it's waste of resources, but at the same time, you have to also look at the pros too, the advantage that is there. It will create more employment and to bring development into those small town or city That is, they didn't change.
What employment? You mean government employment?
No, it's not only about government employment alone.
Government should not be creating jobs, man. I don't agree
No,
with that.
I'm not talking about government employment. So, for example, at
So
least
where would the employment comes from?
Let me finish. When you bring development to such a state, there will be some investors that want to, if their, what do you call it, their investment drive is very good. Well, I can go and locate a company there. If they are giving me tax incentive for 5 or 10 years, why not?
I mean, the present one, how many have you gotten from the present one?
That's the question I was going to ask.
So,
Remy, there's no advantage. It's just we are creating more problems. There's no advantage.
Okay.
No, tell us the advantage.
But okay.
All right. As you tell them the advantage, sorry, Remy, let me bail out, hand over to Mike. So that's Ayo, the super chatter, and that's Hassan as well. That's Ogogoro something or the other. I'm not quite sure what that name is. And then Hassan again. So that it is Hassan super chat from my.
Woman, do you have a timeline? Woman, do you have a timeline that you're coming up? Because I don't even.
I don't at the moment. Is really where the difficulty is. It's just as the slot allows. But I'll try and because I want to try to start bringing back guests on. So if I want to start to bring them back on, then I have to work on the timing. And that's why we've not been seeing guests. By the way, who am I going to tell to come out at 1 a.m. in the morning because they want to come and talk nonsense online? So that's that.
Do you have
is Mike there now? I was going to Mike to hand over.
No. I mean that. Do you have other people that are willing to host the program when you, from the beginning to the end, if you're not around? Do you have other?
Yes. Anybody can host it if they want to, but nobody's coming forth to do it. There's nothing I would love more for that than I thought maybe Mike would have been doing that, but he's not doing it. But whoever wants to host it,
I will have said Simba, but he has anger issues. He's going to abuse everybody. So
Simba is like he's just going to be talking about all the girls he's chancing in Saudi. And by the way, Simba, we know what you are doing in Saudi. Tomorrow,
by the way, one man, let me tell you something before you go. Don't say any word though. But just go ahead, guys. Because you and our favorite panelists had a back and forth in the morning session one, past week, and you accused him. I was shocked, you've done your investigation on this person.
No, I have data.
Really? Yeah. So that's really true.
No, I wanted to hit him hard because the last I wasn't going to let him on. I made the decision. I made the decision not to let him on, but somehow or the other I reneged on it. But then I let him on after keeping him away for so long. And then as soon as I left, he was calling Baba SOB just
because when he said
and I saw as soon as he came in, you left.
When he said there was no pushback from him, I'm like,
I wanted to hit him hard just to let him know that I know stuff. I know stuff.
Crazy.
You'll be surprised what I do know. You'll be surprised what I do know. I know a lot of stuff, but not just on him, but I know a lot of stuff, but.
I'm like, so because if that was me, I would not be online if that is true. I would not even be talking, have my face online. But hey, I was just shocked.
I was actually somewhat thinking maybe I went too far, but
I'm like, what the hell? I wanted to CIA? I'm scared.
When I was listening back and I was hearing him calling Baba SOB another, after I told him that, look, I'm relying on you to. I just wanted to hit him hard, so I just.
Yeah,
I just went for it.
Maybe that was too hard. Even I.
Maybe it was too hard, but I wanted him to feel it, because he really let me down.
Did, because there was no pushback from the usual. It was just like, let's move on. I'm like, wow, okay.
Anyway, I did go too far, but him, I made exceptions for because him, I don't.
So by the way, before you go, one more question. So how do you feel if they break out Ibadan from your laughing?
No, I want it. Ibadan is too big just to be hidden away, and it's too important historically, not just Africa, globally. It's too significant a place just to be.
Is it bigger than California?
4 million people.
Forget who's talking about taking.
Why
Wait,
always
do you know the importance of Ibadan in the God? It's the first TV station in Africa. All of these things, even the history before that, that changed the landscape of essentially both the Nupe, Fulani, and Yoruba culture. All of these things, all
doesn't mean
that
doesn't mean Ibadan will be. Of course, they will have surrounding towns that will be with Ibadan. You just don't be Ibadan by itself.
I know. I was just thinking that Niger is there, Borno is there.
Okay,
but you can't compare. It still have 4 million people now, and they have the land mass to justify. So.
All right. On my way out, let me play this clip. I think this is the one that Oriola was pushing me for. So I'll play this clip. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow. Hand over to the capable, able hands of Mike. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. Right. And that's one of the things that I think a lot of times boys need is not just exposure to one guy.
Mm-hmm. One dad.
No matter how good the dad
is. He can't be everything.
He can't be everything. And then that boy may need somebody to give the boy some perspective on the dad.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
One of the most valuable things I learned as a guy was I had a gay professor in college at a time when openly gay folks still weren't out of line, who became one of my favorite professors and was a great guy and would call me out when I started saying stuff that was ignorant. You need that to show empathy and kindness. And by the way, you need that person in your friend group so that if you then have a boy who's gay or non-binary or what have you, they have somebody that they can go, okay, I'm not alone in this.
Honestly, I'm so disappointed.
So there it is right there. Obama wants a gay friend for every boy.
Why must I pick you because of your sexual preference? Why must it be that? I can choose people that I want to hang out with because I like them or
No. You have to be open-minded with this. I didn't.
But you know how people are reacting that way to what he's saying.
To what he's saying, it's more like it's more liberal about this. Meaning, it's more like you want to be, like, let's say you want to be a doctor, you want to be an entrepreneur, and you have a mentor that you happen to speak to. That's number one. And the way he was also speaking is more like when you're ignorant about something or a topic that you don't really know much about, when you have people around you
from that demographic, if you are exposed to people from that demographic, you'll be less ignorant about.
Yeah, exactly. That's
just the point
about race as well. You can say that about race. You can say it about a lot of things, or religion, where you're ignorant about it. But when you have those people in your circle, they can call you back and tell you, oh, this is what it is. Or just so it's more like you have to be open-minded. I believe that's what he's speaking to. He's not saying that you should go ahead and say, oh, the gay person is my father, or no, it's just being open-minded.
Well, we can say the reason why those of us that live in the US can be more tolerant of gay people with our like being in the same room and be more tolerant than someone that's in Nigeria, right? It's because we live in America so long, we're used to seeing them.
Yes.
So we probably work with them,
Exactly.
So
you go to school with them, you know them.
It's not something shocking. Yeah.
Exactly.
So I think that's the general point. Like familiarity kind of kills.
That's what he's saying. Yeah.
Familiarity improve tolerance. I think that's what he's saying.
And the thing is, when you get to ask questions, you see the way they live. Like when somebody says something that's not true, you'll be like, "Oh, I know this person. He's not like that. He's never acted that way."
I still think Obama promotes homosexuality a lot. I still kind of think.
Mike, what you guys are not put into consideration is the literacy level of America compared to Nigeria, where people are still.
It has nothing to do with literacy.
Literacy has nothing to do with it.
I don't think it.
The
reason why I say it has nothing to do with it is the fact that, let's say, for example, you come from a polygamous home, and someone comes from just a single family, a more nuclear family home, because you're not, or you don't see, or you don't know, does not make you illiterate to that. It's just that you've never been around those things to be able to, you're ignorant to that environment to understand, but that doesn't make you illiterate.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do how much book you've read, because if
Yeah,
that's the case, then
but it
you
was
won't have
talking
like,
about a day,
you can't say
but it
the
was talking
president of
about,
Iran as well educated that will
but
be
it,
help
but it was speaking about
keep.
mentorship, not in terms of understanding that community, but about life in general. So what I'm saying is that I don't need to know about your sexual orientation for you to teach me or to mentor me about anything. I don't think I should seek that out for mentorship. I should just, like, if I believe that you can help me, regardless of who you sleep with or what you do for a living, that in itself should be enough. So me
but
knowing
that's
about
not how
your,
life is, though.
I don't think I should.
Yeah, because you have to understand. If I see somebody acting feminine next to me, I start being judgmental and being like, "Ah, why is he like this?" I start, but
No, but I'm not speaking to people's preference, because there are people that are very religious and they're against any form of whatever. But I'm saying that what he was saying about being a mentor, like he said, to seek out like something that is, I'm like, no, if you're gonna mentor somebody, I don't care about who you. That should not be part of the reason for me picking you or learning from you. You can be straight and still teach people about how to treat other people. You don't have to be part of that community to actually have empathy towards that community.
Babati,
yeah.
I think you're getting it all twisted, man. There's a message in there, right? And it is the message that matters, because what he was trying to say is that he could have looked at that gay professor and say, because this one is gay, like, no, I don't want to even know nothing about him. I don't want to go close to him. But he ended up that person became one of the best people in his life. You understand? He could have been judgmental of that person originally by not even trying to get close or even know this person because of who the person is. But because of his understanding at the time, he ended up being one of the best people in his life. So you can meet somebody today, and you judge a book by its cover, right? And that person supposedly could be the person that rescue you in life, but because you've seen him as, oh no, this white people, man. Like, but I've been in places like that whereby you go to a place and a black person will be saying, these white people, because of your color, you have to be careful of them. Then I've been in a situation like that, but like, you don't even know this person just because of their color, you already passing judgment on them. So a lot of people are like this.
Yes,
But
correct.
Akim, let me say this, Oriola. But Akim, okay, you gave another example now. So why is he singling out gay?
Yeah, but that's not the point. It doesn't matter whether it's signal hard gay or white or blue or green.
Akim, don't you think it's because of the open and the literacy level of that country that make people to accept whoever you think you are? Or
It's not. No, it's not.
It's part of it compared to where we are coming from.
Can we change topic? I don't even think we should be talking about.
What's his name?
Maybe we can change the topic, please.
Mombo, we'll change it now. Remy, in the 90s, even as the 80s, Americans are as educated as they were. They were not tolerant of gay people at all. Like, with all the education, everything. It was when they started promoting. Yeah, the government got involved and started giving them all the rights and then promoting them. Like in America and everywhere you go, you see their flag. They give them parade. They allow them to. They kind of like push them in the workplace, everything. So they push them in our face. Where people now get to the point where you are now used to them, seeing them, and they're open about it. So now it got to the point where the way Babati can agree with me, the way we used to feel uncomfortable around them before, now it's like a normal thing. Like it's just the level of discomfort I used to have years ago. I don't have it anymore around them. Because before, if I just sit down, just jam, I'm racing. But because the government now allowed them to be everywhere, just open about it, that initially we're all like, what the heck? Can you imagine if this was gone? But now it's like, okay.
Wait, can I give you a personal
It's no longer,
story?
so it has nothing to do with education. It just has to do with,
can I give you a personal story? So, my high school days, I used to know this guy. Actually, I think one of the girls that I was with then, they were so close. but I even think he liked the girl. Like, I think so. I think we're in competition for some reason. That's what I thought.
Okay, I know long story. I'm trying to change the topic.
Until 4 years later, after I graduated from college, this is like 5-6 years after, I saw this guy. Well, it was, when you go to the club, they thought the light is like green and yellow, whatever. I was trying to dance with. I thought it was a girl. Well, he's changed.
So you danced with a gay guy.
Yeah. I was trying to dance. Then I realized later. Well, he was a little bit like
Did you grab his behind?
Well, yeah, like how we do, how guys does now. You just go behind.
You don't go grab another man.
But he knew he was a little bit uncomfortable. Then like we saw. Then I now
Did you let your mom know about this?
Huh?
Did you let your mom?
Come on, man. It took me a moment. Then I now realized that. But the thing is, I know what it is. Is like. But I don't feel any, like, I won't say him and try to bash him or disrespect him. I realized that it's just what it is. He's now going by a different name now, a different person. So I don't see it. But before then, when I'm probably just ignorant to that lifestyle, I'll feel some kind of way. But now I don't feel like that. It's more like, that's what it is.
So what topic are you guys changing to now?
If someone wants to be something,
we have
what it is.
Let's move topic. We had there were some good topics today, Sha. The creation of states, the politics of creation of states. I think there was another one.
Kemi Badenoch. That Kemi thing. Okay, let me just, I spoke about it earlier, but at this point, I got to give up the real. I don't know.
This is what I think about it. Politics is a career, just like any other career. You have your career in your field, right? Now, you don't dictate how you do your job. Your employer dictates the way you have to perform your job, right? So, employer of a politician are two: one, the political party, and then the voters, their target voters. So you have to speak to what to the issue they want. They have to speak the way they want you to speak. It's not really you anymore.
She's a house Negro, man. She's being
no. Yeah, you can. That's what you say. But anyone that's more sophisticated will understand. We begin to say
no.
Bro, let me land, man. Let's not turn into argument. There's no way you can be a conservative and begin to spill liberal, promote liberal stuff. The party will kick out of the party. Like no. That's not how we're speaking. And also within the party, they also trying to put strategies on how you have to speak to issues, so that way to promote your candidacy and things like that. So to me, when I see her speak, I just see a politician doing a job. I don't see someone just feeling her own. I don't see when politicians talk; they just doing their job. That's it. I don't.
I think I kind of agree with you, because you have to understand which party Kemi is in. But this issue is not just down to Kemi now. It's almost like the whole of the West. They are trying to outdo this. Each nations are not trying to outdo themselves on immigration matters, on things like this. Even you come to this little island, right? And you go to some villages where nobody even goes to live, and the people they are complaining about immigrants. Like, nobody lives with you. You live alone in the bush with cows. Why are you still complaining? It's becoming a problem everywhere. So
I don't think it's only Western. Even among Africans, we too will complain about immigration.
But Akeem, why is it? If she want to do it, there's a better way of going about it now. Why is it now more focused on Nigeria? Why is it using Nigeria as a bait? Why is it not making it general? Why is it not making it general?
People that bring Nigeria.
No,
she mentioned Nigeria, not people. She mentioned Nigeria.
Are you talking about the interview the woman played?
Yes.
But it was the guy that asked her. And he said, well, what if someone from Nigeria, this and that? So the guy put it. Of course, people are going to use Nigeria as an example because she's Nigerian. So she will have no choice but to give a response because she's looking like a hypocrite. Like, you're from Nigeria and you're talking like this. So when people want to ask that question, they will always use Nigeria as an example.
But that doesn't give you the right to throw your people under the bus.
Yeah, of course.
Look, sorry.
But that's what she's doing every time. She disrespects where she's from.
For her, our people right now are the British people. She's representing the British people. Yeah, she has Nigerian background. She came
What are
from
you
Nigeria
talking
and
about?
stuff.
She's not British. She doesn't look like them. Why
Hold
are
on one
we
second.
always that's
Hold on.
lie,
Hold,
right?
Let's not complicate stuff.
hold on one second. She's trying to be the head of a government of which country? Nigeria? No, the United Kingdom. So that is our constituency right now. That is our number one focus. So it doesn't matter. If you put Nigeria, you put Ghana, you put UK, she's going to be an advocate for the United Kingdom even before Nigeria. That is
But
just how it
she
goes.
is not going to be. She is not going to be the first foreigner to be in that position. Some other people have been in that position and they handle it better. So why is she not learning from that? So why are we trying to defend something that's not defensible?
Can you name one person?
Was Sunak
Even somebody even became a prime minister. An Indian was a prime minister there. He
Yes,
didn't
Sunak
brought
now.
the Indians down. So,
The level of tolerance
hold on.
the white man have
One
for
second.
India is different from the
Baba
way they have
T,
for blacks. You know that.
Baba T, do you
Barack
know of the
Obama,
do
Barack
you
Obama
hold on
was the
one
previous
sec
president of USA.
hold on now,
He
hold on one
didn't say
second.
anything wrong about Kenyans.
Hold on one second. Under Rishi Sunak, the conservatives they wanted to start what you call the Rwanda policy, where they were going to be sending asylum seekers to Rwanda, regardless of what nations you come from. When Priti Patel was the Home Secretary, do you even know what you are talking about? Look, they are members of the Conservative Party, regardless of
Yeah,
what
but what does
color
that
they.
have to do with anything?
regardless of
This
what.
history repeated itself, though.
Hold on now 1 second. Regardless of what color or background they come from, they are flanked by Reform UK on the other side, who is an extremely right party. So they have to try as much as possible. I'm not saying that what they are doing is right. I'm just trying to explain to you their
Progressive,
position.
sorry. Simba, you know if Obama was a Republican, he probably would have trashed Kenya. You know that, right? That's because he was a Democrat, he's a liberal. So he won't.
Yeah, Obama's party played a big difference. That's why.
The liberals are pro-immigration and all those kind of things. But if she was also a liberal party, I don't know what they call a liberal party in UK, she won't be talking like that. She'll be pro, let's bring Nigerians in and things like that. Because that would be their own talking points, you know. But that's where they are. Member of there was one Nigerian man that joined the Republican Party in Michigan, and this guy was calling for the banning of Black history in school. Against Black Americans. I'm like, because that's the way the Republican will vote for him if you say something like that. So it's just that political career. To me, politics is a very, very dirty game. You know.
So if as a politician, so you can't have an ideology of your own. So you just want to dance to your part. I mean, to your employer.
That is the ideology of
No. Because
the
you should
party.
decide where you should go if you want to be a politician. If you know that the thing is working against your people, why should you go and join a party that is working against your people?
Who's your people?
Simba, here to push back to what you're saying. Even I agree with you. Unfortunately, to her, people, you know that people. That's the difference.
Exactly.
Sadly,
even though
wait, what are you guys talking about? Why would you want to speak down on your people just because a party that you belong to?
I agree. No, I'm with you, but unfortunately, she does not go. She's not Nigerian by birth, by blood, but the mindset is not
by
Nigerian.
Yeah, but she's a house Negro. That's how.
Stop using that house Negro, man. That's what people from
act. That's how they act. You play
Oriola, yeah, she's not a descendant of slave. So that logic.
Oh my gosh! Wait. You don't have to. That the mentality.
No, you have to. You have to have slave mentality.
You don't have to. It's the mentality I'm speaking to. And to be honest,
it's not.
That's how they see you. You read your history. That's how they see you. So I don't understand.
That's who sees you.
Why are we like trying to sugarcake everything?
So Oriola, what you have to understand is this: they are Black British citizens, right? She's not calling for those ones for anything to happen to those ones. He's talking about people who have, maybe they talk about immigration, people who are illegals in the country, people who are.
Is it working? Martin, is what she's doing right? Is it working for her?
No, it's not. This is the biggest problem for her. Hold on. This is the biggest problem for her right now, is that she does not understand that the people that she's advocating for will not vote for her if their life depends on it. Because if you look at the polls right now, how Niger Farage, like to think that Niger Farage will be a leader of a political party, and that party will be leading the polls in the United Kingdom is unthought of even in 3 years ago, right? Because these are some of the worst people you want to be.
Do you understand that they made her the leader of the Conservative Party?
Yeah, that is the Conservative Party.
If it's not working, then she won't have gone that far.
No, she's the leader of the Conservative Party. But I'm talking about the United Kingdom as a whole.
Hold on. I mean that she wants to be prime minister. We know that, but I'm saying that working towards that, this approach, is it working?
No, it's not. Look, she can tell you today that she's going to close the whole of UK.
She won't have gone this far now.
She would. No, Mike is not Mike. Mike, are you listening to me?
Can I say something?
Mike, are you listening to me? I'm telling you that the party that she leads once hold a majority in parliament. Today they are number 3 in the polls.
It's got nothing to do with her, though.
It's all to do with her. I'm telling you.
What the hell are you talking about?
It is all to do with her. Listen to me.
Fine.
Can you just listen 1 second? The same people that she's advocating for, the white British, will not vote for a colored person. That is one of the reasons why Rishi Sunak lost heavily.
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with
that. Don't you guys see that she's doing a job for them? There's too much foreigner in their country, and we're playing to history, because it has happened before when they have this small colony and they have some people to come take care of their house for them, and after a while they feel like there's too much black people in their country, they need to get rid of them and send them out. This is playing to history. They will use you to do their job, to move you out of their country. That's what they're doing. That's what I see.
Yeah, they are not using that. She's volunteering, man. Stop using this.
Wait, what do you mean volunteering?
Dude, stop using this.
So you think that every single
when you guys make all this kind of hold on. When you guys make listen. When you especially black, when you guys are making all these talking points, like you're insulting your race, like we are dumb. Every time they just use us, we can't think for ourselves.
Yeah, but just read books is written. That's why they say black people don't read.
Hold on,
this happened.
Hold on. But listen, we are not living. Listen, man. Back in the we are not living in a time where blacks were just don't know nothing, where whites are just using them left and right. Today, people are educated. You can't be putting people in that same.
But that's not true. We always know something.
You do, they are using you. You don't.
We always know something. We always know.
She volunteered for a political career. She has brain in her head. So she's the one doing it. So don't take blame for her.
No. Yeah. I don't think
no one is using her.
They're using her to accomplish their own job.
Hold on.
They know if they come out and say it, you will see them as
racist. Mike,
she's not in control.
Is she willing to? Mike, is she willing to, like, you know, she's
exactly that's what I'm saying now. But this guy's trying to make it look like she's not willing
to. It's not even that she's willing to or not. It's because, like, okay, say I'm going to make an example that's going to be clear. So you see, like, we all live in Europe today, right? And imagine somebody like Prince Daddy becomes the head of a Republican Party. Do you not think it's possible that Prince Daddy acts like Kemi Badenoch and implement harsh immigration policies?
Prince Daddy will be worse.
Why would you want to put yourself in that space?
Prince Daddy will be worse than Kemi.
Yeah, but why would you want to put yourself in that space? Why would you want to be there?
But this is what you need to understand, that these people already have these ideas of that conservativeness in them already.
It's not that you have. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but they should no longer aspire.
If someone is telling me that in order for me to get to the highest post of the land, I have to disrespect my people.
God!
You're telling me that now, just because I have to get to that post, I'm willingly to disrespect my people. That's what you're saying.
I'm not saying willingly disrespect. This is, you keep saying your people.
What is he doing?
You keep saying you keep saying your people. Do you think she thinks that way? The way you think? I've told you, our people are British people. And in British
But
people, they have black
doing that one,
British
Akim?
citizens.
Is she not doing that one for just selfish,
But what we are
for
trying
her
to
own
say,
selfish aggrandizement?
No, I've told you before.
it's not denigrate
The right
Nigerian
across
people.
Europe.
So why
The
do
right.
we lose our self-esteem as black people? Why
Wait,
do we
Hold
do
on.
that? Why
are
do we
people
low
Hold on
are
one
not
self-esteem?
second.
wait,
That's what I can
let
see.
wait, let me make correction a little bit. Our people are not British. Our people, that's you might say she's a nationality, maybe because she's a British citizen, but there's a race difference.
No, the people
You
she's
know, she
representing.
doesn't look
That is
like
what she
just
believes is the
trying to
point.
be
That is what she
Okay,
believes.
Hold on, give me
make
one
this
second.
clear. Let me make this clear to
Progressive,
you,
give me one
right?
second. Give me 1 second.
Okay, okay,
Oriela, the
okay.
people she's representing are British people as politicians. So that's our people she's working for. Go ahead, Progressive. Yeah.
Okay, so let me say something. There's a very clear example that happened recently in the New York mayoral race that happened recently when they did the debate, and they were asking these guys, "Oh, when you become mayor, where would you visit first?" And not everybody wanted to visit Israel to sympathize with Israel. The only Muslim guy that was there that is of African descent, that even it was that is a naturalized citizen. And he said, "No, I will stay right here in New York, and I will be here to take care of New York people's need and stuff." That I think that answer was supposed to be to be a gotcha question, right? But I think that answer almost single-handedly won that guy that race.
The guy went up for
So
2 in 1 week.
That guy
Wasn't
is a
win.
joke. That your
I say,
guy is a joke.
who's guy?
That your Zoran Mandani is a
I
joke.
didn't say it's my guy. I'm just giving an example of a conversation that we're having. When did I say it's my guy? So basically,
We
what I'm trying
shouldn't
to
even be discussing such humans.
hold on. Basically, what I'm trying to explain to you is that this guy has a constituent. Why did he not say I'm going to visit Uganda, where he was born?
But he's visiting Uganda for 1 month.
Yeah, but why did he not say that? Oh, that is my preference. I want to
Because
visit
he's a
Uganda.
liar.
Okay, Mama, Madam Zita,
wait a minute.
I'm not here to defend the
Let's
guy.
break down the
I'm
history of
just
that
giving
guy.
you a
Let's break down
reference.
the history of that guy that you spoke to.
Can we
He's
focus on Kemi?
American
We're not
just because he
discussing
was
my
born
guy.
outside. Both parents are American. They just happened to walk over there and give birth to him there. That's why he's saying that. Where
It's
is the
not
guilt?
true. It's not
That's
true. The
true.
guy is a naturalized citizen.
Oh my gosh. He's both parent. You can say it's natural, but I'm telling you, just
Bro,
because he was born there,
the
but
guy
both his
just said, hold on. The
okay,
guy
wait,
just said
both
that
his
his father still
parents.
goes through immigration process as we speak.
His parents are not
Jay
American.
is the one the father wrote that suicide bombing is a thing to do.
Can we go back to Kemi, please? I don't want us to deviate to.
Let's go back to Kemi.
I just gave an example based on policies and stuff.
We all can at least agree that human being loyalty lies where their livelihood is.
Yeah,
Where
exactly.
survivor is, because even every one of us there, wherever country we live in, where we know we are surviving, if that country and Nigeria go to war.
Yeah, but Mike, quick question.
This is
You are
different.
forced
This
to
is why I
to be on
agree.
which
I
army?
disagree.
Hold on, please.
Stop calling me up,
Please.
man. You are forced to be in which army?
I'm not calling
in
you
the
up.
army.
Relax,
I
man.
know that after victory, you'll be the you'll be where you survive.
Relax.
No,
man.
Mike. Just to clarify, because Kemi said on CNN that the only reason why our kids cannot get Nigerian citizens is because she's a woman. Where in the law does that? Is it true, or am I reading too much into it?
Of course it is. No, of course it's true. What are you talking about?
I'm asking. I don't know.
It's only recently Nigeria, the Senate was trying to change that law. If you are Babati, if you are a Nigerian woman now and you marry to a foreigner, that foreigner cannot get naturalization through you as a woman.
That's not
I'm not discussing. No. Progressive.
Yeah.
Not the spouse, the children. She didn't say the spouse.
She's lying. Our children can get Nigerian nationality.
I think the children can get nationality.
Progressive. She said progressive. Hold on. She said our children, not spouse. Nobody's discussing spouse.
No, the children from birth,
right?
Part of the law of being Nigerian citizen is if one of your parents or both parents are Nigerians and you're born,
even grandparents. You said
grandparents. Yeah, so that one I didn't know that.
So
she's saying
that
our
means
children.
Akim, that means Kemi is also behaving like a typical Nigerian politician who lies, eh?
Of course, she's
Wait. Are you
Fayemi,
guys
Fayemi, it
discrediting
has
our
On that
experience?
one,
clauses.
she needs to be condemned because she
Are
lied.
you
No.
discrediting our experience? Because that might actually be true. Because I don't understand why we
Do
100%
you
saying
think,
that's not true.
Oriola, do you think somebody like that,
that one is not true
do
now.
you
Come on.
think Kemi will have
How do you
attempted
know?
that?
I just told you that. No, I on this show, I think that film is that there's a white girl playing for the Super Eagle, for the
That
women's
is
team in
Spain. Her
Nigeria.
name is Spain now.
She's
No,
white.
not pain. Plumper.
Yeah, but
She's
what does
white.
that have to do with
She's
anything?
only hold on.
There's exception to the rule,
Our
man.
grandfather is Nigerian. Not even our parents. Our grandfather is Nigerian. That's the reason why she's playing for us.
That's paternal.
Okay, so
there are
can I say
So what do
something?
you mean
So,
by your kids
wait.
cannot get
Let me say
because they
something.
are?
So Baba mentioned when he was giving his own submission, he said maybe because in order for you to get a citizen, both parents has to sign. He's saying maybe in her own case, she's trying to do everything all by herself without getting the consent of them. Maybe we don't know what's going on, so you cannot discredit our
Bro.
experience.
You don't need to. Both parents don't need to sign
I
shit. You
don't
just do a
know.
Nigerian passport for the
Yeah,
kids.
but
That's
you
all.
can't. I'm just
The
saying
law
that don't
says
let us
I did. The law
They are
quickly
says
not.
discredit our
I
They are
experience.
not.
did.
They are not. They are not
Can I come
applying for
in?
citizenship. You know, they just
The
Can
law
I
applying for
says
come in?
one of
passport.
your parents,
Hold on,
not
one
both.
voice. Now, guys, it's
One.
not over topic. I don't even know
Can
the
I
point.
come in?
No, I'm just
Hold on,
asking.
progressive.
Hello.
Land that point.
No, so basically, if you're applying for a Nigerian passport, you just need one of the parents to. They don't need the children. Our children do not apply for a Nigerian citizenship. They just get a Nigerian passport. But I don't know. It could be a situation that Kemi herself. I think maybe she was not born in Nigeria, but I think she was born in Nigeria.
She was not born in Nigeria. That's
Can
right.
I come in?
Babati made that point. Madasida can come after you.
Okay, so my point is,
But Akim has not finished now. Let Akim
No, he
finish
just
No,
now.
finished
I'm
now.
okay.
He just finished.
I just
I'm
want to
okay. They can
chip in
go. Somebody else
something.
can go ahead.
just to
I told
clarify
him to
from you
finish
guys,
now.
because
I just want to chip in something.
hold on,
Yeah, let Babati
hold on.
want to come first.
Is it that the law? Because what I read says one of your parents or grandparents have to be that. It didn't say both. So when Akim was talking about maybe because our spouse is white or foreign
No,
born, that's what
no.
I'm only asking the question
No, I
just
said
for you.
maybe because she was not born in Nigeria,
Can I
and
come
maybe
in,
Our father is
please?
Nigerian now.
Can I
it can
come in?
be. What do you want me to say now? Because maybe she got it all
Well,
wrong.
got a fact check, but let Madasida come in real quick. Yeah.
Nigeria is a country that accepts dual citizenship. That means, in simple terms, they give citizenship by descent. Okay? So your descendant can have citizenship. Under Section 25 of Nigerian Constitution, because I know a lot of people this thing has affected, there are clauses to it. About 17 clauses. Any of those clauses can affect you and can make your children not to have that citizenship. One of the one I remember, I had a friend who denounced and the letter came back. If you acquire a citizenship and denounce Nigerian citizenship and later accept that Nigerian citizenship, or at the time you have those children, you are not a Nigerian citizen, then they won't give those children. At the time, you can go and look at it as Section 25 of Nigerian Constitution concerning citizenship by descent. It has clauses. So Kemi should come out and tell the whole world which part of the clause that is affecting her children. But if she come out and just say, because I'm a woman, my children are not, it's a lie. If their children are, their mother is a Nigerian, hold on. If their mother is a Nigerian, they are qualified. That should be the right word.
So I want to ask
to apply for citizenship in Nigeria. They have the right. But under those clauses, which of them is affecting them? Period. She should tell us the one that is affecting her children.
But to make it like a gender can, like it's some kind of sexy stuff is what I don't get to understand. Like,
I want to ask you, my question is very simple. If you are contesting for the Prime Minister of UK or whatever, is it acceptable for her to carry dual nationality?
Of course, Boris Johnson had an American passport. Boris Johnson was born.
That's a good question.
Boris Johnson was born in the United States.
I think to become a politician, you have to denounce your second
No.
citizenship.
Like, come on, I'm telling you. Hold on one second. I'm telling you what happened for real. Boris Johnson, when he became a British Prime Minister, was still holding U.S. citizenship. You don't in the United Kingdom. United Kingdom is one. United Kingdom. You see, okay, you see, like in America and in most countries, for you to be their president, you have to be born citizen of that country. The United Kingdom, you can be a naturalized citizen and still be a prime minister of that country. So they don't have. Yes, they don't have those kind of rigidness that exclude people in that manner.
You have to denounce one. No, you cannot.
No, you don't need to denounce anyone.
I don't know if there is any country you can be their president.
Yeah, but I'm telling you now. I'm telling you now that in the United Kingdom, I'm telling you in the United Kingdom, you don't need to denounce anything.
I don't know about that, though, but I know that Bukola Saraki was Senate president as dual citizenship, but he didn't denounce any one of.
No, you don't. Even if I say you can. Boris Johnson, the same Boris Johnson that everybody knows, it was born in the United States, a born U.S. citizen. That is who he is.
Let's not flog you. What we can do is just go and look it up. That's it. So it's no need to go back and forth.
So AI is saying that perhaps there is something that she's not telling us about those clauses.
But BT, do you think that she has even exploited that opportunity, or maybe she's just talking for politics' sake?
Yes, no.
What would be the motivation for her to even want somebody like Badenoch? What would be the motivation for allowing our children to come and become Nigerian citizens?
Does she have a Nigerian passport? That would be the first question. Does she even have a Nigerian
passport? Can I give you a personal experience real quick? So I was trying to get Nigerian passport for my kids and stuff. So part of the question they're asking is more like your local government and stuff. So, and it has to do, both myself and my wife, information is needed. And they will also ask like local places that I don't even know. So maybe I'm definitely sure they will go through the same thing where they will ask what part are you from, who is your local government chairman. They want you to go to your local government, whatever, to get a stamp and all of that. So don't you guys think that might be a factor? And just like AI said, there's other caveat that might come into place that maybe.
So why did she say that then?
Factor in what?
Well, I don't know.
No, what Babati is trying to explain to you is that she made it look like Nigeria as a nation. Nigeria as a nation is an anti-woman country. They still have a lot of laws that are.
That's what she said. She said because she's a woman. Because she's a woman. That's what she said. They deny her because she's a woman.
Well, isn't that true?
That's come on now.
That's true. That's true.
What do you mean?
That's true.
Okay, Oriola, explain to us how it's true.
I've seen
let Oriola explain to us
how
contrary now.
BC, Jago explain for her. Oriola, explain to us.
Wait, that's true. I've seen a lot of videos where a lot of especially Nigerian descent women, they will go to Nigeria and they will say the way they hack to them. It's like if you don't have a guy.
But we're talking about institutional.
We're talking about law.
We're talking about institutional.
Wait, just listen. It's the same factor that will go into place. You said nothing about institution when you said.
What do you mean?
When you said I claim about Nigeria doesn't favor women like that. You didn't mention anything about institution.
It's institution. Hold on.
Yeah, but it's still the same thing. Sorry. If people are complaining that something is wrong, accept it instead of being defensive.
No. Oriola, what they use to judge a country is the country's rule, laws, no behavior of individuals. No, over there they frank. It's like saying in America now because men cheat a lot and things like that. That means America is a country where is a country that oppress women or something like that. You can't do that. You can't say behavior of many men defines what that country is. What you define country by the laws of that country. If a country like Iran, for example, women have to wear a hijab. That's the law. So you can now say, Iran oppress women or suppress women or whatever because it's the law. So that's what you have to.
Yeah, but is there anything wrong with her speaking about speaking to our own experience. I don't think there's anything
No,
wrong.
no, there's something wrong because she said in a country she can't be a citizen of virtue of being a woman. That's a lie. What she's saying is that it's a country where it's only man that can, it's only through your paternal lineage you can be a citizen. She made it up.
So are you saying that our own experience does not matter?
It's not by experience, it's about law, man. What are you talking about, man?
Yeah, but it's more like
did she even tell you what her experience? So
exactly. This is what I wanted to say. She probably didn't even have that experience. She probably just saying it out of what she thought. What she thought is the situation in Nigeria.
Does Badenoch look like a woman that went to Nigeria by herself to try to?
Does she have a Nigerian passport? That one.
Just trying to get passport and they say you're a woman, get away. Does she look like someone that did that?
Wait, wasn't it the same woman?
In fact, the law is against
wasn't it the same lady that told us about her growing up in Nigeria and police has to do something
Mike,
to her
sorry,
family?
was another topic.
Oriola, we gotta move on from you, man. We can't be flogging your this thing, I beg.
Well, it's good to speak to the topic.
Yeah, but you are just taking us all over.
I'm not taking you all over the place. It's the topic.
Well, it's okay.
Akim, you can talk about the state creation.
Yeah, that's what I was going to. Yeah, state creation. Yeah, state creation.
State creation is nonsensical, man. I don't know why we keep doing why we want to do this to ourselves. It doesn't make no sense. It doesn't make no sense. The one that we have, how many people has
it could do state. It could do state.
Look, they should.
Akim, I'm sorry. That thing will come to reality. Go and write it down.
Yeah, but it's gonna be stupid. It's gonna be one of the worst things that we do.
Wait, can I say something to you?
Akim,
yeah.
How many states do they have in Russia?
Let me explain. Russia can afford. Russia can afford whatever they have. You understand? We cannot afford where we are going to. That's the problem. Where you want to. We are not a rich nation. We don't have the resources to keep funding politics, to keep funding governance instead of the people. It doesn't make sense. Okay, let me explain something to you, right? Look at, they say the Southwest today, right? Imagine Osun State, Ondo State, Ekiti State, Oyo State, all those governance side, the administrative part of that state. Take all of them out, the State House of Assembly and the government house. Calculate all of their budget that just goes into basically zero, nothing that have to do with the life of the people, whether it's road, whether it's education, whether it's healthcare, just by paying politicians. For how long are you going to continue that, for God's sake? Look, for me, if I want to, if I was to be involved in this, go back to a regional system of government and just have mayors to run the state. Even if you want to create 20 more states, create 20 more states, no problem. Just have one single mayor per state. No state house.
Okay,
Ola, by the way, hold on. Ola got to speak.
No state house of assemblies. None of those many commissioner of in every state is a waste of resources that we need.
They can make it like a development. Before, when we have region, we have provinces.
Exactly.
That was what we used to have. So why should we make it like a full-fledged state?
Create 20 states if you want.
Development areas.
But the whole idea of this should be how we reduce the expenses that we spend governing our people. It's too much.
Okay, Mike. They have equivalent of what they call state. The equivalent of it, they have 89 in Russia.
Is this state or local? No, what's the equivalent?
No, it's not local government. It's just like like equivalent of state. So
what is and they have did they have all the paraphernalia of state of assembly commissioners and all
that's where we're going now. What is it called instead of setting us is equivalent? What is it called? Just as equivalent.
No, I don't know. What.
So it's not state now. Someone can go and say, look, it's like American come and say we have 2,000 counties. It's equivalent to states. No, it's not now. You have to tell us how it's equivalent.
We can call it a state. We can have a Ikorodu state. We can have Ibadan state. We can have Ibadan state. We can have Ikorodu state. We can have all of this. But let the governance structure of these things change.
Okay, look at it this way. Even if they are not calling it a state, it's just like Canada. We have province. Province is just like equivalent of state. That's what I'm saying. Because provinces in Canada, they are the federal subjects. So just like the 89 or 85 they have in Russia, so it's just a federal subject too. Like we have 36 federal subjects in Nigeria. So it doesn't have to mention the name of state because
how did they run it? Because we have to know how did they run it also.
I forget about how they run it. Let's just start from somewhere. Don't let us expand scope unnecessarily.
Yeah, but we don't have the money. We do not have the resources.
Why are you saying that we should start from somewhere? You are creating states and say you are starting from somewhere.
You're gonna create state house of assemblies.
What I don't like, I don't like wide arguments. The question is this: they have 85 states. Other than 85 states again, they have something similar to local government too, and they even went even lower than that. So the thing is, if you want something within your state, it's not something that you just resist without even knowing why. I've been asking people questions. What are the motives behind creating states in Nigeria?
It's politics. There's nothing else in Nigeria.
Okay, the same. Ola, what should be your own motive now? Since you support the creation, what is your own motive?
Okay, the way I'm beginning to look at this current state creation is that they are trying to make it based on ethnicity. Like, for example, if you have an overflow of a particular, okay, let's say in Ekiti now, you have Ijaw people that merge with you, and you are now finding a way now to take Ijaw people out of Ekiti State, and now look at some other people that are just similar, like maybe people you want to create a minority. You want to put them in a state so that you create in such a way that they will not feel marginalized. That's an aspect. You understand? That of Ibadan is totally
if that's what they want to do, then they should just do that all across instead of doing
No, they cannot even do that. You know why? Let me tell you. There is no state. There is no Mike, sorry. There is no state that you go to today. What Ola is talking about. Let me give you, for example, go to Kogi. How many states do you want to create out of Kogi? Kogi state has the Igbira people, have Yoruba, have the Gala people, they have the Basa people. They are, in fact, if you go there, there's so many, they have no pay.
Simba, they have
no pay. No, let me finish, Ola. Let me finish.
You are
we have no pay.
Ola,
wait now, Ola. Let me talk now. Yeah. We have no pay in Kogi. We have no pay in Niger. We have no pay in Abuja. We have no pay in Nasarawa. We have no pay in Kwara. So now, how do you want to manage? We have Ijaw people in Ondo, in Bayelsa, in Rivers, in Delta, in Edo, in Akwa Ibom. So how do you now make all those ones a state? You know, if you want to be using that criteria, then you can't even practice it. Yoruba people, okay, they said they want to take the Yoruba people in Kogi state to form a state. What about the Yoruba people in Edo? What about the Yoruba people in Kwara?
This is the argument I said that.
Let's respond.
This is why I said active listening really matters a lot. Look at where you are taking the argument to now. I said, okay, you see some region, you take. After all, Ijaw people, they are not minority in Nigeria. For you to know, they are the fourth largest ethnic group. I say you now have Ijaw in Ekiti now, and they are minority in Ekiti. Now you now go to the nearest state to see minority, and you now carve all those minority out of the majority that are dominating them, and you put all those minority in a cluster, and you create a state for them. It's totally different from where you say, okay, Yoruba in this thing, they should go and bring Yoruba in Kaduna and go and drop all of that state and come and marry to them. Active listening.
I don't even know what you call active listening. What you have said, I don't think there's any different from what you. Okay, you mention
it's totally different.
It's not different. There's no difference in there. How can you say the minority?
Let Riola chime in and then you respond. So he wants to chime in something. Riola, go ahead.
Oh wait, I was just going to say that. Oh, when Simba was mentioning Yoruba in everywhere, I was saying Yoruba in Nasarawa and Yoruba in Abuja. But here's what I actually think. I think that we know we want to run a democracy, but the thing is, we are trying to copy and paste. But what we should really be doing is, even if we created 1 million states, we now need a policy of how to run those things that won't cost us a lot of money.
Exactly.
And so let's respond to Olari quick.
It doesn't matter.
We get
is the affordability of governance that matters, not what you're creating what you cannot afford. What kind of life is that?
So what about you looking at
you know the way Nigeria is structured? There's no way you can have a distinct ethnic nationality as an entity. There's no way. If you want to do that, you can even divide Nigeria into 500.
So
Is that one visible?
Ola, what I was trying to, I understand what you are saying, and I support
We don't have
your side of
500
it. But
ethnicity in
what you
Nigeria.
see, this is what I'm saying. Like I'm saying we can have a model whereby we have a regional government and a regional House of Assembly. Under that region, if you want to have 20 states, it's okay, but let it be down to just one mayor per state.
That would be expensive to run now. If you have
how?
Progressive, give us the regions. Tell us how the regions will look.
So the region should be as it's currently constituted now. The 6 regions should be what it is, right? But each state now with then there will be no more state House of Assembly and no
Who
more
will be the
state
head
governors.
of the region? Is it premier or what?
It could come in any form or any name. It doesn't matter.
You have to tell us what you should already have it prepared now. You don't even know.
So it could be. Look, it could be a governor. You could call it governor of the. You can call it a governor of the Western region, governor of the Southern region, governor of the Eastern region, governor of the North Central Nigeria, governor of the Northwest Nigeria, governor of the Northeast Nigeria. You can call it like that. So they have state House of Assembly.
Governing Lagos or Osun.
No, so there will not be there will not be governor in Lagos. There will not be governor in Osun. There will not be governor in.
No, you say one governor will govern all of them.
Mike.
Yes.
Mike.
Look, listen, Mike. What I'm trying.
What he's trying to tell you is that people should find a government that suits them.
Exactly. This is what I'm trying to explain to you.
No, you say regional system where we have the system.
Yes, hold on. Now let me finish now.
Yeah.
So you see, as rich as the city as London is governed by a single mayor. So let me finish this right. You see, when we have those regional governors, right? All those regional governor does is just policies, right? They're just more like policies maker. You have regional House of Assembly. You see, those members of your regional House of Assembly, in my opinion, those should be your also federal House of Representative members. Their main base will be in the region. When they have issues of federal matters, they'll then go to Abuja to go and delegate that as members of House of Representative combined from all regions. We should not be wasteful in governance. What we are doing, we cannot continue to afford this nonsense. Okay, so each region will have a regional governor. Then each state will have a mayor. Then you can still go down and have your local government. And local government, you cannot have a local government.
We're still going to pay for all those things now. So
but it is far cheaper than what we have now.
Far cheaper.
Yeah, but I don't think we should.
You still got to take governance to the people now. You still got to
you still have local government, and in that local government. Hold on 1 second. You see, in that local government, you do not run as a local government chairman. Everybody run as councillors, and it is the largest party in that election that will form a chairman or a leader of the local government.
Yeah, I think it's easy for Southwest because we already have the Egba, the Egbados, the Jebu, so we can just create our own stuff just like that.
And another thing another thing. Sorry for cutting you short. Another thing they should put in that their stupid thing if they want to do it right is that they should create a system whereby we have a rotational presidency, because that is all we are doing now. Let us create a law. Let it be known in the law. So if it's going to be the turn of the Southeast, every single political party in that year will produce candidates from the Southeast. That is what the law should determine now. Then it should be a 1 term for each region, 4 years term for each region. So basically, the political party will now be so important when it comes to democracy and elections, so that one region does 4 years, it moves to another region for 4 years. The people will now be voting for political party rather than individual. So if APC present somebody from the Southeast, PDP presents somebody from the Southeast, or the political people present somebody from the Southeast, that will make a choice. We vote from which party we think represent the best candidate in that place.
That will not encourage the competition, because it's going to be, it's my turn, I can do whatever I like.
Of course, then it's now up to the people to vote. It is now up to the people to vote for the other party.
Wait. Wait. See, let me tell you something. The thing is this. It's not the number of states we have in that country that is creating problem. It's the excess of the executive arms. Let me tell you, in my province, we have 87 members of the province assembly. Not until we start talking of councillors, we have.
Bro, you live in Canada, you know. You remember that you live in Canada. Yeah, one of the G20 economy.
Wait, it's not a matter of economy. You
it is.
Wait. Nigeria is where you have politicians any more than those people that are working in the private sector that they are being productive. That is where the problem starts. You understand? We don't have a situation where the city, there are many people any more than the mayor of the city today as I speak. There are many individuals like you and myself that earn more than the prime minister of Canada as I speak today. How many workers in Nigeria earn more than even state house assembly members in Nigeria? So when we look at the political office holder excesses, we now think that is why we think we are thinking from that way that is too expensive. No,
it's okay. Okay, I'm going to give you an example.
Other voices, other people are here.
If anybody want to comment, they can come.
So
Remy,
is Arogidi still there?
Arrow is there too.
Please, so you and Mike or Kabisi now I wanted to, but maybe down, maybe later.
Let me say something real quick. So I don't think we bringing up other countries into this conversation really matters, because those countries, they can have billions of, they create their own constitution how they want to run it. That's what we should be focusing on.
They study their society before they create system.
Yeah, so we should
we just want to copy and paste their system.
Exactly, we are copying and pasting. It makes no
instead
sense.
of us to study our own society
and say
you know we love that now in Germany, in Singapore. We love that.
Is that way? Why not a person like me is supporting that? If we make that thing, we take don't allow anything to
we always do that. We need to stop it.
Mike, I'm going to say something to you. You see, you will be when. Yeah, go ahead.
Let Progressive quickly say that. Then come.
Okay, Progressive, go ahead. Then.
So you see, when Aregbe was the governor of Osun State, and Aregbe will pay 50% salary, we pay 75% salary to workers. In that same time, did the budget of the State House of Assembly, did they reduce it? Were they not still paying those lawmakers in the state? They were still receiving everything, every single penny they still got. But just imagine that in a situation whereby you don't have to spend that money for that for the state legislature, you have more resources for you to do other things. In some states, the State House of Assembly they take in excess of 100 billion or more than 100 billion in or 50 billion out of the budget.
We get the point.
Okay, I want to look at it in two ways. The first aspect is I look at Nigeria as a country, and I see that the major development in most Nigerian states is only the state capital. When you remove the state capital, other small towns or cities in those states, they are not well developed. So only one state or two, I can say maybe if you go there, you can see pockets of factories and the rest, and that is Ogun State, for example. Even the others are not. But when you create a state, you bring development to most of these neglected cities or towns.
So each town should be a state because for them to develop.
Let me give you an example of Osun State now. After Osogbo has not developed for longer years, if not because of Aregbesola, maybe in the last 12 years. What you have? Only Osogbo. After Osogbo, tell me another.
So it's the fault of the government, right? Government should be developing your states.
So the second aspect I'm looking at is this. I would like them to cut, instead of putting more money into the National Assembly, maybe we should reduce it to one house, and then the money you are paying most of these guys that are doing nothing else, you can put it into the state. And I want state resource control. Because if you bring in state resource control, this one will eliminate unnecessary spending from the federal government.
Do you guys think do you guys think it's just easier that
I know it's not easy.
I will say they are already responding. I'm just saying, like, do you guys think it's more easier that the center, instead of dispersing all these billions every month to these governors, right? They should just send people to go study the whole country, find out what project or whatever every part of the country need, or every village, towns, whatever, and just hire contractors that will do the job and just spend any money directly to go and do the job.
Okay,
No,
where's the
no,
money?
it's not going to work
Mike,
that way.
No,
It's not
Mike,
going
if
to
so
you
work
that
live
that
in
way,
way.
Nigeria,
because if you think about it this way, we disperse
if you
all these
live in Nigeria
billions.
when the
I'm
military were
coming
there,
now. Wait, we disperse these billions to these governors. Each of those governors, at least 50% of that money, it will go into corruption. They will steal it. So that you eliminate that. You understand? So now you know that the contractors, which you make sure the contractor will be local, you pay them directly to go and do the project, and you get it done. You
Wait,
get
let me
developed
ask you a
country.
question.
Mike,
Wait, wait, wait.
What
project
I'm
is
Let me
trying
ask.
to say
project.
is
Wait.
this.
Let me
Mike,
ask
hold
Mike
on.
a
Mike,
question. Quick.
project
Let
is
me
not
ask
just
him a
about.
question.
Hold on, governance
So
is
we
not just.
develop a country.
Governance is not just about just roads.
No, no,
Yeah, do you
no.
understand that?
I get it. I get it. No.
Exactly.
Major money they give to the governors is to decide what they want to do. And most of the
No.
things. Hold on, I'm coming now. If you say, okay, you can have governors, and you can just say, okay, the governors should leave the projects or those things alone, and all they should focus on is maybe affairs of maybe medical or something that has nothing to do with project where we invest big money, intensive capital things, maybe to pay salaries and things like that. So all they got to do is just the center just disport salary budget to the governor to pay salaries, right? And also social affairs and things like that. But as far as the country development, the center should go and send professional experts, engineers, to go and study the country, find out what every terrain in the country needs, and just hire the contractors and just pay the money directly to the contractor to get the job done. That's easier than having the governor to figure out
Mike, let me
what a state
Let me
needs,
ask
when
Mike
most
a
let
of
me
these
question.
governors
respond
are
to
Mike,
this.
illiterate.
I have a
Mike,
question
you
to
talk.
ask.
Mike,
Mike, you talk as if you are writing a movie
I'm
script,
just
man.
I'm saying it because it's easier to develop that country
Let me ask you a
that
question.
way.
but
What's the job of the
Akim,
governor?
sorry, Oriola, sorry, excuse me, Oriola. Akim, let me just back you to what you are just saying. We are only looking at the politicians. When you create a state, you have the paraphernalia of the politicians, the commissioners, the House of Assembly, and all those ones. And you will not duplicate civil servants also. Permanent secretary, director of this, director. Because if you look at the present structure that we have now, will you imagine that even federal has all the departments in each state, the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Education in each state of the federation? And I
if
don't
it's
know
crazy
what.
job, what's wrong? If it's crazy job, what's wrong with it?
It's too expensive.
Wait now.
It's not
We are
expensive.
talking about, we don't have the financial resources for all these things that we are talking
Guy,
about.
the question is this:
Let
why
me
don't
give
we
you,
have the financial
let me finish,
resources?
Ola, let me finish what I'm saying. Okay, imagine that, let's say Osun State was not created out of Oyo, and the present allocation that Oyo State is getting, now to now say you are financing the look at the mirage of civil servant and the politician that they have. You can imagine if that one is not there, and they're now using Oyo State as a whole with Osun State, and are now using it for development. Which one will you prefer than duplicating all these things that they are not even
Okay,
just people free money,
let me
doing
respond to
nothing?
you. Joachim,
I don't even care if
progressive,
if they create
progressive,
Osun State. I don't care if they create Osun State. I don't care if they
progressive.
create people more state.
Let me
But
even
stop.
respond to Simba. Let me respond to Simba. See, just the way you were talking now, the same way they were talking before they created Osun State, Ogun State, all those stuff. You understand? And the fact on ground has shown that even those states develop more than when they were not creating more. So the question is this: is it because of those
I
things
don't
that we
think
don't
so.
have money? Let me
Where
land.
is the fact?
Okay. Let me land it now. Let me land. My brother, Baba. Now, the question is this: why are we not making money? Is it because we are duplicating position, or we are not productive because we are tying our resources down based on rubbish policy? So, so is it because of states that we don't have airport that can be controlling world traffic? Is it because of that because of state our industry are not growing? Is it because of more states that we don't have electricity, or because of our policies? So the question is this:
no.
Creating more states is not the reason Nigeria is poor. Creating more states, you get more job. Go and look at the real economic activities.
Okay,
and even if you
let's move that.
1,000.
That's a good point. Let's move that to the earlier point we're making about what they were trying to incorporate the traditional institutions to governance. So what do you guys think about that?
So for me, I don't. That is not a problem. They can incorporate any traditional institution, incorporate religious institution. It's not that does that. That's for me. I don't care.
Religion. No.
Hold on one second. For me, I don't look. What I'm trying to explain on this platform today is this. Somebody might say, bringing some chief into governance and all of this. Okay, fine. But what I'm saying is this: are we developing at the rate that we're supposed to develop? The answer is no, and the reason is this:
if they put them, would it happen? I mean,
no, they also will be part of the wastage of the whole thing that we're talking about, the wasting of people's fund. Look, Mike.
Okay, apart from money, hold on. The main reason, apart from money, do you think they will also be able to reach their people easier and also be able to control their wait, calm down. What we're trying to say is that, for example, like spaces, like kingdoms or towns or all these people where they know their environments and they relate to their people and also their customs. They can preserve it. They can regulate. Basically, what I'm saying is they'll be able to regulate their spaces more where there's no. Because what we have in Nigeria today, for example, millions of people come from West Africa and they just settle in communities in Nigeria now, where now we don't even know who the hell is who. You understand? But when you have these local kings still governing their space, they know their people, and we can also use them to register their people, their citizens, as member of their indigenous community. So a foreigner, let's say somebody walk from Cameroon, enter Nigeria now, go settle there. It can be they can know that okay, this guy's not in a database as a member of this community, because the database of that community will be in control of the local kings and chiefs. So now we all know who's a Nigerian, who's not a Nigerian.
Where are we going? Where are we going back to 1854 or what? I don't understand. What's going on?
1854. So okay. Now today, how do we know who's a Nigerian, who's not? Is it not?
That is why the government have NIN. That is why you have a Nigerian passport. That is why you have all of those certification system.
Calm down. Do you know that someone from Ghana can come to Nigeria so they are going to acquire NIN?
Yeah, but if the system is corrupt, that doesn't mean that.
It has nothing to do with no. Oh, okay, wait. If I'm a Yoruba man and I'm the one in the office of NIN, and a guy from one town in Cameroon come to my office to acquire for it, tell me he's a Nigerian. I wouldn't know I wouldn't know the difference between
but it doesn't have to be a Nigerian. It can be a Cameroonian and still get a NIN.
Yes, I wouldn't know if it's do you know in Nigeria? Do you know Black Americans? I know a Black American friend that got Nigerian passports.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. If the system is corrupt,
it's not by
that same chief that you are talking about can be corrupted as well.
Do you think Nigeria have ID of everybody, identity of everybody?
Of course not.
Exactly. So anybody. So if a guy from Niger, or let's say a guy from border, can walk into Nigeria now, and he come in front of, he goes to the NIN office. Me as a Yoruba man, I wouldn't know whether it's Calabar man or Cameroon. I don't know the difference. But hold on now. But I'm telling you that if you have to acquire that NIN through the kingdom or my hometown, right? I'm a Ikorodu person, right? You can't, even if a non-indigent come there, say want to acquire the documents, whatever. I know you're not from there. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying the federal government can use that to.
But why does he have to go to traditional? Why does he have to be traditional ruler that will do that?
The local traditional kings and chiefs, they know their people now. Can I go to? Hold on, wait. If I go to,
what if we localize the system? Like the NIN system should be local. The passport should be local.
That's the point I'm making.
Which is what we currently do.
Hold on. Identity. Hold on. ID of Nigeria. Hold on. To identify the ID system of Nigeria is something that should be in. Hold on. Yes. It's a responsibility that should be handed to the local communities. You understand? So that way, it will be difficult for non-Nigerians just coming to Nigeria and just easily
Look at what
acquire.
Let me just quickly TP. What Mike is saying, what Mike is just saying, like, we should be sure of that identity. That's what he's trying to say.
Exactly, you sure the identity
is to
like
get those people Mike, our traditional
let me do it now. Let me do it last point. Hold on,
issuing the whole people, the whole citizens of Niger have our name. Southern Sudan, they have it down to that side.
Exactly.
I'm telling you the truth. And you can even obtain it. You can obtain it in Africa shop. Tell me which country will get national identity.
Midwest, you don't call with your exaggeration.
No, he's being honest.
They have it in Sudan also. It's not being honest, I beg. It's not exaggerating now.
No. Let me do. He's making a point. I'm telling you. Guys, allow me to do it.
Even that Nigerians, some Nigerians don't even have. It's South Sudan people that have it.
Simba, let me do it.
Just allow me to
Simba.
Yeah, let's not make it rowdy now. Can you calm down? Let me do it. This point. I'll come after him.
Simba, please. Call people in Europe. Now in South Africa, sure that they do our knee here. If I'm lying, not be every day they have it.
Midwest Republic, Midwest.
Okay,
everybody wait.
Guys, getting too rowdy, man. Let one person and then
Midwest, you are not lying. Hold on. Let me, because Midwest always
calm down.
Midwest always have a. Hold on, Mike, 1 second, please.
But let
Midwest.
No. You can't do that. Because even Ola wants to call me, I stopped him. I can't do that.
Go ahead.
I can't stop Ola and then let you go. Like, what I'm saying is let him land his point, and then whoever's coming there, I think Ola wanted to call, unless Ola allows you to come.
Then, no, I just finished.
Okay, don't finish. Okay. Ola, do you want Progress to come before you, or you want to go before?
No, let me just point you to something. Because the thing is this: everything you are saying is part of the process already, and Midwest is exaggerating because he has always been exaggerating anything around identity in Nigeria, and him and myself, we know that. Look.
No, you are wrong. You are just wrong.
Wait, okay, I'm wrong.
You live in Canada.
Let him land.
I'm wrong.
Midwest, let him finish.
I'm telling you the reality in Europe here. Why you sound exaggerating?
Midwest, let him finish.
You. See, as it is in Nigeria today, there are many ways you can. You don't just walk into those offices and you just go and present yourself. No. There are things. Now, look at the thing now. You must be in a school. If you are not in a school, then you have to go and take letters from your religious within your community and the traditional rulers. So the traditional rulers are already involved. Or you go and get certificate of your local government of origin. Or if you are already paying tax in Nigeria, you present your tax clearance. So you have a lot of identity too. So the exaggeration that maybe someone
we get the point, Sha. Let Progressive come in.
Thank you. Yeah, it's almost like it's the problem with Midwest Republic is just that because when they put a system in place to make life much easier for people, you take it as a weakness of the country, right? Scandinavians only have one Nigerian embassy where they go to in Sweden. That both the ones in Norway and many of them, they go to, I think they have one embassy they go to in Sweden. So you don't expect everybody to travel to Sweden to go and do NIN. So it is normal that they can have agents, and this agent can use any premises. All they need is their computer and whatever equipment that they need, but it doesn't take away that if you're going there to do that NIN for the first time, they will ask you your school leaving certificate. I know this for a fact because I've taken somebody to go and do NIN in Blanchardstown in Dublin here. If anybody from Ireland knows...
Sorry, they did not ask here in Finland. Nobody's asking about your leaving certificate.
They will ask you about your school leaving certificate, your primary school certificate, your secondary, your WAEC result or whatever. This person had to provide all of those things from Nigeria before they did the NIN for that person here that day. So it doesn't mean that because they contract an agent to process this thing for people locally where you live, then you think, oh, because they are doing it from an African shop, like you just commonize the thing. No,
here they don't do it from African shop. But what they are doing is very simple. Once you come in, the person will engage you. Because if you are renewing your international passport or whatever, you already have a record. They can see your record from your previous passport. And this
No,
person
Remy,
will
because
engage
this
you.
person didn't have a Nigerian passport originally. You
That's
understand?
what I'm saying. If you don't have a Nigerian passport, they also engage you whether you can speak one of the dialect or the language in Nigeria. They also speak it to you. They are very meticulous about it also. They will get you if
Remy,
you are
let me.
not truly Nigerian.
I'll be honest with you guys, man. Like, yeah, I get the system. They try their very best to make sure they ID you to confirm that you're Nigerian by telling you to go and bring your certificate or go to your community and go and bring a letter, right, to come and prove to them. I still think that is very easy to be corrupted. You understand? All you have to do is go and all these things they say go and bring. Most Nigerians go and bring a fake one. I've seen situations they tell. I know Black American where in India, they say you wanted to acquire Nigeria. They say go and bring a birth certificate. Just go and bring a fake one. In Nigeria, you pay someone, they'll bring something for you. They can get all these things. But what
Mike,
I'm saying, well, I'm coming. What I'm saying is, you telling someone to go to community ground and make a local chief to give you letter that you're from there. The local chief, first of all, the government is not on government's payroll. It's not incorporated into the system. So he can care less. If someone walk up to you and say, "Oh God, I will pay you 1 million, give me letter, say I'm from your community," you go right now. Because he doesn't care. He's not part of the system. You know, like he's not even control his own community in the first place. The government have taken the community. Let me just get across. The local kings and chiefs, they are not in control of their environment anymore. They have no, because federal government is in charge. So now they don't care. But what I'm saying is, if you give their community back into their country, they give them power more of their environment to regulate their environment and they're part of the governance of the environment. Now you'll not tax them to give them the task of identifying their indigens of their locality, right? And then be the one to create the ID system for their own indigenous people. And no, people will not, if kings like that or chiefs, all these people of these communities, if they know they are in control of their own community, they will never, and they are making, of course, their governors, they're not going to be taking bribe for somebody from somewhere to say he wants to be part of he wants to claim their identity of their community. They won't do that because they know
Mike,
they want their people to be their people. So
you
that
don't
will
know
be less
Nigeria.
corrupt. Hold on, I'm coming. That the system will be less corrupt if you allow the indigenous communities to be the ones to ID their people, present their do the NIN and all those things for their own local people, and at least that that will also make it easier for Nigeria to know who's from where and where and where. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
but
Okay,
Mike,
can I come in now?
yeah, go on. Remy.
Yeah, what I want to say is very simple. Let's say as from year 2000, most of the children born from year 2000, maybe 1999, they have a birth certificate. But before that time, it's all wara wara, all this ojoro is too much. But I think Nigeria, we still have a long way to go. We have to do a good census to really know the population so that we can plan ahead very well. But I think in future, anybody that is interested in public position, maybe they can they can check his document. So not document, his date of birth and whatever. Mike, you are right. People are easily to be compromised because of money in Nigeria. Not only Yoruba, Hausa, all Nigerians, they will compromise anything when it comes to money. So that's just my little
Remy, do you hear that phrase that Rome was not built in a day, right?
I agree.
So we have a system in place. So the government needs to gradually migrate people onto that system. So what they are doing now, for me, is right.
200 million Nigerians.
Sorry?
200 million Nigerians. How long would that take?
No. I'm not saying migrating as a listen. I'm not saying migrating as immigration. I mean to migrate people
I
into
know what
the
you're
system.
saying now.
On top, so what I'm saying, because if you want to write exam now in Nigeria, you have to have NIN. So it means that they are not capturing the younger generation into the system as well. So over time, the system will have a system whereby nearly
progressive. Do you know that majority of Nigerian children will not go to school, and they also will not because the only way government capture people is
what do you I mean, Mike, don't say majority. How can you say
okay.
majority
Let
of
me say
Nigerian
majority.
children don't go to
Okay,
school?
I'll take it back. Hold on. Let's just say millions of them will not either go to school or go beyond secondary school to go to higher
Okay.
institutions. And now, what the way the government capture people is through people they are going to higher places and things like that. Now, majority of those poor, they're just being born in local community village. You understand? There are some people in villages where they're just born every day, and the federal government will never capture them.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. It's a process.
Hold on.
Do you know that, Mike? Do you know that to enter primary school now, you must present your birth certificate?
Present what? We lost you.
To even primary school, to enter into primary school, now you have to present your
your what?
So you have to present your birth certificate, and before you can write common entrance, they need your NIN.
In every villages and towns.
I say common entrance. There's no state they don't write common entrance now.
In every villages and town, you have to present your birth certificate to start primary school.
Yes, if you want to go to public school.
Okay, and after
and even private schools.
Okay, and do they give them some kind of NIN when they start school?
No, he said when you want to write common entrance.
What I'm saying is, if you want to write common entrance, you have to present your NIN.
Okay, so they've taken good step then. Okay, that's good. That's a good thing. But
so it's a process. It's a process whereby they're going to gently migrate people onto that system. That's all.
Yeah, but we all agree that they have to migrate people into the system. But I just think it's easier if they use the local kings and traditional leaders to do it, because
I think you are fixated. You just want to promote this your cultural things, Mike.
No, call it isolate one. Okay, Simba, for example.
Let me tell you, Mike. Right from time, Simba, I remember even when I finished secondary school. Okay.
There are some people that are using other people's states as a state of origin to enter institutions or to even enter military. Do you know that? You know that, right?
You cannot do that without the so-called people that you are talking about attested to it.
Mike.
The traditional ruler, the traditional. Let me give you for example. When I wanted to get my own state local government of origin, they have my king, my king in my hometown has to sign.
Exactly. That's what I was going about.
You understand? So it's not something that you can just go to a local government. My king has to sign. And this is not now. I'm talking about something about almost 40 years ago.
Simba, 1 second.
But 40 years ago, but we don't do that.
See, when Mike is talking, from my own understanding,
they are still doing it up to now. That's what we are saying.
Wait a little bit. I want to have something here. When you talk of identity, to identify people, you should allow people to write a proposal about common challenges that may occur, like situation of Nigeria. Because we manually
making it complicated.
Well, let him talk now. Whether it's complicated or not, let him talk.
What is my complication here now? I don't understand.
Go ahead.
Let's try to listen to one another. We can benefit. Look, why our own was complicated is that we don't have data manually. When I say manually, no single paper record about birth registration, anything. So now we started registering people, which is very important. And the world is changing. People are taking advantage of the certain people of Nigeria. We try to be so corrected. And why they said we are the majority, automatically, what they are trying to achieve, they are trying to cheat. And therefore, to avoid all this kind of thing, to really have full identity, let us really, at least those who know the community, who know the origins of people, is a brief history about this person. They should be involved. And then when you also say the traditional people, we have cultural heritage. Ancient time or 80s, when the cultural heritage was still in our blood, you have better and decent Nigeria more than the one you have today. So if you said the chiefs, they should kick them away, or maybe they should not reference them, they should not have value, they should not include them in the discussion of the progress of the land. That's where our failure started from. They use military law to put them aside. Look at where we are today. And that's what talking about state creation. Tell me anywhere in the world where state they created doesn't generate money to finance their administration, and that state will exist. It's only in Nigeria. And they are part of the shitting we are facing today. There's nothing wrong with state creation. If that's what people want, a state must generate money, some percentage for themselves, take care of their responsibility, and give some percentage to federal. That is how it is where I am.
Midwest,
Do
you think that if the state, let me ask you this, Midwest, if the state are the ones sponsoring themselves, do you think people will be agitating for state creation?
No.
They will not type into their resources and be potential people. Area that is weak, the federal will support them to grow. And when that area grow, they will also start producing. That is how it is.
The coordinator
that is how it is for my own.
Has to speak now. Let me speak now. You see, once in Midwest, like Simba said the other time, you see this system of identification, we grew up into it. In fact, that time, whenever we're going to primary school, they say we should go and bring our development levy receipt. Now, when I wanted to do my passport, my traditional ruler, when I needed some identity, you understand, I had to sign. Then, when you want to get your certificate of local government origin, you cannot escape all those traditions. In fact, you have the clergy within your community to identify you. They even identify you to a family. It's not as if you are just going to, I'm from this town. They will say, which of the family are you from? So you don't jump all those things, because I know that we exaggerate a lot of things in that country. The problem of the country is that we are not harmonizing our data. It's not as if we do not ask. We are not harmonizing. So the way things are going now is this. When you want to get NIM today, and this is even occurring now from the voters registration. That is why you see the number of voters going down every year since 1999. You'll be surprised that the number of voters in 1980s proportionately, they were more than those people voting now. What does that tell you? We are beginning to get our data gradually right. We just have to start from somewhere. You understand? When I went to register my NIM in Canada here, you understand? I went with my passport. And before I could get my passport from Nigeria, my certificate of local government origin, the one that the traditional rulers were involved in, they were there. So the traditional rulers, they were never out of that process. They were part of the value chain of that process. You understand? So it is not easy for you now to be coming from a Republic of Benin. I say you want to register, come and register. Let me see you how you want to enter the system now. We exaggerate. You have to show me that, okay, you see this guy, you're coming from Cameroon, and you don't have family house in Nigeria, and you went to Nigerian passport office, and you get that passport. I beg, I want to see the person. Maybe test slow. Maybe slow down. Abba.
Ola, I have a question for you.
Okay, sir.
Today in Nigeria, right? Many Nigerians have moved to other communities in Nigeria, and they have, particularly, let's say Southeasterners, for example. Many of them, they are like 2 generations within that community, right? So when they want to get this thing now, which traditional ruler can attest that they are from their community? From where did they go get which traditional ruler?
What did they want to get? Let's say what did they want to get? Because each identity has a certain okay, let me give you for example. If you want to get a certificate of local government of origin, there's no way you can get it without the traditional rulers being attested to it. So you can't just, like me now, I've been in Kwara for more than 30 years. I cannot come and claim Kwara now because there's no way I can get it. They will not give me because
okay. Oh yeah, wait. Simba, how would the Kwara traditional ruler know you are not from Kwara?
Why they know? So you want to tell me? Okay, so if I tell them my name now, they will know that this name is not even from Kwara.
Yeah, you can lie. You can lie about your name now.
How can I change my name just because I want to get an identity?
If you lie your name, do you know how many things you have to lie about?
Do you know how many things I have to lie about?
No, if you want to get Nigeria, do they have your identity before you acquire identity?
Like
Mike, why are you talking like this? So my certificate, I have to go and change it. Is it possible to even change your certificate?
But that's you now. You are already certificate. I'm talking about all the illiterate.
My papa and mama signed my certificate in the 70s when I was born. So I will go and change that one because I want to collect another certificate.
Mike, you have to get somebody that knows you. You have to get somebody that knows you. You cannot just go and claim it's a family unless that family wants to integrate you. Mike,
let me
if you want to get
Mike,
it, okay.
I was baptized in Anglican. I cannot miss my, even if I miss it, if I go to Anglican communion, I will get the carbon copy of my baptismal certificate. I will get that, the one that I will use to do confirmation for Holy Communion. You see, there are so many data, there are so many points of data you can get to. So you think if I go to the reverend of my church for identification, if we just say, okay, because you'll be coming. If we look for all those things before.
Ola, let me tell you something. Back in the 60s, 70s, all those days, even before the British came, in a community, the way traditional ruler would know your identities, they'll just ask you which compound are you from. And they will just go to that compound. They say, they know that you're from this family, that and that. So it was easier back then to identify who's from that community. But today,
it's still easy.
People have moved from different parts of Nigeria to your
but
community.
why do you want to identify people
from there anymore?
Why do you want to identify people in the community? I still don't get it, man.
No,
like, are we in 1845?
That's the reason. That's the easiest way where foreign non-Nigerians will not infiltrate. That's the point I'm trying to make. You guys don't see the bigger picture. Remy, hold on.
There's no bigger picture there.
Hold on. Let me show you the bigger picture. Nigeria today, we all wanted to start progressing, right? Become a very prosperous country. Do you know if Nigeria begin to become prosperous overnight? Let's say something we discover something we can't industrialize. Do you know everybody from West Africa start fleeing to Nigeria? Do you know that?
Yeah, but we already have a system in place.
Our system is weak. Is the point I'm making.
They are ready to pin in already. So
they're already doing it anyway. Exactly.
Let me quickly chip in this. Let me chip in.
Job in a bank in Nigeria today. Let's assume you get job with any bank today. When you know they will, even when you are filling form, you will write your local government of origin. Some banks ask you to submit the certificate from your local government. They won't stay on that. They will go and do confirmation.
So, what do you think about the constitutional review about indigenization, in which they want to impose that when you live in a community for 10 years, then you can claim that area.
Exactly.
But I don't think most people are against it. Okay, I don't think that one will pass because that means
no, Remy, I'm against it too. Yeah, in fact, why should you even do that?
So a lot of this is being pushed by some people from the southeast because they are the ones that flaunt, everywhere in the country. So they are pushing
expansionist idea. That's what they are trying to do now.
Okay, so hold on 1 second. 1 second. Let me quickly say this, right? So, somebody who is a Nigerian, who is bound by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and according to every Nigerian, when they go to live somewhere, right? Why do they need to indigenize themselves in that place? Why do we have this indigenization mentality? If you live somewhere, you work there, you contribute to the system in that place, you should have access to every single thing that place have to offer you. That's simple as that.
But the problem we have here, the problem we have here is this: everything you have said is right. But when those people, when they now want to tamper with the culture and tradition of the place where they're domiciling, that is the problem. Because you cannot come from the Edo and you say you want to be a king or be a governor or be somebody there.
I think the problem.
If you want to be a king, if you want to be a king and the people there allow you to be a king, it's up to them. That's their own decisions. But in terms of that governor, I want to see a Nigerian where any Nigerian can be a governor in any state where they live and they reside for whatever amount of time.
I don't agree with that.
I don't support that progression.
I disagree with that totally.
I
totally
look at our history. No, see, before you do something, you look at our history. You understand?
What history?
You don't even know where now. Look at it this way: we have history of intertribal war or interethnicity war that we have by ethnicity that want to dominate one another. So when you look at those things, and even in our modern world, even when you even have such kind of thing that even the supposed educated people, they still want to carry all those old age dominion just to dominate others. Now, just look at it this way. We know some people that love power very well, and you allow them to change your demography. Before you know, they start becoming governor in your state. It's just a matter of time. They will change your law and push your traditional institution away, because of today, you know, governor has so much power on the traditional rulers. Before you know, they will promote those agenda that they will push your traditional rulers away, and they will start bringing their own.
So you're just being scared of the unknown. You're just being scared of something that is not there.
There's nothing wrong in
Hakim, don't be. I don't think, because let me tell you, if you are living in a society where we have weight now, you know, I think what is affecting our mentality is maybe because we have been living in Europe, living in America, and you just want to now bring that same idea of what is happening in those spaces. I want to now come and change it or not. No, because if you live in places where you have indigenous people,
which Europe do you live in? Which Europe do you live in that is not happening?
Let me give you an example. Look at Queen of England. Can anybody, an immigrant,
we're talking about political governance.
Somebody from any part of UK, not in that royal family, can they become queen or can they become king?
We're talking about politics. Politics, not
the same thing also in Nigeria.
No, it's not the same thing. Look, Remy, hold on.
Let me finish. I will tell you why it's the same thing. That country is divided by, there is division along tribal lines. And that
divide the country then. Why not just divide the country? Why not divide the country if that's the case?
No, we have to manage it that way.
Well, you cannot manage it. You cannot manage. You cannot manage. You cannot manage. Not being free.
Let me finish. You that is talking. Nobody can tamper with your Oba Bini royal blah 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 there. Nobody, no one, nobody. And now you are now telling me, if I, a Yoruba man, live in Benin City for 10 years or 15 years because of engineerization, do you think I can now say, okay, I want to compete for the Oba of Benin Kingdom?
So Remy, are you saying we should eliminate ethnic groups? Is that what you are?
No. I'm not saying you. I think Remy, you guys.
That's not what you are saying. Then we should be able to.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I said, if somebody come to your community and want to become a chief, it's up to you people if you want to allow him to be a chief or not. But what I'm saying is that
it should be up to the law. It should be up to the rule.
It's up to the community. It's up to if a foreigner come to your land and they want to take up. Hold on now, Mike. Hold on 1 second. So if somebody come to your community and that cultural part of it, you guys gave it to them, that's not the person's problem. It's your problem. But it's the governance structure, political governance structure that we are all abide under one constitution, right? If I, as a Nigerian, go to Kano and I live in Kano, I work in Kano, I pay my taxes in Kano, I should be able to contest for any political position in Kano State. That's what I'm saying.
No, the law is not saying you cannot contest to. Don't make a mistake.
That's what I'm saying.
The Nigerian law says it, but I disagree with that law. I think it needs to be changed.
No. The law of Nigeria is not saying you cannot. The law
of Nigeria you can. That's what I'm saying. He's saying you can right now. And I disagree with that.
Where is the law saying? I want to see where is
the Nigerian law says you can contest anywhere now.
Exactly. You can contest anywhere.
That's what I'm saying.
The question is this.
And I disagree with that.
People will not accept you. People will not accept you.
That's the problem.
Something just happened in Denmark today. Something just happened in Denmark today.
Nisuru, do you know there are some communities where the Southeasterners are even more popular than the indigens, or maybe close to? There are some communities where the non-indigens are more popular than the indigens. You know that, right? Mm-hmm. So you can't place like Lagos, for example. The non-indigens of Lagos are more than the indigens. So if the non-indigens decide they want to vote for someone from outside of Lagos, that person don't win with that. And in many communities where they are minority, like the tribes are, like for example, Ogoni people now, for example, they are very small tribe or some other tribe. Southeasterners in River State are more popular than the Ogoni. So within their Ogoni constituency, if a Southeasterner say he wants to run for the local government chairman there, and all the Southeasterners in Rivers go and vote for him, he will defeat an Ogoni man there.
Okay, so Mike, 1 second.
It's not that clear cut. The people will not accept you. Sometimes the people don't have that much power.
Mike, you see, in the United Kingdom, right? They have some of the best universities. They have very highly educated people. When the Conservative Party was in power, they made this current Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, they made him the governor of the Bank of England, right? That doesn't mean that they don't have people who are qualified who can do that job. But can you ever envisage a situation whereby Nigeria have somebody who is not a Nigerian as a governor of central bank in Nigeria? All of you will go mental. Look, why do we not always advocate for the best among us, regardless of their ethnic background, to be in charge of governance? We're talking about people who want to improve.
Hold on now. If you're talking
about people who want to improve the life of our of people. You're talking
don't know
about
someone's
indigenous.
intention. Hold on, my brother. You don't know someone's intention till that person is there. You don't know. If you're talking about central, something that belongs to like central federal position and things like that, yeah, I agree. Like you're talking about indigenous areas or indigenous. I don't know your true intention. I don't know where your loyalty really lies. I can come from one state in Nigeria and be living in your community and be very smart and everything and convince your people to make me your governor or your leader, and my loyalty can be still with my where I come from. I begin to siphon your money.
Those of you that is accusing Kemi, since now you see what is going on, right? Those of you that was accusing Kemi, oh, she's doing this to our people.
Well, let's not go back to Kemi. Let's leave Kemi matter.
Oh, you see now.
I'm facing your argument there. Forget England. They know what they are doing. Those ones, they have technology to monitor you. In Nigeria, we don't have that kind of technology to monitor what the fuck. People can siphon money the way they like. Nigeria don't have that capacity to really monitor whatever. In Nigeria right now, if somebody from one state become governor of your state, convince you because you live in your state, can trick you to make him your governor, and he can take all your wealth and ship it to his land or a village in another state and develop it. You understand? So you don't know people say, can't say all these competent things. Not enough. It's not enough. I'm telling you, man. Don't say because you're so competent. Some people are very good at tricking. They just trick you like, come, I'm one of you now. Vote me in. I will develop. I'll do this. But it's loyalty. But be still in his where it come from. His origin, state of origin, or
that's
village
the problem.
of origin.
Exactly, you got it, Mike. That's the problem we have in Nigeria.
So today that we
they
have
they are even going to another people's place to go and say they want to establish their kingdom.
Hold on, today that we have indigenous. Today that we have indigenous that are governing.
They want to run for governor for that place.
Hold on, today that we have indigenous that are governing those places, how are we faring now?
Forget about
where we get that now.
That is not the problem. And not allowing other people to come and govern you is not the reason why we didn't develop.
Okay, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example, right? I know somebody here, right? Who she's originally from Edo State, right? She was not like her parents is from the Edo Central part of Edo State, but she was born in Lagos. Her Yoruba is better than is as good as anybody's Yoruba. That when she's speaking Yoruba, you even think she's a Yoruba person, right? So such person, she maybe in her life she's been to Edo State maybe 2-3 times before, like ever. So if such person have opportunity to govern a space in Lagos, you say she's not an indigene. Whereas she born, she was born there, she schooled there, she lived all her life there.
They won't accept her at the end of the day.
But that is not right. That cannot be right.
Go back to Edo State and compete there.
But she was not. She listen, Remy.
And culture of the country.
Remy, I hope your children one day aspire for positions in Finland.
Already made the point.
Let me finish. You have to respect the local politics.
What local politics?
Politics is local. Everywhere you will find yourself.
Okay, Remy, hold on 1 second. Remy, hold on.
Do you think?
Say you and I now. You and I we were born. Hold on now 1 second. I want to quickly make. I want to say something. I want to say something. You take it.
President, you have to let someone land too.
I wanted to. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
He's responding to you, progressive. So let him fully respond to you.
Like here, I'm in Finland. We have what we call local election. When you are going to elect those local councillor or mayor or whatever, they are indigenous of this city. You must come from this town before you can be a member like that. They don't care even as an immigrant. it's not easy for you to contest like that.
There's
So
the
what I'm
reason
just
why
trying
United
to say
States say you have to be born in America to be president, even though if you come here, yeah.
So
Go ahead, progress.
let me
in a
hold on.
nutshell,
Let me
let me finish quickly.
yeah,
You
finish
don't
now.
let
I
me
thought you
finish.
finished already.
So in a nutshell, in Nigeria, where politics is local, where people always check your background when you go for elected position in Nigeria, they will never allow, even if you can speak Yoruba more than that Yoruba, they will not, because they will check your background. That is one thing first that the local people always, the electorate always check. Where is she from? And then they
Let
start
me
telling you the history of your culture of
So
your,
Let me even say
of your life.
progressive. Do you know? I know Southeasterners that grew up in Yoruba now that speak Yoruba even better than me. They do away and they are agitating for Biafra. And somebody won't tell me how they are angry with Yoruba people for what it did to them during civil war.
Yeah,
And they
but
speak Yoruba very well, even better than Yorubas.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, okay, Mike, listen to this now. So you say both of us, maybe you're from Oshogbo, maybe both of you're from Oshogbo, maybe I'm from some other place in Nigeria. Like not you and I, our parents, right? So, but they live together in Oshogbo. You and I were born there. So we went to the same primary school there in Oshogbo. We went to the same secondary school. We went to both of us are friends, very close friends. So when it comes to aspire as politicians, oh no, Mike, you can be governor, but no, you, the other guy, you cannot be governor. Why? Because your parents did not come from here. But I was born here. I lived all my life here. Oh no, but your parents did not come here.
Let me
How
explain
does
the whole
that?
point. Okay, the argument we're arguing against is not that human being from another place cannot have a good heart and be loyal to the community of their host. That's not the argument. But what we are saying is it's not all, and we can't know the intention of somebody. You understand? We can't know. Of course, most likely the person you just described, born and raised there, is very loyal to that community. It's likely gonna be not betray him, not likely not gonna be more loyal to the origin is city or place of origin. But the possibility is always there, and the fact that possibility is there, we can't, we can't risk that.
So
You
I don't
understand?
know, but Mike, you see, for me now,
Just
as
as
I
you
am
have
now,
that, hold on, just as you have that person you described, right? That grew up there as lawyer. I also know some people, just like another example I gave you, a Southeasterner born and raised in Southwest, speak Yoruba, everything well, it's almost like a Yoruba person, but he's still angry about what happened to his people in Biafra. He wants revenge because his father taught him about that, and he's one Biafra. But I was shocked. Like you?
So, Akim, let me ask you, why do you people protect their identity? Why do you think people protect their identity?
I don't know what you mean by protect their identity.
That you don't want your identity to be diluted. You don't want to lose it. You want to keep your
Why?
heritage.
Let me ask you, Dubai that everybody is talking about.
It's a lot
Everybody
of
was, no. Let me
it's a
set
bad.
this example. You talk now.
Yeah.
Sorry, Akim. Dubai that everybody used to go. Oh, Dubai is fine. They are developing and all those things. Do you know that even ordinary their Emirati dress, they don't want foreigner to wear it.
Now serious issue. Then go fight you. Even
To
people
put it
from
on.
Arab country like them, even people from Arab
Because
country like them.
each one of the Gulf country, they have the way they dress, and they don't want any other person to dress like that.
So we're not talking about politics. We're talking about culture now.
Okay, progressive. Let me tell you something.
They are all interwoven now. Because let me tell you, politics can affect your culture. I hope you know that.
Exactly.
You're talking about culture now. We're not talking about politics.
No.
As you are politics, you make policy. I can make policy that go against the culture.
Exactly.
Yeah,
progressive.
The people.
Progressive. Do you believe in this? The law was made for man, not man for the law. Do you know why? Do you know why that quotation? The law was made for man, not man for the law.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is that
law should serve and protect the people. When you say the people now, as you're speaking now, you are even talking of.
You guys don't understand what I'm saying. If we choose to live together as a country, then there should be no boundaries. But if we say we want to have boundaries, split the country. What is wrong with that? Why do you not want the country? How can you want to? How can you want to keep your culture and then you want to live with other people? No, split the country.
Okay, so we should so we should abolish the Benin throne.
No, split the country. I'm not saying split the country. What's wrong with that?
Hold on. So your
Like that, you can keep everything you want to keep.
Progressive. So your ultimatum is you should abolish the Benin throne and
no, of course no. I've never said you should abolish any throne.
Now, so if
no,
saying boundary, there is already
no.
boundary.
I'm saying governance. I'm saying you're saying
the only way. Wait. The only way you can eliminate the boundary is to eliminate the ethnicity, ethnic group. That's the only way.
So, no, the only Mike. So what is wrong with splitting the country then? Why can't we just split the country?
Well, so am I the one stopping anyone?
Why? Ola is there in Canada. Yeah. Why did they have provinces, and those provinces are protecting themselves?
Yeah, but provinces they don't stop people from contesting for governance.
The indigenous people, you don't touch those people. They have their own people in the reserve that you don't go. If you like, go and live 1 million years among them, you cannot.
Can your children born in Canada can they contest for offices there? Yes, they can.
Progressive, don't make a mistake. Canada
can they?
Wait.
Canada contest in Scotland.
No, Canada is a conquered territory. The foreigners, that is what we are saying. We don't want that to happen to us in Naidigi. The foreigner, the British people, the Italian, all of them, they conquer the indigenous people.
Okay. Now the British, who conquered the British now? Nobody conquered British. But Rishi Sunak was prime minister in the UK. Did anybody conquer British?
Wait, now they were the masters of colonizing and moving around. So the fact they are integrating foreigner into their midst, in the day they want to push the people like Kemi and Co away, they will do it and they will clear their house.
But I'm just saying to you, Rishi was a prime minister.
You are talking about a system where it's very advanced.
They also sent him packing soon or later.
Yeah, but he was a prime minister.
How many months?
Whether for 1 hour, whether for 1 second. If you go and check if you go and check the list of former prime minister of the United Kingdom, his name will be there.
You are making. You want to compare yourself with countries that are very advanced already.
No. I want us to live as free people. If you cannot live like that, divide the country.
My brother.
The progressive.
You
if you leave people like Donald Trump,
you contradict yourself.
If you allow people,
you say you want to live free, and we are asking you in your where you come from. Are you willing to abolish the traditional institutions and this thing?
I said no.
Okay, exactly. So can me or a Southeasterner come to your region and go against the custom of the traditional ruler there? Do you agree?
How? In what way?
Okay, can he come there and insult the Oba?
Of course not. Why?
Okay, so you're against freedom. In their place, hold on. Wait now, calm down. In their place, it's fine to insult the Oba, the king, whoever. If they don't agree, they insult him. They insult him. Even that's their freedom. Hold on. Their own custom. That's their freedom. That's where freedom is just free to do. To express yourself the way you like, or do things the way you like, right? Express your culture, express your own mentality, right? So now, someone's mentality is what's the word? It's just not in line with other people's custom, right? So we are trying to regulate that. We're trying to manage that. But you're saying no, we got to give people freedom. And I'm asking the question where you come from. If someone they come from a place where they can insult the king to his face, can he come to your place and do that? You say no, and then so what are you hacking with us? What is your point?
What I'm arguing? So you guys, when we're talking about when we have a conversation, you are trying to interwove them together as if you have to. The culture is the same with politics. No, it's totally different. It's not the same. We're talking about a governance structure. No, it's not the same. We're talking about.
Let me put to you what
let me finish now. Let me finish.
Okay, finish.
We're talking about a governance structure, right? The traditional institution is on the other side. The democratic, the political institution is on the other side. So, if somebody today live in your community, they were born there, they raised there, they school there, they've lived there all their life, right? Mm-hmm. And then you think these people should not have access to any form of government structure when it comes to politics. I don't agree with that.
Okay,
you're saying, they will come and change law, they will bring law that will do this, that will do this. But you have to remember one thing, that regardless of what you think, if somebody is the head of government, does it give them unfettered power to change everything? No, they have people around them.
Okay, I get your point. Do you know
I
the
think
Nigerians?
wait,
Let me just follow now. Let me.
you
You come after me. Let me stop. Let me say this. You know the Nigerian constitution give governor power to dethrone a king. You know that, right? So now, one thing you and I know for a fact is the Benin's son, no matter in the next 100, if you become a governor of Edo State, he can't even think for a second that you consider dethroning the Oba of Benin. You know that, right? So now, because he knows his culture, he knows his tradition, he knows that even a king in Yoruba land, he knows that he dethroned Oba for where, but somebody can come from another place, raised in Edo, like you said, raised there, but he practices his own culture. He may speak your language, he's part of your community. Hold on, calm down. If he become governor in his own tradition, king doesn't mean anything. He can decide when to dethrone your king.
Adam Soshomole, when he was a governor, he suspended a traditional ruler. When it was Adam Soshomole suspended the traditional ruler from a throne when he was a governor. No, not it's Oba. The Oba of Benin is not the only traditional ruler in Edo State. Is the number one. Is the father of all. But you have a lot of traditional rulers in Edo State. Adam Soshomole suspended one of the traditional rulers in Edo North.
Suspend. Let me tell you, it can suspend, but it cannot change that traditional seat. It can't change it. Yeah. Somebody can come to and say, "With this thing is irrelevant. We don't want." Wait now. Forget. You can't be saying this. This is not a good example, Hakim. Oshiomhole recognize that institution and cannot abolish it. Somebody can come tomorrow if it's not in your indigene and say what rubbish, what kind of rubbish you did. We don't even need this thing again and abolish it. That's all. That's what you can do. But it's a law.
So hold on now. So you see where your argument are flawed now. Like, what about all the years where we have hold on now. What about all those years where we had military government? Where they were transferring military governors to different states to go and govern them.
What does that have to do with what we are saying now?
So how many of those institutions did the military governors eradicate? You see how flawed. You see how easy it is to counter those conversations now.
Can I come in now?
You can't go by that. Remy,
no, you can. Of course, military governors had fiat powers. They could just like that take everything out.
Progressive. Even what Adam Oshiomhole just did is even extending the fear. So if the son of the soil could do that, now imagine what a foreigner would do. Thank you, Remy.
I'm saying it doesn't matter who you are.
Progressive man.
Remy, can you stop calling me Midwest?
Sorry, Progressive. Sorry, I'm sorry. Progressive.
You don't like the name. Akim, you don't like the name. You don't like
it's not the Midwest.
No, it's like
people used to call me. Akim, people used to call me Remy now. They used to call me Remy now.
You know, the point is that we all been here for long. Remy, hold on. We've all been here for long. No, I'm not making submission. I'm not making submission. I'm going to say we have been here for long to know each other's voice already. When Mike is speaking, I know straight away it's Mike that is speaking. When Ola is speaking, I know it's Ola. When it's Simba, I know it's Simba. Remy, I don't know, for some reason, every time I come here, keep calling me Midwest.
Sorry, Akim. I like to call you Akim instead of Progressive. Okay, what I want to say is that when you talk about local politics, it involves culture too. And when you look at what happened in Lagos State in last election, where in Nigeria, you can contest for election if one of your parents is from that state. And look at the so-called person that wants to be governor of that state cannot speak the local dialect. He does not even understand the culture and tradition of that state. It's a big issue. So sometimes when you look at that, is why when you look at the developed country too, they also keep their culture and tradition intact. Most of these European countries. That is why some of them are not as powerful or be in politics like that one of King or Queen of England. But you cannot tell me they don't have King of Denmark or something. I think in Finland they don't have something like that. But I'm just trying to say is that you have to look at it inclusively, because politics include virtually everything, which you cannot escape from. So I rest now. Another person can talk.
Rational mind. Are you hearing me?
Rational mind is not there.
Okay, Akim. I said,
Oh my
I'm a
God.
progressive. Sorry, say I call your name, not vessel. Sometimes the thing go just lost for person brain. What I want to say is this, my brother. When something is not documented by law, you expose that thing to abuse. So if we are civilized enough, how we want our traditional council or leaders to function, constitutionally, they have to be defined. And when you have it in constitution, anybody coming up, no matter the background, like UK, when someone from the background of Iran was a prime minister, he understands the culture very well. There are basic rules, things he have to do to be able to govern that land because they are properly defined. So I think we should go to that direction, and that would be better. Like Mike said, he said Edo son cannot do. Like I will tell you, the last problem 4 years of Obaseki, the greatest problem he was having was how he was dealing with the Oba of Benin. And up to today, he still create a very big vacuum, confusion, because of there was no law to guide him. I'm telling the truth. Power can be so toxic. When people have this governor, when they have this governor power and executive power, sometimes they don't respect anybody. They can do whatever they want to do. I hope you are getting what I'm saying. So we need to go back to a drawing point where we need to put those things in written, argue and discuss it the way it suits us.
Midwest, I agree with you. I agree with you in that sense that if you want to put it
I
into
agree with
law,
that.
I agree that if you want to put it into law to kind of take that exactly, take it away from the control of local government because they're literally under local government control. So just give them their own kind of strength on their own. You understand? I agree in that. I agree in that sense.
They are not even Akim. Sorry, they are not even under local government, and that is why we are still even having problem with this local government autonomy. Do you know that the local government they cannot make law for themselves? They are still under the state with the current constitution that we have. Is the state of assembly that is still making laws for the local government?
I think local government
this is
have
why.
to make law.
So
The
I
state
agree
law
in
should
that
be
sense.
inclusive for them and give
I
them
agree
their
in that
right
sense
for
that the
interpretation.
traditional institutions should be completely taken out of governance. There should
They
be
are,
there should
they
be a
are still
law.
under they are under the state. They are
There
under
should
the
be
state because we still have we even have the Ministry of the local government and chieftaincy title under the state.
Yeah, and I agree that there should be a law that completely give them their own protection. Understand? So that one, yes, fine. And I agree that because of the system, because of the way the law is currently put in place, maybe it's an issue. But what I'm saying is,
I want
we
to
can
call the
advocate for
attention
that.
of Barrister Simba. I think it is not right to say local government cannot make law in Nigeria. Local government can make bylaws, but they cannot just
No,
make.
but they are still under this. Is the state House of Assembly that is still determining the way they function? Go and check it.
No. Constitutionally, constitution they can make. That's why they call their own law bylaws.
No, they have laws. They have simple laws that they can make now. But you understand? In a state, wait now, Ola, in a state you don't have one local government. Do you understand what I'm saying? You have many local governments. So, and it is that state of assembly that is making law that can make something that will bind on all the local government within the state. And that is why they are still under the influence of the state of assembly. It's not all those bylaw, all those tenant law that we are talking about now.
No, that is the way it operates too now.
The way
even
little
here in
understanding
Canada,
I have
that's where it operates.
Simba, the little understanding I have about
that, city. That's why they call it bylaws. City cannot make a law that is that contradicts what the province wants to do. So immediately, city makes a law that contradicts the one of the province. That provincial law takes precedence. Like by the time the city now make some kind of law putting their on police and all those stuff, if the province think that they are overstepping, the province will step in. So I think it's how it's done here too. So I got what you are saying. So okay, Barrister Simba, thank you.
So today I'm a barrister.
Simba, see, the local want to come in. yes, the state government, when they make law, that law is always inclusive. Both the functions of the local government, their autonomous rights, their boundary, and society rights they can even exercise above the federal in society cases. Where I live, it is like that. I don't know of other country, but these laws are well defined. It doesn't clash. Everybody know their functions. In our own place, the real problem is that sometimes they throw law to the people, and the mechanism for this law to really affect these people is not there. That's a process or system. Take for example, if they said they want to identify Nigeria, to be honest, it is the local government that's supposed to be the genesis of it. And then in the final process, they will transmit it to the entire system of government, which is federal. That is how it works here.
Midwest, do you know how they manage to know those people that are not Nigerian where you want to know? See, a non-Nigerian now, no matter how desperate.
The way you manage to know is when they don't master the indigenous language.
Let him talk now. Let's hear how they manage to get there.
So a non-Nigerian now, no matter how desperate you are, you can't be paying your tax consistently for the past 3 years just because you anticipate that you are going to get Nigerian passport or whatever. So because there are some ways to catch you when you want to get Nigerian identity, there are ways to catch you. The system in place now, where hold on, Uncle Midwest, come and tell us any day you see a Ghanaian, a Cameroonian, a Kenyan obtaining Nigerian citizenship. See, my
there
former
are so
boss,
many of them. What are you talking about? Millions.
Waiting now, I'm coming. My former boss that got Nigerian citizenship, he didn't get that Nigerian citizenship until he stayed in Nigeria for 10 years. He had a military man. He had a general at that time that was his guarantor. You understand? He presented his all those tax statements that he had been operating, and all the visa that he got to be operating in Nigeria. So it's not as if he just came from nowhere and just went ahead to naturalize. He met the constitutional requirement.
Ola, I know black Americans, I'm telling you. In fact, they are even, I will tell you the show, they are even bragging, showing their Nigerian passports. They went to Nigeria and they purchased Nigeria.
What year?
These people just went, they went to Nigeria. In fact, I'm going to invite you to come down show. One guy, this guy, the guy from Atlanta, black American guy, the guy they show me Nigerian passport. He say he's a Nigerian citizen now. I said,
but even Mike, you know why? I don't know how they got it to, because even when I wanted to get passport for my children that are, at least the two parents are Nigerians, and even they were born in Nigeria and they are in Nigeria, the kind of thing, the credentials that they are asking me to produce,
because
they said they should bring that.
No one pay, that's why.
That's what Mike, I said the new system.
Some people will pay money and go get Nigeria.
Guy, I know I need to see
Simba,
those people,
the guy that has your credential. If you tell her 100,000
naira,
I'm not saying you
lie. I know anything.
Respond to your submission. Can I respond to your submission?
Okay.
Okay, look. The problem we have in Nigeria is not Cameroonians. Those one can still obtain it, if particular those who can speak English and whatever, so easily. We know the country we are dealing with. We should not be trying to, not to admit these challenges because of the way we do our things. Now, the real
even people like to get passport of any country now, so that should all those small aberrations you cannot eliminate it now.
The real challenges we have within our house space as a Nigerian.
Most people that have American passport, Canadian passport, some of them didn't get it. They got it in a crooked way now. So
American passport, crooked way. You get American passport crooked way. What?
Wait, I agree with you. There are possibilities.
Mike, what are you talking about? All those
come and get it now.
And the rest, where did they get it?
Mike, there are possibility for people to crack the system, but they will still go through so many process and being able to reach there. Yet it's possible. But just, you understand me, if they sell it for you, you can't defend it. Like all these advanced countries, there are something they can easily detect it. Now, where I'm going is this. Imagine a country where they show huge number of people during election. They were non-Nigerians. They caught them with PVC to vote. And the customs and security agents said that they don't even have law to persecute them. This was very clear. I don't know whether you saw it on our television.
Midwest, it has changed. That's what I just told you. You are still going back to 2015.
What I'm talking about 2023 here when we were doing this election. What are you talking about? Okay, if you did not see it, let us not be arguing over everything.
Midwest, Yarabale. No. This is we need to separate the wait. What you do not understand. Hear before you even move further. You can go and clone Nigerian voter card. Granted, there's a difference between you go and clone, but by the time you now go to where you are going to verify, that is where Wahala is. I told you that the number of voters are reducing in Nigeria because of biometrics. You can go and clone. You can go and clone Nigerian passport now. Midwest, wait. You can go and clone Nigerian passport. Go and clone Nigerian passport. Go and clone Nigerian passport and go to the airport now. Go and do that.
Wait now.
Not because you can clone and go to the airport.
I'm trying to present something before you. Now, this time
around, your presentation was wrong. That's what we've been telling you since.
It's not wrong. It's not supposed to be so. They're supposed to persecute them. All these things you are saying, listening. You people love to argue over where someone is going because we don't listen to that person. The number one people that want to sabotage our systems are Northerners because of political. They want to get political power at some certain point. When the state collaborated for these things to happen, it is very difficult to detect. And that's where the problem really lies.
Look at the last election. Can you tell me Kano State that always turn out about 4 million votes? What did total vote they get? About 1.5. They already dusted the books. That is what Allah is trying to tell you. The biometrics before you go and vote.
If you are telling me you cannot use voting alone. Don't take me to a number of people that vote.
Midwest.
Maybe there are other factors.
Now you these all those old people that have left Nigeria in the 60s. You don't really want to face the reality of what is happening now. I'm telling you that Nigerian passport is so easy, they can clone it. Go and clone Nigerian passport and face airport now. Even come out from Nigeria, or not in Nigeria, or go to Ghana and present Nigerian passport.
I don't understand what you mean by cloning Nigerian passport. Is somebody that doesn't have Nigerian passport, if he's able to break the system and the Nigerian immigration